All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is March 6th. 2026. We have already had an insane week, and really, you're coming into the weekend with a lot of worry and an insane bang to that week, my friends. A lot of people are concerned about oil. The real question is, when is it going to hit 100? If it's going to hit 100, are we going to climb towards that today? But it's all off of a mix of news from the war. You had a couple of different attacks on boats, infrastructure, people getting worried, and the real main worry actually came from Qatar, Kuwait, and even the UAE warning about production shut-in, saying that they could produce oil, but if they're having troubles moving it, that's going to start driving a supply down and price up. And then here's the craziest kicker out of all of them. You had a terrible jobs report, negative 90,000 with even another downward revision there. I think January was revised up, but total revisions came down. So, yeah, bro, I mean, I would argue this is even a central bank's nightmare where essentially you have rising oil and then you have bad jobs report again. It's kind of leaving people's hands tied, and that's why now coming into the weekend, everybody is asking what is going to happen next. And now I think today is going to even determine a lot about how the fears are going to be into the weekend. So you're already down about 1.2 on the futures. Oil is already up 8%. It did drop a little bit. So I think part of it, I'd say like 3-4% of that was just getting back to yesterday's high. But yeah, man, it's going to be a day like yesterday, but I would even argue a little bit more fuel. And now, given that it's a lot off of rhetoric and people talking, supplies, all of these different things, I would not be surprised if you get a lot of headlines and headline sensitive, even a couple of fake ones, my friends. So I hope you're ready for all of it. But Chad, you know how we get ready. Before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So like I've said, man, especially, I've said this every day for many days, but you see it, man. There's a conflict going on. A lot of you are sitting at your home, myself included. And whether you support war or not, I'm not the biggest war supporter. It's always one thing I believe, man. You can never take the honor from a hero. You can never take the honor out of what people are choosing to do for people that they don't even know. And at the same time, man, I hope you pray for everybody involved. There's lives being lost, so I hope y'all can show a little bit of love on that and pray for something good for everybody. And at the same time, though, I'm just absolutely honored by all the troops, man. God bless every single one of you, everybody who has served, active service, past service, anybody who has given to this nation, man. God bless you and thank you. Very easy to take freedom for granted. It's very easy to even commentate on all of this stuff, but the fact of the matter, we have a certain level of freedom, and that's because of people's sacrifice. So veterans, active service, the families, God bless every single one of you. Thank you for what you have given, and God bless everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the judge! Oh, it's game time, Chad. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Chad, Adonia, are you ready? You guys saw yesterday. Are you ready? Are you actually ready, my friend? Oh, my gosh. So, yeah, bro, we're going to have to see how the morning begins. Again, IGV actually even went down, but like I'm telling you, just the mix of the high oil as well as the, the high oil and the jobs report, it creates a nightmare. Trump, I rate the war a 12 or 15 out of 10. Is he on CNBC? I see that headline. He sees gasoline prices coming down very quickly. He says Cuba will fall pretty soon too. And then Qatar government sends mobile phone alerts noting security threat eliminated. All right, so USO, Gold, TLT, Paladine, believe it or not. Watch any of those drone ones. But again, today might be risk off. Everybody kind of might get hit a little bit. The question is how long. Watch Korea, UAL, Dow, and then SOC. We already have the Dow one, so that was good. But yeah, man, it's going to be a wild one. So God bless you all. I mean, hey, just be careful of the chat. I don't have rules on the chat, so you guys can say whatever you want. But yeah, don't be fooled by the propaganda. Don't get influenced too heavy, and you should be good to go. Oh. Round one, fight. No, wait. Okay, IGV wants to fight a little bit. We'll see how that one plays. And then oil starting 8.7. So yeah, like I'm saying, we got to see how these start off. I got a couple of ideas. Oh, our option chain's not open. Oh my gosh, dude. These spreads are horrendous. Yeah, these spreads are terrible. USO 105. Oh yeah, where's Korea? And Dow, yeah. So Korea gap down 2.5. I think that one's working there. Actually, I want to see another set of those. A lot of the premiums are crazy on anything that's either lagging or not. Let's put up gold as well. Where are we opening up at? 1.4 on the NASDAQ, 2% on the Russell, 1.2 on the SPY, and then Dow down 1.5 with the VIX up 15. That's the other part of it, too. Yeah, again, chips. Marvel was good for chips, but, I mean, NVIDIA's not too bad. That's going to be the next leg of it, too. I mean, you guys remember what happened with all of those, what's it called yesterday? All of the chip stuff, you kind of got to see the effect. So, you're already gapping down pretty big. You got a long way to go. Oil's still up. I'm trying to see if we can find a lagger, but yeah, these prices aren't your friend. Watch a couple of the war stocks too, but they haven't really had the craziest day. Is buying those. All right, I'm gonna start with some of these. I'll have a small one. Microsoft 406 to 411. IGV, I mean, again, I don't know if we're going to do the IGV starts to scare everybody. You know, that's a very unique game. And then I'm checking one more. You will lose money, my friend. So be careful. I'm gonna check one more. Oh, no way. That could go 1,000%. All right. Hassett on the jobs, one net. It's almost the wash. Okay, Hassett. Baba on the low too. We talked about those. Again, China, there was a headline today. Again, China and all those. You guys know Treasury, they said they're not down with all the, what's it called? Treasury said they're not going to do the futures, or they said it's a little premature. But then also China, one of the ships that actually got to move through the Strait of Hormuz, it was a China-linked ship. So that's kind of the issue with that one. This one's going to be random. Hold on. All right, there's two that you could do. These ones are jacked up, though. You got to be careful on this one. This one's going to be funny when you hear it. Yeah, oil's taking another one again. There's one lagger if you wanted it. Otherwise, and then we'll see two on the SPY. SPY's even dropping though. Are we down 2? You're about 1.6 on the SPY for now. But yeah, that's still picking up. What happened? Just a lot of rhetoric. A lot of different things played out again, and the rhetoric was talking about shutting oil production in some of these UAE providers. IDF taking out 80% of Iranian defenses. MP Hassett says there's no conversation right now to dip into the SPR. There's ships, but it's only a 5% flow in the Strait of Hormuz. Because that's going to be the next level if you essentially have a bad weekend. But if things go crazy enough today, you might be able to get some hype flips after that. Again, crude oil is about to hit 90. So like I'm saying, that last $10 there, I'm looking at it on the weekly, but the closer you get to that 10 the week, you're going to have a different reaction. I know it brings back memories. Well, don't be dumb with it, though. That's because it's just, the same thing. Don't be wise, my friend. Not a recommendation. And yeah, there's a couple videos of the Strait of Hormuz, like people are documenting the ships, but essentially it's still open. I mean, theoretically, but it's also virtually blocked. That's why the only ships moving through are like Chinese ships and then shadow fleets that are pretty much getting approval or some relation still with your boy Iran. So yeah. And then be careful on that chain. There's like fractionals, but those aren't the ones you want. Alright, well, wait. There's actually another one you could do. Is this a black swan? I think no. That's the craziest part. This is like war escalation. But the real black swan is once we go over 100. Because then again, you already hear people talking about 150, 200. So that's what I was saying on Monday. I don't know if you guys remember. I said, listen, this is all just like a fucked up pregame. But like if you go above You start going above 100, that's when this game really begins, at least in my opinion. But yeah, that's where you start to get, you're already up 40%, 30% on oil, which is surprising, but I do think you hit a crazier amount there. Hopefully you see what I'm saying there. That's just a different one if you want it. Not a recommendation. CF on the high? What's this? Oh, this is all related to food, huh? Duh. Yeah, so the fertilizer ones, but even some of these other food plays are going up. Hassett says this is nothing like '08. Talking about the redemptions. Oh, speaking of which, where's HYG? Oh, shit. HYG gap down again? Let me see where those are at. SPY's kind of holding, too. You're right near VWAP. Again, 2%. You would think today would be bigger in some other ways. Nice. All right. I'm making some of those free. Core weave on the high. Why you do this core weave? And then oil still holding. Yeah, core weave's running up. Yeah, CF and those food plays are up. 70%. So I'm gonna take that. I still have another set of them, but then again, those are supposed to expire soon. I want to hold them, but I also want to be safe, kind of like the IGVs. But yeah, because that bond, the bonds are hitting a fucking low on that. Again, TLT is a little different too. I actually haven't seen TLT. TLT gave up that little non-farms freak out. Microsoft's on the high. You're literally up 0.5. Again, CF now tied to some of these food plays. Those are still going. No shit. Yeah, wait, they're 490ing all of the CF contracts. What the hell is this? Again, even on the weekly, even on the daily. What is this, Habibi? Yeah, those are up. Well, again, SPY's still kind of staying pin here. I mean, oil, just like yesterday, there's a massive gap between oil right now and the SPY. I mean, you've already moved another 2% while oil is just kind of chilling there. Yeah, today's a double whammy, though. It's not, I mean, oil was already bad. It got worse overnight, but then again, even the jobs report. I mean, obviously, people, it's only one report, but at the same time, at first look, stagflation fears, everything else, it's not a good sign because you just don't have too many options. At least a central bank wouldn't have too many options when it's all said and done. Much more limited. Why do my charts look like that? All right, CF, fertilizer. Yeah, Microsoft was the first one to go up. SPY's at VWAP dancing. Again, you're still near about 2%, 1.5 on the SPX. Russell's the one, honestly, 1.5. Dow Jones is down 1.8. I'll get you guys a checkup here in a little bit. Let me check HYG again. That one's crazy. those Dows came down too. And then gold didn't move at all. All right. Nike, I like it. If it goes a little lower there, I think did it go below the Tim Cook price? I mean, they did talk about like charge-offs and stuff yesterday, but yeah, I mean, I'd still give it a little with everything going on. Because again, if oil goes crazy, this thing gets a little bit more nuttier, we're going to have to, I mean, you're going to probably have a different set of options. Not to mention, I mean, whatever, if it's stagflation or not. Yeah, Broadcom is popping off. That one's an interesting one. So tech, I mean, IGV's coming down, but a couple of these tech names have done pretty good. Sermal on the high as well, too. They're down. Wasn't USAR drop? Yeah, all the critical mineral plays are getting clapped. China says its action versus Australian helicopter is reasonable. What did China do to our Australian helicopter? Is that why the mineral plays are going up? Again, but USAR and Sermal just had a pop. Then we got something on a China headline in Australia and a helicopter. Hood CEO on CNBC. Is he going to announce the payday loans? Wheat on the high. Uh-oh, hot dog. Hegseth didn't say anything yesterday. This was, if anything, it was, you know, there was a couple of movements and attacks on oil ships and facilities, but they weren't, I would argue they weren't as serious as the other one. But at the same time, it was what Qatar said, and then Kuwait, and then even the UAE about being, you know, closer than further, even a couple days away from having to stop production because they don't have any more storage. So again, just like pure supply and demand of that mixed in with, you know, if that's the case, it's kind of like putting a clock on the war, or otherwise, you know, oil is going to keep making this climb. SPY hitting a low, 670. There wasn't a uranium rumor. Again, I just got a headline right now. It says something about China and Australian in a helicopter. But other than that, they all just started popping right now. But I don't have anything specific. There's the VIX. At least for now, not a recommendation. We'll keep very, very small, Habibi. Some of the oil laggers aren't moving. Bonds are down, but then again, I mean, it's a weird mix because both corporates, TLT's dropping, and like government bonds, but then like HYG is actually insane. So again, that's even hitting a new low with all this cycle, and that's tied to the redemptions and everything else. And I watched the China plays too. Again, they're gonna have their link, but China's actually holding up way better. And then where's my Korea? The Korea plays are still up, but the Korea plays aren't moving like they were yesterday, surprisingly. That one did not work out. Not as well as I hoped. RTX didn't get a bid. They did dangerous maneuvers near an Aussie helicopter. Oh, okay, but nothing serious. U.S. imposes visa limits on Rwandan officials. Dozens of signal jammer crowd coastlines scrambling GPS. I don't think that's related. Pfizer, where's financials actually? They have to be getting clapped. Yeah, XLF's down 2.8. Staples are down 0.6. They're holding a little bit better than I would have expected, which I think is kind of surprising. Iran TV reporting a ship struck a drone in the Strait of Hormuz 22 minutes ago. And oil's still just climbing too. Again, Microsoft's not doing too bad. WDC even? See if the SanDisks and all those. But everything's kind of still just been one way for now. Like I'm telling you too, it's more, some industries more than not. I'm surprised the staples aren't dropping a little bit more. Financials are down almost 3%. So that's not a good sign. Whereas transports have to be getting clobbered, yeah. The tankers, they're even getting murked. Is Microsoft the only green one? Let's check. Yeah, China plays are doing good, surprisingly. Yeah, crowd is even up. Or barely. Let's see. Ooh! 460 names in the red. 41 names in the green. That's on the SPY. NASDAQ, 92 in the red. 8 in the green. And then Dow Jones, 0. Literally. So Microsoft, I think Microsoft's actually negative. It's saying it's green, but at least on my thing, it's saying at 0.05, you're barely. But SPY's going above VWAP. Your boy's still going up, though. Again, oil's still climbing there, even with any of this. Let's see. All right, that's first little chill. Literally 2 candles to VWAP. A couple things chilled out. I mean, just like yesterday. Watch how it's going to play out with the whole back and forth. See how much oil even draws down. But remember yesterday I was tripping out. I'm like, dude, it's not. You're not getting the real pullback there. So it's going to have windows to burn 5, 10, 15 minutes at a time, you know. But then just see if it actually keeps just maintaining up. Kroger. Waste management again. I did that yesterday. Again, that's 0.02. You have 10 names. There's Microsoft back to the green, at least on my thing. But yeah, you have like 8 names on the NASDAQ. Broadcom, Datadog, Palantir, Axid, and then Marvel. Marvel's actually holding really good because of the earnings. And then, yeah, you got 40 names to choose from, 30 on the SPY. That's CF, Axin, Intuit. And again, those already moved really big in the morning. I don't know if they're going to stay up. What is it? PDYN? Lockheed's up. I don't think RTX is, but yeah, RTX barely up. And then APA, Apache, it's related to oil. I know, Dawn, bro. Hey, man, you guys got that one pretty early, no? That was absolutely wild. Let me check the biotech calendar too later, or maybe over the weekend. You might be getting another one. Because again, usually like towards the end of the quarter, you'll get some stuff. XYZ on the low. Again, IGV, I mean, it's only down 0.7 our first down day. But like, again, I think banks are the most worrisome besides oil, obviously. You know, oil and everything going on there is a concern. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever's happening with banks is not. It's not pretty, Habibi. It's not pretty. How is now up? They got beat. I sold that one too early. But that one's still, again, we got a good gain on that. Korea's going up. So again, we just saw WDC and SanDisk. Korea! Goolsby, if you get several months, that would be a concern. I remain hopeful we see progress on inflation. Fastly. Yeah, Fastly's one of the ones that are green right now. And then Data Kelb, Habibi, and Intuit. And then Costco, the fertilizer, food plays, those are all going. And then waste management. And then Axon, body cams. All right, Spy, bro, you're chilling. So again, I mean, first move was like what? Talking a 10-point gap down, and then you've moved another 3 points. Here in about almost 30 minutes, you're 5 minutes shy. Anna, are going to be another biotech, speak of the devil. Or? I don't know what Anna is. Sounds like a biotech. Aliena? They have no options, so good luck. EYPT. I see actually more biotechs. EYPT. I want to say Frog. ACI, Albertsons. Why are the grocery stores? They're up. Again, staples are not doing that bad. If you'll notice today, Staples and Staples and IGV are still fucking there, bro. They're both at the same exact spot today, 0.7, 0.8. Kind of wild, considering today has the risk on feel. You have financials down, damn, 4 almost, or 3. So, yeah. HYG. TLT is kind of chilling out, though. Where's a dollar? Fastly, you just had dividend. Kimberly had dividend. I hit 105 yesterday. So, again, remember, they go down after dividend. That's something we talked about. Someone was asking me if it'll go up. I said, no, the opposite. Because now there's less of a demand to buy it. So, yeah, anything, if it had its ex-dividend pass, it's probably going to be down, not to mention. Now gold is coming up. Yeah, we talked about gold yesterday. I still like the gold play. It's just going to, the patience of it, the timing is going to be hard to hit. Let's see. This is expensive, Habibi. Yeah, the gold is still kind of really expensive. They might make a move, but gold and silver now. So oil's climbing, gold and silver. Oil hasn't hit a new high. Gold and silver are, and then SPY is literally half a point away from a low right now. Iran Revolutionary Guard target U.S. forces in UAE Al Dhafra Air Base and Ali Al Salam Base in Kuwait. Iranian state media. They're announcing it. Yeah, I wanted some of the travel ones, but they were hard to kind of hit a play on. That's why they kind of stayed pinned. Then waste management, dude. Fucking trash. Literally. Like, no exaggeration. Those contracts are $10 apart. CF still going. And then gold. And then wheat still holding up. Yeah, gold is starting to move, though. So maybe it's gold. Because gold hasn't really... This whole week, gold's been down, huh? You only had that one day on Monday. And then that was it. Yeah, they're still kind of expensive. Literally, GLD is like USO place. The spreads are very, very wide regardless. But yeah, gold and silver are starting to move up right now. Yeah, crude food, they hit 89.6. Again, that 90 is going to be very crucial. Because then it's just like, that's why it's like both even before 100 and after 100. After 100, it gets real. But then at the same time, it's just like, once motherfuckers start eyeing 90, if it goes through 90, it'll start making some bigger moves quick. Which is, again, all surprising that we're even getting to this point. Oh, what did I just click? My charts are being weird. Russian oil trades at premium in Indian imports first time ever. Freight cost for a tanker between Russia and Baltic jumps to 15 million from 10 to 12. So damn, Russia's charging a premium to India. That was the good news yesterday, that the US was going to allow India to buy it. And then again, gold is still rocketing. Yeah, I just took another leg. IGV trying to climb. That's the highest. I mean, SPY just got back to open. And then oil, too. It's doing the little... You need a damn death candle, though, unfortunately. So just like yesterday, you could have these little pullbacks, but as long as it kind of still remains. But you are moving a little bit more aggressively on the SPY. I mean, that's 2 points in 2 minutes. So keep your eyes up there. Again, business inventories. I don't think that's it. Airlines are running up right now. ALK, UAL. Yeah, all the airlines are popping, and then Korea as well. So now it's 3 points on the SPY. Oil taking a bigger candle. Nah, take a look here. It's something, oil's Chicle is getting bigger, but then, like, the consumer stocks are moving a little bit more aggressively. I don't know. I'll check if Trump said anything. But something might have just happened there. That could either just be normal early morning moves or something just happened. Yeah, just the consumer stocks catching a bid. So not only did the SPY take a stick, but take a look at that. I mean, 80, 90 cents there. You're still down. It's like almost 1% there on the airlines. All right, so watch if any consumer plays. A couple of space stocks did go up. See what those food plays do if they react. Some more than others. Very odd. Okay, SPY's getting a little bit bigger. You got a couple more candles. Oil's still up. You did give up, like, what, the first 30 minutes? So that little gap up here from open, you just gave that up in 2 minutes. Consumer plays going up, but no real headline yet. Be on the lookout for a rumor or something. No, we had your boy Goolsby earlier. They're getting some movement. Again, they just said they try to... you had the Russian news, and then they said they went after a base, but I don't know. The timing of it was a little odd. VFF. Yeah, I was saying just that was close to a death candle, but we need a little bit more. That might just increase the volatility on the day. Yo, where are staples? Yeah, staples still 0.6. Again, XLF down 2.5. I mean, it's 1% off the bottom. Dude, Korea. So Korea's about filled the gap. That's 2% from the bottom. Lunar, again, that's another space. You guys said RKLB and all that. RKLB, Lunar, all the space stocks are actually going right now. Yeah, gold, is it still continuing? That one's hard on the premiums, but yeah, that made that led the move even before anything there. So oil's still trying to take a candle down. SPY is looking somewhat reactive. I mean, you could argue this is going to kind of inverse the market. I zoomed in on the chart from the morning. Because now it's reacting there without the gap. Just wait for this to kind of widen a little bit. But otherwise, if this is actually responsive and oil down, stocks up, stocks down, oil up, you know, that'll be actually a great signal. Again, Lunar. My chains aren't loading. Yeah, a couple of space stocks still going. Korea again. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. People are worried about this weekend. They're worried if there is a refinery, a real big attack, but also, too, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, if oil stops here, you're still going to have a wild, weekend and everything else. But the higher you climb to 100 before the weekend or before 100 before the weekend, that's going to kind of raise the stakes a little bit. So, AKA, if you have oil at $99 by the close today, that's more higher stakes than oil at $82 at the close. Does that make sense? Regardless, this weekend, everybody is about to, they're going to be acting a certain way. But, yeah, that's kind of the general idea here. So, and then, too, again, the production and a couple of other factors. Hold up. On NVIDIA. No, I don't have. Let me see if there's a. Again, NVIDIA is holding you up right now. Let's see. It doesn't show up. It doesn't trigger as anything unusual. Let me check the other one. No, Dawn was actually one of the most unusual. Oh, shit. You guys know it's number 2 on the unusual calls? Wheat. So that's number 2. And then CF. And then Brent, actually, BNO. But yeah, nothing crazy with puts. What's AVTR? That looks like a biotech. All right, still holding. Oil's coming back after that little candle down. Crocs on the high. You go into battle. Oil gets expensive. You buy your Crocs, dude. It's not bad. Not bad. Yeah, their calls. It doesn't show up as unusual. Or at least compared to, like, the percentage difference. Uncle Sal. I know, bro. So I want to talk about wheat, but the only thing that sucks is that the options are up a shit ton already. So wheat is like, I think wheat is a decent play, but at the same time, it's the premium. Everybody is kind of already scared right now. So like a lot of the wheat options are already up like 200-300%. They even went up even more this morning. But yeah, that's what you got to watch out for. But that's pretty much the next level of this trade. Essentially, if oil goes crazy, right now you're worried about energy. It's different than Russia-Ukraine because Russia-Ukraine, again, Ukraine had a lot of wheat. But, once input cost, oil and anything, they go, no, Iran is they buy a lot of wheat, but at the same time, it's not it's just oil. It's just oil, energy. Think about it, too, with like shipments. Everybody's going to start shipping oil and they're going to use their shipments for oil. But if you already have trouble moving stuff, that's the whole supply chain side. Next level, but you need higher sustained oil. That's why right now I think it's fear. But higher sustained oil is going to spread into the food place. But for now, it's not, right now it's kind of early, but that's what I'm saying in a weird way. The premiums are already jacked up. So I just told you, I want to tell you guys about it, but at the same time, like if oil is volatile, oil comes down next week, 2 weeks, and whenever this is over, I mean, those wheat plays will all get destroyed. But then vice versa, if oil really rockets and goes crazy, that's going to be a whole nother level of it. All right, you're coming back down. Iran's military warns Kurdistan government it will take strong action to deploy hostile forces. All right, where's crypto? Crypto down 4 again. It's still up there. Crypto's actually crypto is lagging IGV heavy. But yeah, IGV's even coming down, you guys. I know. 1%, 0.9. Again, staples are going a little bit worse right now. And then financials as well, you could watch, not to mention your gold, silver, oil, all that shit. Trump, it's being done quietly. We're moving thousands of people out of various countries throughout the Middle East. It's being done quietly, seamlessly. The State Department under Secretary Marco Rubio is doing great. You're already getting supply chain. I don't think it's gonna. That's what I keep saying. I can't stress it enough because I'm trying to explain to people. I'm like, you guys don't notice how, unbothered I have been for the last year and a half on terms of the economy. When a lot of people, maybe some of you guys who are like, tariffs, oh my gosh, tariff inflation. I wasn't worried about that. I thought that was fake. I thought a lot of that was manufactured uncertainty. But now, like I'm saying, the one uncertainty you don't want is supply chain uncertainty. And that's what oil is causing. That's what this conflict is causing. Essentially, people, it's the oil. You get what I'm saying? The plan of or everything going on with oil right now and raising the price. And now if that price of oil goes up, think about it, you can't even move the oil, or that's getting difficulty. It's going to change how you move the other stuff. But supply chain uncertainty, that's the stuff that I don't like, because that hits inflation almost immediately. That starts to impact. And then if it lasts for a longer time and it's not short-lived, that starts to hit a little bit harder. U.S. removes Russia-related sanction on UAE-based Globe Trekkers Treasury website. So yeah, that's kind of the. So we're already in a supply chain problem right now. Look at, again, oil's up 30% right now, and everyone's talking about the movement of ships. First it's oil, then it'll be other stuff. But that's why it's sooner rather than later. This needs to get resolved. But the supply demand, even today. People aren't reacting to what got attacked. You guys know that, right? Today, was there attacks and was there stuff related to oil infrastructure? Yes and no. They weren't very, you saw larger the other days before. People are responding to the amount of production and amount of storage. Because now you could keep producing. That hasn't been affected. But then the problem is that they're running out of storage, and now these economic ministers, they are talking about running out of storage. So now supply starts to get dwindled, because now if you can't move it, you got to store it. And then now you could have all this oil, but if it's not moving, that's going to jack up the price of oil. And then you play this game. So supply chain is already happening. It's just different. It's not the same. China's closed down, a bunch of demand chasing a bunch of goods. It's supply chain, and then it's supply side of purely oil. But then the longer that happens, that's going to start pressuring and moving other things as well. All right, space stock's still going. I mean, SPY's holding up a little better. Apple, again, watch out for the Mag 7. So just like yesterday, bro, remember, oil just starts ripping. But then and oil's still elevated substantially, but if Mag 7 makes a big enough move, it's going to conceal some things. JD's up 5. Damn, China. So storage filling puts pressure if they should shut production. Exactly. And that's what's happened in the last 24 hours. We talked about, again, yesterday I kept bringing up supply side on the watch list. And again, people were saying people thought it would be 12 days away, but now every country is different. Kuwait has less storage than the UAE. But now they're saying, yo, we got 3 days. And if our storage fills up, we could produce oil, but we can't move it. And then if we can't move it, well, why would we keep producing it? And we can't even save it. So then now, the oil production is going to go down. The amount of oil starts to drop dramatically after the next couple of days. And then that's why people are so focused on the movement of it. But yes, so if it takes too long, and then, yep, exactly. That's the other part of it. Right now, you run out of storage, right? You're not going to produce oil. You stop producing oil. That affects supply. But think about it. If you shut down a field, it's because you can't store the oil, let alone ship it out of there. How long is it going to take to get the oil back up? It's going to take you another couple of weeks just to get that oil field restarted if you have to do the unfortunate event of shutting down production. Broadcom again? All right, still up. Oh, you know it never shuts production. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Hard. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. Do you guys know about peach production? That's the Economic Minister Bradley Frizzle of Peach Nation. You know that their production never gets shut in. There's no supply chain. Oh my God, dog. Is it a monarchy? Yo, now that I think, are you a monarch, Bradley Frizzle? Oh my. Ayatollah Frizzle. Wait, no, what? What you just got? Yeah, what's up, baby? Good morning. Oh man. That's amazing. That's amazing. Happy Friday, bro. Happy volatility week, bro. And good morning, Peach Nation. I hope y'all feeling good. I hope you know your consistency. Oh, it will reward you, brother. It will reward you. His daughter is Princess Peach. I think he's a monarch, bro, of Peach Nation. I'd be okay with it. Bradley Frizzle would be the only monarch I'd support. All right, well, you hit a little bit higher than that. Unless that's a wick, I can't see it. And then oil's climbing back up again. SOC. Yeah, let's see actually. If those lag. No, those jacked up. Boo. Because that one, I think, is if Trump pressures, what's his name? Remember, they were trying to say Defense Production Act, for crying out loud. Which is insane to me, but I hate this stock too. Might I add. Let me see something else. All crazy, Habibi. All crazy, you know? Crazy and no bids. Alright, we'll spy again. A couple of weird oil plays are moving up. But then Indo and a couple of others are moving down. I haven't looked at Chevron and the other. Oh, they're kind of going up. Vielo, Apollo. With no flows of Strait of Hormuz, 14 million barrels of crude for Japan are trapped inside the Mideast Gulf in response to refiner anxiety. Japan government is weighing a unilateral SPR release while urgently exploring bypass loading options. There you got it. That could be your first cave-in for the SPR. It's Japan, but like, dog, that's what fucking Biden did. Yeah, they're getting, what's it called? They're getting Japan to do it first. Sources, though, yeah, be careful. That might still be, like, low-key fake. But that does track very well. In the sense of, you saw that pretty much during the Russia-Ukraine stuff. So Japan weighing, dropping SPR. Marvel again, and Lunar. Again, K-Web. SOC's working. Where's IGV? they fucking flipped them. Bro, this is so whack. Why is it doing this? What that means? That means that Japan has oil reserves and that they would release that oil pretty much so that they could both use it. I think for their case, so that they could use it, especially if they have oil they need. But then the whole idea is that that would increase supply. Again, we're talking about oil supply causing a lot of this stuff. But then also it could be an indication that the admin is going to cave and try to dump oil. They said they wouldn't, but now that way, without them dumping oil, if you could get your trade partner to do it, that's kind of what we had people agree to during the Ukraine war. Oracle! Oracle's going. Thank you, Oracle. We needed something, Oracle. Oh, I forgot earnings next week. Those are still up. I mean, the options are just, again, you're weighed down by a lot here. Just give me a sign. Buy the options one more time. No. My short-term stocks are killing me. And I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm thinking of that song. All right, oil coming down. Again, nothing confirmed on that Japan thing. Again, it just said sources, but you've been moving a little bit. And then IGV again, Oracle, Korea again. Now the SPY. So see, that if this turns into a giant candle, there's either going to be a follow-up headline or it will all literally be the, what's it called? It'll be that Japan headline. It seems like other stuff is moving, though. Still everything. Again, IGV software is trying to break out. Where's Microsoft? And then silver and gold again. I mean, last time oil had the candle. Another set of space stocks. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. SPY is in between the opening wick, so still a lot longer to go. Palantir's one of the leaders today too. That could be leading up IGV. So IGV's getting back to where it closed yesterday. It's only down a quarter, man. Kind of impressive. Customs and Border Protection unable to comply with court order directing tariff refunds. Court filing. TDW, MDB again. So more set of software plays. Now JP Morgan and Goldman. That's going to be a big source if you get any sort of rally, my friends. Again, banks were beaten down. Dow Jones, 4 names green now. Boeing, Amgen, Walmart, Microsoft. Again, it was only Microsoft earlier. NASDAQ, 15. You have almost doubled the amount of names in the green on the NASDAQ. And again, we're about 5 minutes shy of the first hour. And then SPY, 60 names in the green. About 20 more names. 20 names went green. You got 440 in the red. More China names, and then SMCI. Sable. Sable is so shitty on those spreads. And then this is a piece of shit, might I add. Dude, what little scammers? RVI is live. Is that the Robinhood one? Thanks, Vlad. That's why he was on CNBC. Alrighty. Yeah, Marvel's been going. And then hold the other one. Not a recommendation. Oh, that one just came down too? Fuck me. Oh, just a wide spread. IGV. Is this the Robinhood? It's called Retail Ventures? I thought it's called Robinhood Adventures. Is it? Why do I get Adventures? Ventures? Japan increases oil. What does that do to the ETFs? Hard to say. I mean, it might offer relief if they're pressured now, but I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. I'm more concerned with the like macro geopolitical effect on like oil, but I'm not really drawing it down to like the yen and all that. Synopsys, Mortec, Korea, all of them are going up. So it's the highest you've been here in a minute. At least you're in between the gap fill and not. I mean, I still would argue you got some, you got a little bit of risk off there, but for now, I mean, we're going to kind of do this march up. I would be surprised if we fill the gap. I don't know if you remember me saying that from the other day when we played that game, but again, we haven't got another update. Oil, let me zoom this out. Oil's still climbing up, though. So look, oil's climbing up while the SPY is marching up. I would argue this is just, again, banks and a couple names are so far off that this little move is kind of lifting them there. Korea filled the gap. Habibi. Again, Boeing's even came up. They're making a move. Okay, so SPY's starting to gas a little harder. IGV, bro, what is this? Oh, dude. IG is doing it again. Service now, SAP. I really thought, I was like, all right, man, IGV will have his first down day. Qatar, there's a sufficient strategic stockpile of food and pharmaceutical materials. Al Arabia. So now even Saudis are saying they have food. I guess, are they bringing the food into the discussion? And then Israel says they killed Ali Ashgar Mir Hazaji, the acting head of the office of the supreme leader. Israel Channel 12. Vic. Did IGV fill the gap? Yeah, IGV's in the green now. Again, JD too. That was one that ran the other day and moving. Wheat took a candle on that a little bit. Who else is there? Bobo, and then Oracle started. Oracle's higher than yesterday. Which is kind of crazy. Nothing happened as of now. I mean, there was oil dropped a little bit. There's a rumor right now about Japan releasing oil from their SPR, but not confirmed. I don't know if that was it, but then it just really just seems like a lot of the names that were sold off heavy had a little bounce off the bottom. But overall today, we're still kind of worried about oil supply, production, things getting shut in, so on and so forth. They're circulating a report that Russia is providing Iran with intel on U.S. That was earlier in the morning. And, like, they were saying it was actually, like, Russia's been helpful. Hence, I mean, again, we just allowed Russia to do the Indian oil stuff. And then, again, right a couple minutes ago, they said, what did they say? They said that they killed the other guy. Some Iranian dude. We'll find out. And oil's still up there. How much bill do I have? Not a lot of bill. We got out of bill a couple years ago, big dog. I got bonds though from that time period. I bought some 2s, 5s, 7s, and 10s, but I didn't. Bill was for when the yields were high and we were holding cash for the long term. Well, we bought value stocks instead of bill, pretty much.
To work because of
I
weather.
forgot
so
we had that
Vic
terrible
Cleveland.
day
He's the
today.
chief economist at Payton and Regal. They're based out there in Los Angeles.
UAL airlines
so
are
that's
going
kind of
now.
a big deal out there.
Ironically,
but
even
again,
with
I
oil
think,
coming up.
You're looking at some of these.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the
energy
bathroom.
prices just
Follow me on
surging
Instagram
and
at the
continuing to
Trading
surge again.
Fraternity.
Crude
If you
up
didn't
about
watch the
7%
long-term
here,
video,
$91.20.
I mean, it's
WTI
now like, what,
almost
10 bucks
10%
since there,
today,
bro.
or
Come
almost
on.
$8.
Come
just
on.
below, right around
See, in a
$89
little bit.
per barrel. And again, we were at $57 a barrel just a few months ago. So a big surge in energy prices.
Yeah, and now we're talking about what, $100 oil?
Yeah.
And the implications.
Yeah,
from that
and I think,
potentially?
we talked to Mike McGlone, a Bloomberg intelligence strategist, commodity strategist, and he said, yeah, this is the premium, this is the Iran premium, and as quickly as it went in, it can come right back out when and if this thing calms down. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But again, the sell-off in the market today, that has pretty much been the tone for most of the week. We did have one up day, so stay on top of these markets for you. Coming up, we're going to check in with Dan Ives, a global head of technology research and Wedbush Securities, get his thoughts on some of these tech names. The Nasdaq's actually been doing a little bit better than the S&P here in the last several days. So we'll see if that rotation trade out of tech or out of growth into value, still a call. This is
Lines
Bloomberg
for that.
Morning.
Here's what NEC Director Kevin Hassett from the White House said last hour about it here on CNBC.
There have been so many strong indicators this month that it's something of a surprise, but there's some weather, there are strikes on the West Coast, and I think that we also have this birth-death model, the change in the procedure at the BLS. And so I think what we need to start doing with these jobs numbers, at least on the payroll side, is take the average over a few months. And if you take the average over a few months, we had a surprisingly positive one last month and a surprisingly negative one this one. But on average, it's about what we expect to be seeing.
Let's bring in Jan Hatzius, chief economist at Goldman Sachs. Is he right to dismiss this weaker jobs report? Strikes, weather, one-offs?
Well, it's certainly true that strikes subtracted, 30-something K, and the weather, I do think, had an impact. I also agree that we should take an average. These numbers are always noisy on a month-to-month perspective. If I do take an average, though, it's still a pretty weak labor market with very little job growth and zero job growth, or negative job growth if you take out healthcare, which is pretty narrow base. So while there is a lot of strength in the underlying growth picture and the productivity picture, we're now dealing with two issues. One is that the labor market translation of the growth picture has been pretty weak, and now, of course, we're getting an energy price shock, which is unfolding. So we're going to have to see how big it is. At the moment, the numbers that we're getting out of translating current oil prices into headline inflation boosts and growth drags are not that big, but obviously it's a very fluid situation.
So is stagflation the right word to use, or no?
Directionally, that's where, of course, the recent shocks have been going. It's always, a word that people use easily. I don't think we're in a stagflationary environment yet, but yeah, the shocks have been pointing that way.
I'm thinking back to last spring, Liberation Day, tariff turmoil. You were, I think, relatively quick to move the dial on your recession risk. Is that in the mix now or no?
Well, I think directionally it probably is going in that direction. I mean, we came into the year with a 30% recession risk estimate for the next 12 months. We lowered it after the better employment numbers that we got in early January, and directionally it's obviously going higher at this point.
So do you think the lack of job growth is because of the immigration policy?
Thank you.
Well, I think
there's that Torsten Slok. All right, man. That rip is kind of decent, man. It's like 6 points with oil still up by 9.4%. Look at that. Fire at UAE's Fujairah oil industry zone brought under control. Iran delays naming new leader out of security concerns. New York Times. And then Novak, Russia, discuss with companies possibility of redirecting energy to more reliable markets. That's great, bro. Is Russia about to be like, we'll give you oil. Don't worry. You sanction us, we'll provide temporary relief. You give us temporary go-ahead. And then other Vladimir's like, I give you drone combat, huh? Wow. Here we are, man. Welcome to Friday. So again, I'm waiting. Just wait till you get a stick somewhere at this point. There's a couple of plays. There's a couple of things brewing. I mean, there's a couple of different ideas relating to both defense production. Now that you got the comments on the food, and then now you're just going back and forth. Meanwhile, software and some of those post-earnings and then pre-earnings are just taking over as well too, man. So here we are. Where are we percentage-wise? VIX is still up 7. It was up 15, so that chilled out. SPY's only down by 0.9. I say only because you would think, again, these back-to-back multi-percent oil days, you would think the SPY would get knocked harder. But once again, we are in the tightest range in history, actually. Did you guys know that? To start off the year, this has been the smallest range between the closing days in history. So even going back to the 1930s. That's how that. So again, when we talk about being stuck in the box here, I mean, it's very, very real. So I don't know. I mean, if we break today, that'll be one thing. I think you're going to need oil to go really crazy for that to happen. But otherwise, you're still kind of hanging out there, man. That's good, bro. I like businesses. I hope you got a long-term, man. That's it. That's one of the best things. Get out in the world, get businesses, get real estate, and then make sure the long-term's working. And that's it, bro. Stay up to date. Just check in once a month for any long-term activity. So yeah, if you didn't watch it, go second link. We just made a long-term pickup actually the other day, but now it's kind of changed a little bit. So it sucks. I mean, I tried. You guys were kind of rushing me to get the video, so I don't know if you would have liked it if I waited or not. But I did get it out for y'all. So make sure you're at least up to date with it, just in case the prices move. You know, one of the plays I bought was Oracle, but now here's the deal with Oracle. It's up now about $10 since where I got it, but now the problem, or this could either be good or bad, it has earnings next week. So Oracle is either going to get fucking smashed or it's going to really start to take off even more. So I don't know if it's the last call. Kimberly, though, it's down, but now you don't get the dividend. That is the only downside. Calls and puts are dumb. It's volatility. It depends where you bought them. Any calls I had yesterday got wrecked unless it was software related. And then, yeah, depending on how you position on some of the other stuff. Let's see. And then I have some just wide spreads on anything with like tied to the volatility with energy. The spreads are fucking huge. Yeah, so SPY hit that again. I was like 7 points up from there. Now you're back down another 2 points. So you're starting to move around. Oil still maintaining up. Software seems to be the only real winner here. Got the long. Oh, I love it then, baby. I love it, bro. Long term working. Amen, bro. Good to see you. Even better to know a long term is growing. 10 years. 10 years. Minimum. You like the gram, non-gram, and Josh rule? I know. I think it. There's a lot of people been asking lately on that stuff, so I wanted you to understand, you know, good principles to follow. You get to see where I fit into it, and then you could see kind of both sides of the equation. But yeah, like somebody even said it though. I mean, it's very hard to nowadays. It's very hard to find a company that meets the Ben Graham metric. They exist, but the problem is that most of the companies that meet the metric are like, they're not exciting. They're really not exciting. Again, even Ben Graham acknowledges this. These are the companies that they don't really have like real growth. Yeah, UPS 99 back up a little bit. Oh shit, maybe those plays would have hit by now. Is it back below 52? Didn't it hit 52, 53 on the Tim Cook, or is that 57? Oh, I guess 53 was Liberation Day. Honestly, I'll keep an eye out for that. I mean, we got to wait another 3 weeks now, 4 weeks, but I like it. Is the report on Oracle something you could get from other stocks with we are shopping without you? Yes and no. Like, you could get all the data, but then, like, you know, piecing it together, tying it into the Graham stuff, I mean, you are going to either need to know all of the Ben Graham principles and apply it, or, you know, it's pretty much opinionated for the most part. The data is objective. Anybody could get that through any filings, but putting it together, you're going to have to either put that together yourself, or I'll have to put that together for you. NTR fertilizer. So those are still MOS, NTR, all the fertilizer plays are going up. Officials have requested more information from banks and Barclays regarding MFS collapse. What's Barclays stock? Are they not public? But yeah, officials at Bank of England Prudential Regulation have requested info on MFS collapse from Barclays. And then oil taking a slight candle here. My real-time news, I have a aggregator that I created. So it's just a lot of different sources together. Oh, do I have the wire up? Yeah. I used to have a Bloomberg terminal, and then they banned me. They don't like me. On how to adjust Ben's Graham model to present. Well, you got to just kind of like, in the case of Oracle, that was just by attributing value to the stuff that wasn't there. Or again, like some people, you know, looking at the current value of their cash flow and what it really means. That's again, that's where the analysts come play, and that's where you have to kind of come in to make your own assessment. You know, so like that's one of my theses that I was explaining here with Oracle. It doesn't show up on their balance sheet. You could kind of see it in their cash flow a little bit, but the idea here is that I believe that, you know, the Oracle data centers are worth way more money. And I believe that they're worth more money than is on the balance sheet. And then that's why it's like, so now if you added those assets to the current numbers, you even could, you know, make projections on revenue and how that would projections on growth. That would give you a different value to now go apply Ben Graham's principle and then see what you get from there. All right, man, you're down there 2 points or 2 points, 2.5 total. Just from that little rally, VWAP ticked up, but oil's right at the high. Yeah, terminal sucks. I mean, they get like the news, you'll get a random headline that we can't get as early, but usually I could get it within like 30 seconds. But other than that, yeah. They got some good there, good bond info if you're into fixed income. Sable again. Sable. Can't you see? Sometimes the offshore oil hypnotize me. I just love your Gavin ways. This is why they broke and you're so paid. BIST. U.S. or Israel would touch refineries. Maybe, but that's what I keep saying. I mean, above all else, bro, I have kind of a weird view on this topic, because I don't know. I remember the past as well as, you know, being a Middle Easterner myself. I still feel like this is all pretty soft. So I don't know how to put this, but like I've said this from the beginning of the week. Until Iran blows up the fucking Strait of Hormuz, until they mine that shit and are willing to go, you know, again, we're talking Middle East. You guys didn't know about suicide bombers till the Middle East or fucking Pearl Harbor. And you're telling me these guys are still keeping all of their available outputs open when, again, back in the day, they would blow this shit up right away. This wasn't especially if you wanted to, you know, inflict pain and add pressure on your enemies. But yeah, they're not going scorched earth on this yet. So that's what makes me believe there's still an off ramp in this whole situation. Again, that's why I say today, a lot of people are talking up, you know, how this is all moving and talking up the worries of supply, which makes sense. But at the end of the day, it's not I don't think we've hit the point of no return. I still believe that every $10 of oil we go up until they do. They could drop mines. Yeah, people are saying they don't have boats, but like, oh, dude, if there's a will, there's a way. Especially, you know, again, there's random tankers that are still going through. Even these China tankers could just drop one off. They could do a lot of things, or they could go destroy their own field. I mean, again, like I said, even from the past, there's a guy named Saddam Hussein. And when the Americans started fucking with Saddam Hussein in Iraq, you know what Saddam did? He started dropping bombs on his own oil facilities. Because he said, you want to fight me? You get no oil, yallah. And then he started fucking bombing his own oil fields. So like I'm saying, there's a point of escalation that has not even been breached yet. And that's why people are worried about oil climbing ahead of it. But then also at the same time, that's where I'm saying, I think Iran is keeping that door open, or at least it's cracked, because if they really wanted to cause pain, if they really wanted to escalate this, you really wanted to test the resolve of the United States, put the fucking pressure on oil. You think this is pressure on oil? You could get that shit to $200 a barrel if you go fuck up your facilities, go fuck up your strait, like actually do it. Then now we're talking real pressure. Now you're talking things get real messed up here, but they're not doing that. So that's why it's like they haven't done it yet. So it's either it'll happen or it's gonna be they don't want to destroy it and do all that, because right now you could still do all of this stuff, find a resolution, have a leader, maybe not necessarily come to an agreement, but you could still walk some of this back and still keep all of your income generating options available. Like I'm saying, I mean, Saddam is especially with everybody calling this the next Iraq. I mean, Saddam, and the way Saddam did it, I mean, he was very, very he blew up his own oil fields. Like, I know, that's what I'm saying. It's not right now. Ships aren't moving through the strait, and other UAE and other infrastructure has been hurt, but not their own. And that right there, if you're the one who holds the keys, I mean, just blow them up. The example I gave yesterday night was, I was very serious about the gambling stuff last year and focusing on the long term. That's why you guys don't know. I blew up the strait of stream alerts. And I said, okay, you know what? No stream alerts then. I don't care. I don't care if it makes money. I don't care if you guys like it, whatever it may be. I wanted to send you a symbolic message, but some of you Westerners didn't understand. But ideally, that's the whole point. They weren't willing to even fuck up their money for something. Then I don't think you really believe in it. So, yeah. Ta-da. I'm not giving them ideas. This is already what happened. This happened. I mean, some of us were younger. Some of us were there. So shout out to the vets, man. And then even like the 70s, Khomeini invented the fucking mines in the strait, bro. All right, bro, that wishbone. You're already right back down, back to VWAP. So half of that rally there just got wiped out, with oil just stayed up the whole time. It wasn't like anything crazy. What is this? Private credit defaults hit new high, but losses stay contained, Fitch. And then CME, GCC is investing a user-defined spread creation issue. They're not letting you make spreads right now? Are you fucking kidding me? I was just telling you, some of those spreads were pretty fucking fire. If you wanted to make a play in this volatility, there's a couple of options out there, depending on what you're playing, where, you could take advantage of the volatility in a much more favorable fashion. YPF, Argentina? Where do they fit into this? And then your boy came down, IGV. Customs says IEPA duties are estimated deposit total 166 billion as of March 4th. The strait, how are they controlling it? Just the idea you don't want to take a heavy flammable ship through this small corridor while they're just dropping missiles and shit. So, and then again, like all these bombings and drones and stuff. So it's just kind of a standoff, more or less. That's why you have people going saying it's closed, it's not closed. It's just borderline, it's a standoff as everything is just chilling there. So here's a video. Here's a couple videos so you could get an idea. Because this is the strait right now. These are the videos that were circulating last night. I don't know if you guys, can you guys see this? So this is the strait right here. This isn't zoomed in. This was ahead of it. The ships are moving through, and then you'll start to see eventually as the war starts to begin, everybody, all the ships are on the outside of it. Like everything's still there, but like that's Iran. So like you have the ability to just, everything's just going to start popping off. You see what I'm saying? So you don't want to run a ship through there filled with oil and everything else when they have drones. Like, you know, again, that they have drones and capabilities that could hit that right away. That's why it's a choke point. So here's another video. You can see it more zoomed in, but this is just all the boat traffic. And then that's why, again, though, some of the bearish stuff today was the fact that there's still ships moving through, but these are the ones practically going to China, and Iran is allowing certain ones to go through. Sorry about that. Meta's going. But yeah, so there's still a couple of ships. It's not closed. It's just we're down to 5% from like 40. Again, you were not at 100% traffic. I mean, even leading into this, the ship started slowing down. People don't want to necessarily take that risk. So yeah, that's where. So it's like, again, they could just attack very, very easily. And that's why everybody's just kind of positioned at both sides. No, not all of them are getting escorted. No. That's the thing. I feel like they offered it. I don't know if they've actually done it, but as of now, the ships that got through are anybody willing to take the risk, turn off their transponders, or literally Iran is like, yo, send that shit to China so we could get a bag. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Boeing, again, those woke up even from yesterday. Remember, they were trying to tie that into the trade deal. Yeah, IGV, SPY, it's all big caps that are causing this. And Sable's still ripping, actually. The insurance companies aren't covering. No, they said they will, but it doesn't. People still don't want to send that shit through, though. Because, again, if you lost a tanker right now, or if you lost containers, tankers, you name it, do you really want to be out of the game for X amount of time and then have to go? Yeah, you might get your money back, but that could also stop. You know, imagine once this shit opens up, you're going to make a killing if you could actually, you still have supply and availability to move stuff. Again, looking at the current rates. Oh, tap, XDV, Kimberly, Nivda. Qatar is offering 10 LNG tankers for lease. Qatar Energy. Oh, Qatar. So they say, hey, you need to store energy. I loan you, Habibi. I loan you a tanker storage. Yalla, Habibi. Yalla. This war could last through September. So let me give you guys the best piece of advice for all of this. This is what I told the guys on the watch list last night. I think it's very simple. Every day has been crazy. I'm sure the weekend there's going to be a lot of tension and who knows what happens or doesn't happen. But just take it as a week-by-week basis. That's it. Everything is, I would encourage you to look at this conflict in terms of weeks. Because every week that goes by, you're going to take a step back and analyze it and do all of those things. So that's the way I would look at it if I were you. And then and there's going to be oil, and then what oil does to the economy, that's going to be the next level if it goes higher for longer in terms of the oil pressure, prices, supply chain, all those things we talked about. And then again, equities equities will be volatile, but week by week it changes. And so here's the fun fact. In the last 40 years, you have had over 21 airstrike campaigns on the Middle East. 8 weeks later, the SPY has been up 95% of the time. I don't want to disappoint anybody who doesn't like that stat, but it's a week-by-week basis. We're going to go week by week, back and forth, developments, reassess, see where everything's at, and then that's going to give you an idea of how everything's playing out. And then you're going to have some weeks are going to be bad, some weeks are going to be good until we see where this whole situation kind of relies. Bro, why won't they film me? Little scammers. All right. I made one of those oil ones free. So yeah, not a recommendation. Kind of whack. Oh, now they put it on the bid? Dickheads. Sorry. I'm just expressing myself. Yeah, lumber. I mean, again, that's why like food came up today. It just week by week, higher for longer with oil. And then the supply chain stuff, you know, that's where it's like it starts. Once it starts messing up shipping and items moving, input costs, that's where it starts to spread. That's why you could handle this for like a week or two, or maybe even a month. You could handle this, but anything, it's like after 4 weeks, if this is getting worse, prices are getting higher, shipping is getting harder, you're gonna start watching pretty much the contagion. We're in a gap down. You still are in a gap down. Yeah, I mean, you had a nice little rally off that bottom 30, 40 minutes in, but I mean, you're still what? Another like 6-7 points away from filling the gap. Honestly, I feel I don't agree on the chip shit as much. But I do agree with you on the credit. I mean, shit, I have a bunch of HYGs. I made some free today, though. But that is the, because I was doing that from the beginning of the software sell-off. But I agree with you. Credits, I think the credit is a gigantic issue that, although everybody is, like, focused on the bombs going off and everything else, literally the credit is, I think, a really big issue. You've been having like a bank failure or a credit blowout every other day. You had more bad credit every day this week or every other day this week. You have had bad credit news or a new update that has gotten either worse in terms of who has to pay for what. But it's like, yeah, I do think that's a big part of the piece that is getting overshadowed, but is also very serious. All right, well, you came back up. A lot of back and forth. VIX is dropping. VIX is dropping before hitting a high, so see how this plays. Crowd is going now. More software. IGV. I'm going to change my Call of Duty tag to IGV. I'm just keeping this one up, bro. It's so amazing this has been the leader with all of it. Speaking of which, where is TLT and bonds? Actually, HYG did come up a little bit. That's what it does every day, bro. People, you get the bad news, it gaps down, hits a new low, and it just comes up after that. Kind of crazy. All right, Microsoft too. NVIDIA hasn't made a move. Apple's trying to come back up. Again, you got a couple more points to fill the gap. Investing genius vibes. BlackRock stopped private equity redemptions. Was that the other one? Today we found out that I forgot which bank. I mean, again, you just had that headline on Barclays getting investigated, but then also one of the First Brands one of the banks said that they're not making, they're not going to recover like a couple $100 million. Again, earlier in the week, we learned about the double pledges. I mean, the credit issue, there was even more losses today. There's more defaults, but then they're just sounding resilient it. They're saying, well, yeah, it's contained. It's contained. KHC. XLP going up too. So XLP is only down by 0.19. Where's financials? Financials down 168, dude. They were down 3 at one point. Your credit. That's good. We're talking about private credit. But yeah, that's good though. We had a talk a couple months ago about just watching your spending. So good for you, man. But the issue, like for the markets, it's like private credit. You know, the irony that I was talking about this again about a month or two ago. I think a month and a half ago. Because like everybody was worried about TLT and government and the government spending. And although that's a valid concern, the one thing I was saying is just like it's kind of ironic that meanwhile, people have been so critical of the bonds, TLT, all these things, and then literally just turning a blind eye to private credit. Even though now it's like, again, it's been, what? We're 3 years into the whole AI spending boom mixed in with everything else and the high rates. It's like, you know, bonds are coming due and people have to pay for stuff. And if they have not turned a profit on a lot of this money they raised, I mean, it's literally causing issues right now because you could see it with the amount of private credit defaults that are going up down to they're not even letting people pull money out. And that's where like the bond spreads, there was a couple things that popped up there. Corporate buyer, non-corporate spreads are not, they're, you know, treasury spreads are tight, which shows liquidity, but the corporate spreads and now the price, let me see if I can find that chart. Do you guys remember that one chart I showed you? It was something that hasn't even happened. I want to say since, I don't know when that was. That was in February. Well, let me see if I can find it. But pretty much you had higher bond prices or lower bond prices and higher spreads. And that's only happened a few times in history. It didn't even happen in COVID. It didn't even happen in COVID. It didn't even happen in 2008. Oh, when was that? I gotta find it. That was a fun one. You guys remember that one? And then we had IGV. That was a good... here it is. Yeah, February 3rd. Yeah, right here. Look at this. This even happened in 08. I mean, you did get a little in 08, but literally, even during COVID, during the repo crisis, you had investment-grade technology bonds. They had a low price and a wide spread. It's actually insane. So that was very unique, and that's what kind of led it. Again, this was a month ago now. At this point, a little bit longer than that, and then it's led into this, this problem. They say contained, but it hasn't necessarily gotten better. HYG. Oh, where's the other one? CF. Wheat is still up. That's kind of crazy. The pumpers in the chat. I love it. Because now look. Now you guys aren't getting... I'm not the bad guy anymore. You guys could do whatever you want. If fucking locked in, you break the rules, I'm going to ban the shit out of you. I love you. But, yeah, I like it. Now I'll let you guys find the bad guys on your own. But yeah, you can't get just, hey, if you're listening to me, I will provide you the best of the best that I can. And you know what I'm saying? I'll try to keep you from the influence, but I did try to give you guys a year of training into how to be resilient against the propaganda and the pumpers. So that's up to you though. But like I took off the rules this month. I freed the chat. You've had no members only. So I hope you've enjoyed it, but I also removed all the rules. Do whatever you want. Be my guest. I like to engage with the non-childish and the real comments. So if you have real comments and all that, feel free to put them in, and I think we'll have a good discussion. Genuine, serious questions. I'm down for it, bro. But yeah, like I'm not gonna get in the way of the social interactions. Do whatever you need to, but yeah, be careful. But you guys got to make that judgment, and you'll have to learn that on your own. You move from T-Dot to LA? Close? Oh, no way. Canada to LA? That's kind of hype, bro. Good luck, man. The devil lives in Los Angeles. Great food, though. Awesome food, man. Threat actors selling cryptocurrency breach. Speaking of where Bitcoin's actually going lower. Again, that Bitcoin IGV connection kind of broke after this conflict. Closed their first home at 23. Oh, I love it, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. Amen. Dude, 23. I was just telling other homie. He was saying, he was like, his brother, younger, got some money, want to invest in the long term. But I'm telling you, bro, like especially being involved in the market and like trading and doing stuff early on, it's just like, dude, buying your home whenever you can, as soon as you can, bro. Again, don't over leverage yourself. Hopefully you did it responsibly, got a good price, a lot of the other principles, because I'm telling you, it's good to preserve and grow your wealth. And once you get that home locked down, it makes a lot of things easier, especially if you want to trade and do other stuff. At least now don't let the trading get away in your financial situation. I've seen that happen to people. They had a good situation and went down the slippery slope of gambling, So you got to be careful, but if you play your cards right, you keep saving, now grow the long term, bro. You're gonna have a lot. A real estate issue with the landlord, you're renting. I could try. I mean, none of this is a recommendation, but I could give you my opinion, assuming I know enough. Secretary of State Rubio told Arab foreign ministers Thursday the war is expected to last several more weeks, according to sources familiar. Hot dog. Rubio says the military on Iran's missile launchers, stockpiles, and factories, adding that Washington's stated goal is not regime change, while simultaneously making it clear they want new leadership. Axios. Again, Axios and FT, bro. They've been putting out, again, it's just back and forth. But most of them have been kind of more escalatory. Kroger's going up. You've been researching robotic actuators and articulation motors. They run. I mean, I like the manufacturing side of that, and that's why too, it's like, I mean, I believe those will eventually, I don't know what to invest in for that, but I do believe with like AI and all that stuff, it's gonna take off. I mean, it's just all of it. It's just automation. But that's, again, I mean, that's what, there's a reason I did the Oracle. I'm pretty big on the AI stuff, but not in the sense of buy NVIDIA and I'm like more just the future. And again, like I'm thinking, not midterm, not short term, but like long term, especially with some of the developments we've seen. I do think I think there's a lot of pathways for certain build outs on a lot of other stuff. But yeah, it might be too early for some of those companies, but if you want to, make sure I wouldn't go too crazy on them, and I would make sure that the better financial situation would be probably the most ideal. Otherwise, you wait till they actually do good. One of the rules that I have, that I've told everybody, is that it's like the next big thing, you already know about it. You don't need to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need to invest in the company that's involved in the next big thing, but nobody knows about it. Like I'm telling you, some of the greatest investments I've made and that most people know about that have been the greatest investments, usually they're already like popping off. So I'm sure one of these robotics people eventually will change the world, and you'll know it. We'll all know it. And that once they start generating money and have a solid financial situation, That'll probably be when I invest in it. But I don't want to do the draft picks. You know what I'm saying? Like, have you ever seen like a college basketball player who's like really good in college, like Lonzo Ball? He could have been so great. But like, you could bet a lot on the first round pick, but sometimes, Tom Brady goes in the second, third round. You get what I just mix both the sports, but yeah, you get the idea. Yeah, I don't know why Kroger's at all-time highs. Marvel going, that's the earnings win. And then again, Broadcom stayed up. Fidelity? Or is this different? Am I thinking Fidelity, FDS? FIS, I don't know what they are. He went in the 6th? Oof. No, it's Fidelity. Why is their logo so weird? Tesla, they're kind of running. And then YPF again. UiPath, I've talked about it, man. I haven't I stopped using it. I really liked Path last year. And again, I wasn't ready to invest because the price, I was like, oh, $9 would have been decent. And then it took off. We flipped it. We got really good flips on the options. But then at the same time, it's just like, again, AI just kept advancing. And like at one point, I needed UiPath like to physically use it. But then I stopped. I mean, now it got pretty much replaced by some of these Claude bots and Anthropic stuff. And then even like Gemini, Chrome browser extensions have really kind of changed the usefulness, at least for me personally. So I'm not as excited on that. I'm getting all the Tesla people hype right now. We are in a car company. Yeah, I mean, if Tesla ever has another one of those child support moments and gets cheap, but I'm thinking beyond that. And then also too, though, like I'm a big fan of the. I think data centers are going to be a interesting. I don't know. I think there's a lot of risk with it. I will be very honest about that. But I think the value in data centers is very variable. I think they're either substantially more than people think they're worth, or they're going to be substantially worth less. So it's a high risk, high reward coin flip. Any hedges? I mean, I did that little Korea one with that, but my hedge was making it free, so did it go higher? Yeah, I think I top ticked the make free yesterday around 88. So my hedge is that I got my money back and profit. And now everything else, I'm probably either going to push, or if we get another push here, I might sell them. But then again, I took other software plays off the table yesterday too. I made them all free and some. So I'm not looking to hedge as much as I would just take the money. IDF said Israel believes senior officials had been using this bunker in recent days, still assessing whether anyone's inside. They struck a heavily fortified bunker beneath the late Supreme Leader Khamenei's compound, his emergency command center. Iran is increasingly using drones instead of missiles in attacks on Gulf states. Where's oil coming down? Sable dropped. Some of the other ones. RKT for the long term? I do, but I don't know about the this price. I bought, dude, we got RKT at like $1. We had it earlier at a higher price, but then we bought Redfin. Whoa, Tesla's tweaking. Kalshi sued over Iran leader prediction market cave out. B-Law. Bloomberg. They're suing Kalshi. But yeah, the Archite, we got Redfin at like $1 or something, $1.90 or whatever, $3, I don't know, and then that converted into Archite on the buyout. So I like it. I don't know if I would buy it at these prices. Any war stocks? I made a small play on one, but we've been I have one drone one from a while ago. But yeah, we've been kind of just playing and flipping things around it, and then damn software was our war play, I guess. Kimberly, GME, and then SPY's coming back down. Oil even dropped a little bit. Latest, you got a couple of headlines there. I feel like the Russia-Japan stuff moved you around a little bit more, but yeah, I mean, what time is it? 8:30, 8:22. So eight more minutes until Euro close. You like Archite? Explain why. Well, I like Redfin, and then even at the time, I mean, the Quicken Mortgages, Rocket Mortgage, they own a big market share of all mortgages. So I don't think mortgages are going away. Well, like I was saying, I mean, I bought it at a substantially lower price, and then like most of the position, it comes from Redfin. I always liked Redfin, and when Redfin got to Redfin was a deal at the time. It was like half $500 million market cap when we bought it. It was during 22, 23, when everybody was getting like, scared of it. So yeah, I like real estate, and then at the right price when it was distressed, I mean, it went a long way. Plus Redfin in general, I just think is a great platform. Yeah, the Kalshi thing, they don't let you bet on war predictions, but there was a bet that Khamenei would not be supreme leader by like end of the month or end of the June, and a bunch of people bet on it, but then they've said no, that doesn't include death. And yeah, they said it was immoral, but something. But yeah, so then that way he technically is not the supreme leader. You would think the bet would pay out, but then they took everyone's money. I think they refunded them except the fee, but now yeah, some people would have made a lot. GLW on the low again. General Mills kind of getting aggressive here. I don't know. A lot of staples are popping. Remember, GIS got beaten down a little earlier, just in the week or so. What is that? 43.60 cents. That's like 1.8, almost 2% from the bottom, but nothing big in one candle. Arrow and Fidelity keeps going up. I mean, 30-second velocity is still pretty high. You had little bounce right before VWAP. Kraft or General Mills? I think General Mills is better than Kraft. Kraft is turning things around, and you got some updates with Buffett, but yeah, I do think I think General Mills cereal is a little bit more stable. And I think their financial position and the dividend is a little bit more solid. I would also, I don't know, I like diapers, dog. Diapers, tampons, Vicks. Not like the Vicks, but Vicks. The one for your chest, not your portfolio. Kimberly, you got your first paycheck, putting 2 G's into a money market. How should I be shopping around on the prices right now? Take a look at the trading fraternity videos. I just posted the long term, and you can see how I went about it. But, and you know, some of the main videos we've been talking about from last year. Ideally, the just like real estate, man, you want to find the cheapest house in the nicest neighborhood. You know, but you want an adequate price, and think about, you know, if you're going to put that money in there, you want your money to last for 10 years and to grow. So buy something high quality that's going to be around, that you know about, and then just avoid extreme prices. Nothing too high, nothing too low, and you know, you should get in the right neighborhood. It would be good. It could, I mean, it'll go up. The RVI, I don't know like what the metrics are behind it, but I'm sure if there is like real hype with the SpaceX stuff, it'll go up. But there's also DXYZ and then even Sats. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see when the options come out. I think it'll be a risk. It might be a good risk to reward, but I just don't trust Robin. I think it's going to be very weird. I don't know the percentages they own. Because isn't it a closed-end fund? So, like, can't you only trade the equity within? So, I don't know. I think it's going to be really weird. I like Pepsi. What's the price? We just like Pepsi at a much lower price. Yeah, I forgot that ripped at the beginning of the year. So, even at the beginning, it was still cheap. We would like the 130. The real low range we were talking about last year was like 127. But, yeah. Yeah, because I think like DXYZ, that one, they charge you a premium, but they like own the company, is a holding company that owns it. I'm pretty sure I don't know how it's gonna work, but that's why I'm not too interested in it. But I'm pretty sure RVI is just like, it's a closed-end fund where it allows people to trade between each other. So, but I'm sure it'll get some hype if you get real big hype on the SpaceX stuff. But then I'm saying there might be some other ones. You would think it would have been more hyped up here today, but I don't know how they came out with it. I don't know if it's not like an IPO. It's just a fund. Damn, they priced it at $25 and it came in below. So 658 million, $25 a share, 12.6 million shares. Does SoFi let you invest in the OpenAI? That's not bad. That's what everybody thought was gonna happen with Robinhood. That's what I'm saying, bro. They gonna probably give you the fucking paycheck advance soon, cause like they made it seem like you were going to, you know, you could go to Robinhood, get the private investment, but they just came out with a fund that's gonna have those investments, a different one, it's all like a blended. They all own different sizes. Again, I don't know about it. That's why it's all just typical convoluted shit with them. My staples. I know. Well, in all fairness, I hope you guys know or can acknowledge, I was warning you guys about this. You know, again, we were beating on the table over here. It was nice at the beginning, but then, you know, as it kept going higher, I was telling you, I was like, dude, one of these days, bro, staples are just going to get knocked. And that's where the risk on hits, where everything goes down, the staples go down, people position higher up. So it's kind of a catch-22. That's why, just avoid the extremes. You'll be fine. Your mom is using a firm for financing her divorce attorney. Kind of interesting. I don't know if you're fucking with me. You know that? That's kind of dope, but then I'm kind of concerned. But then, like, you know, fuck the lawyers too. But how does that work? I guess because can't they secure it with the potential? I mean, how rich is your dad? Because that might be secured through that. But that's amazing. I don't know if you're fucking with me. RVI came in below. So they priced this at 25. It opened at 22. Hit a high of 23, and now it's back to 22. Oh, yeah, as long as you didn't buy the staples at the high. That was the big worry. You know, again, people, because after it started running, you know, people didn't want it when it was discounted. But then after it was up 15% in a month, a lot of people were like, okay, I want safety now. And I'm like, it's not really as safe anymore. Kathy has one. Yeah, well, that's the thing. These closed-end funds, I think, are very... I don't know if... I think they're deceptive in a weird way. I don't know if that's the right word. But they're not like... You know, again, you're telling people, like, you could get to invest and get private exposure and all these other things. But then it's like... it's just like... It's not the same as owning these private companies where, like, people make a fuck ton of money. You know, that should be the access, right? You invest private, you own the private equity, it goes public, you get your exit on the public market. You know, being able to do that, that's awesome. That's a great opportunity. And people have been offering that for like 10, 15 years. You know, you may pay a little higher, you may not get a sizable allocation, but people have offered you to get these shares either through the roadshow or prior. But it's just like a lot, whether it's Kathy, Robinhood, it's just like this idea is like, you know, people are... They're making it seem like it's blending the lines between, yeah, you're investing in private, but not necessarily. It's a different opportunity is how I would describe it, but to each his own. So IRV has Databricks 23%, Revolut 14%, Mercor 14%, RLX, Boom. Wait, what about OpenAI? They don't have OpenAI or Anthropic? Huh? Cash. And that's the thing. I don't know. It hasn't updated, but we were looking at USO yesterday. At least at the end of February, USO was like mostly cash. So again, funds operate a little different. That's how, again, when I interviewed the CEO of Wheat, is because I looked at their holdings and I was like, why do you have corporate bonds in an agriculture ETF? And then that started a conversation. So again, how these funds get structured, they have names, they have ideas, but how they accomplish that objective, I mean, it's kind of different. So you got to be aware of that. And most people aren't. That's just the reality of it. Campbell's, it looked good at value, but I'm not the biggest fan. You know which one I like? I like Dr. Pepper. That was one that was lagging and then came up, and now it's came back down. They're going to go through it, but like, I would take Dr. Pepper over Campbell's. I've had Dr. Pepper before I've had a fucking Chef Boyardee lately. I would love a Chef Boyardee though, not you know, might I add? That sounds really good. I haven't had that in a minute. Very unique taste. You know the Chef Boyardee? You know what I'm talking about? Like that just unique flavor. But yeah, you don't like Dr. Pepper? You love I like Dr. Pepper. You know they have a Dr. Pepper. I want to try it. They have a Dr. Pepper milkshake at Chick-fil-A. But yeah, I like Dr. Pepper, but then, like, you know, I feel like Coke and Pepsi go hard. I like root beer too, yeah. LMT climbing up. And then oil's slowly ticking back up, my friends. And Sprouts climbing. You just saw Dr. Pepper Tic Tacs? Oh shit. Home builders on the low. What's up with this, bro? Home builders are fucking smashed. DHI, Lennar into the low right now. It's all poison, brothers. I know. That's what my mom says. My mom says soda's haram. Yeah, bro. SpaghettiOs. They might be 3D printed, but still. But like the taste of SpaghettiOs, I haven't had in a minute. But like, you know how it's a unique like chemical taste, right? That like, I don't know. I kind of want to try it. It's been a while. I have had Zivias. I didn't know they're public. I like them, but I don't know if I feel like, I don't know, what's it called though? Didn't Poppy get bought out by Pepsi? So I don't know their financial situation, but I know the company. I've had them. Is Zevia the one with probiotics, or is that just the zero sugar? No, Poppy is the one with probiotics. Yeah, KDP was one of the lagging staples, and then it took off when the staples were getting really hyped, but then that was the first one to go. All right, well, just as oil ticks up, software says, hey, man. And Broadcom. High ticker, 30-second, 1 minute, it's climbing up. You thought I was kidding about the milkshake? No, bro. Why would I lie? Why would I lie about a milkshake? My long-term brain got the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's higher than yours, damn right. It's higher than yours. I could teach you, and I do not charge. Okay, I'm sorry. He said, yeah. You were forced to eat SpaghettiOs as a child until you threw up, and they blamed it on your drink, took the drink away, and forced you to eat the rest. Damn. Ours was Easy Mac. Like, I'm telling you, for like 7, maybe this is why I'm so short. Because, like, at one point, bro, we lived off Easy Mac. Because, you know, my mom would work, my dad would work. I had a bunch of siblings, a bunch of little immigrant kids everywhere, you know what I'm saying? And, like, they would go to Costco, and my mom would buy the gigantic box of Easy Mac. And that's all we would eat. We just eat a shit ton of Easy Mac. I fuck with Easy Mac, though, still to this day. Bidunius. So Baba 2, I don't know. Do we have anything? Check if China, again, I thought China, again, the fact that they got that ship through, I didn't know if that was going to start beef or not. But yeah, China's actually breaking out. And Marvel post earnings is going up. Broadcom too, software. Again, China's kind of interesting. Powder cheese, son. Isn't that crazy? Fed Moran. Fed is chasing phantom inflation. Probably miscalculated. Labor market could use more support. Fed typically does not respond to oil prices.
To me, that's in a very standard classic textbook way, exactly the type of unemployment that the central bank is equipped to help accommodate with looser money.
Play it on here. I forgot. You know, we could widen this out for a little bit.
Always creates.
Fed Whitman.
And that sectoral reallocation from the old jobs to the new jobs is
Follow me on
something
Instagram,
that
at the Trading
monetary policy can
Fraternity.
accommodate, and that's a very classic.
I guess the debate now is about what is the new job if AI is trying to replicate cognitive work in all kinds of areas, right?
Yeah, so I think that people are really bad at imagining what those are ex ante, and that's always been the case throughout the hundreds of thousands of years of technological progress. For humans, even and before humans too, as as earlier types of Homo, Homos, just started using tools, right? Yes. We have a hard time imagining what the new jobs can be because they don't exist yet. And as an economist, I'm not really good as a futurist. I'm not really good at imagining exactly what the new types of jobs will be, but we have thousands of years of technological progress that indicates that we always create new jobs.
It does feel like more people at the Fed are more worried about inflation than you are. right? That's not, that's a fair statement, right? And there are signs. I mean, you mentioned the PPI. What with recent hot reports?
Sure.
You know, we're not as bad as we were in the last few years, but we're not making progress anymore on the inflation front. And it isn't just the portfolio management, it's some of the services components, it's auto insurance, it's electricity costs. I mean, these have all been weighing on inflation or driving it higher.
So it's not just the portfolio management fees. I've tried to bring a lot of attention to housing as well. Market rents have been growing at a 1% rate for a couple of years now, despite the inflation data being indicative of what happened 3 or 4 years ago because of the very weird way in which these data are constructed. But the bottom line is there's no rental pressure, no price pressures in rents right now, and so there's no inflation pressure in housing markets as things are right now. Services, sort of core services, core market services are running below where they were, slightly below, a hair below where they were in previous periods when inflation was at the Fed's 2% target. So it's the non-market services like portfolio management that are the problem in core services.
What about tariffs? Have we seen the bulk of the effect on inflation yet?
So I've never had the view.
I know you don't think it's happening.
But if tariffs are driving inflation, imported core goods would be inflating more aggressively than overall core goods, and we just do not see that in the data. And so I've never been of the view that tariffs were a material driver of inflation. Now, tariffs can drive relative price changes. They can drive this or that category to go up, but on an overall aggregate basis, I've never seen it. On some of the categories that have driven it up, I think one example may be apparel. And I was talking to one of the nation's largest apparel retailers a few days ago, and what they told me was they pushed through all of their specific price increases in Q3 and Q4 of last year. And now not only are they done with pushing that through, so their price increases are going to flat, but they expect that in the second half of this year they'll be able to push some of those price increases back onto their international suppliers, which means they'll be able to start bringing prices down. Now, this is a case in which the price increase, not only is the price increase transitory, not only is the price increase a one-off boost, meaning that inflation is transitory, but the price increase itself is transitory, followed by a price decrease if they manage to push that cost back onto their suppliers. That would be not only inflation being temporarily high, but inflation followed by subsequent deflation. This is a possibility I drew attention to in an inflation speech I gave in December at Columbia.
Just because of the demand destruction over time, or what?
No, because over time you can reconfigure supply chains or threaten to reconfigure supply chains and force that cost back onto the supplier. Now, you can't do that overnight in all cases, right? These supply chains took years to build up, and it can take some time to actually push the cost back onto your supplier. But in the fullness of time, you should be able to do that.
Right. Does the conflict in the Middle East complicate that view? Any kind of reparation of supply chain?
That's sort of energy specific. So
well, a lot goes through the strait, yeah. I'm just wondering whether you are worried about the conflict creating scarcity in all kinds of areas.
So if you have a long and sustained increase in energy prices that leads to more costly goods production, you may run into those types of risks. But I think we have yet to sort of draw a conclusion that type of thing is happening. And the other thing that I think really separates what's going on now from what happened after COVID is the overall policy settings. After COVID, fiscal policy and monetary policy were about as accommodative as they have been in the history of the country. And so it was quite easy for an inflationary shock like energy to ripple through and have second, third round effects.
CENTCOM Thursday night, Iranian forces fired 7 attack drones at civilian residential neighborhoods in Bahrain. Iran's attack on Bahrain will not go unanswered.
Modestly restricted.
Oil's climbing a little bit, might break out.
History of the country. So the overall macroeconomic backdrop is very different, and so the transmission of an energy shock right now is also going to be very different.
I want to pick up on the modestly restrictive point because I think this is going to be a big debate at the next Fed meeting.
Remember, they're talking about CPI, which is going to be next week, but also tying it into the terrible jobs report that you had today.
Neutral, so that the Fed is at a policy rate that is not hurting the economy or helping the economy. I know you disagree with this.
Yeah, I disagree, and I don't see how you could look at the labor market data the last few months and think that policy is about neutral. I also think that underlying inflation is running much closer to our target and trending down, and so as a result, I find it challenging to believe that.
Where's neutral for you?
I think it's probably about 2.5, 2 3/4. I think
so
a real
you think
neutral.
You guys can cut another 4 times?
Yeah, and so that's what I think is appropriate is to start by getting to neutral and then reevaluate. And I think real neutral is probably about 0.5%, and then you throw on 2% on top of that for inflation to get to a nominal neutral rate of 2.5. But then, of course, we work in ranges because we have a corridor system, right? So 2.5 to 2.75 nominal.
So you're going to be dissenting again week after next, it sounds like.
I hope not, but that would be up to my colleagues. I hope that we vote to cut, but if we don't, I expect it.
Because we already have TAP.
Given some of the
got
inflation
TAP
numbers,
a little bit lower.
The price of oil. I know you
Dio's
push back
good, but
against all
Dio,
of that,
considering alcohol, it still has a premium.
TAP
was the one that was below book.
Today we're using the stagflationary word. Jan Hatzius has told us that's the risk we're seeing right now in the economy.
Yeah, so look, there's no question that oil will pass through into headline inflation,
right now.
but what it does to the labor market and what it does to core inflation are, in my mind, pretty dovish. And so I don't revise my expectations, my projections.
And TLT catching a bit.
In a hawkish direction based on higher oil prices. I think it's appropriate to keep cutting.
Similarly, I know you probably don't want to comment on other central banks, but there is an environment of hikes in Australia and maybe in Europe this year. Does that weaken your argument at the table?
One hypothesis I have is that before the pandemic, global inflation trends were driven by a bunch of highly correlated things across countries. And so things like demographics, technology, globalization were pushing inflation down globally, not just in America. And that led to highly correlated and synchronized inflation cycles and policy cycles. After the pandemic, that's no longer the case because countries have chosen different types of fiscal stimulus. Countries have chosen different types of immigration policy. Technology, AI is hitting America differently than it's hitting other countries too. And also globalization is trending differently in different countries too, with revisions to trade policy. So one hypothesis of mine is that pre-COVID, we had highly synchronized inflation and policy cycles. Post-COVID, I think that synchronization is in the process of breaking down because all of the drivers of inflation are pushing in different directions across countries. So I think it's very difficult to take a big inference for America from what's happening in those other countries.
Interesting. So rate trajectories could splinter around the world.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that something like globalization or
the first couple hours are not as exciting and tenseful as yesterday, but the crazy part is oil is still up a shit ton, and oil might even break out. So
it's only natural to think that
be ready, man. It's Friday, and we're getting into the weekend
too. Whereas pre-COVID,
those tensions are still high. It's just not developing on a minute-by-minute, hour-by-hour basis.
So what is your next move? Since we last spoke to you, stepped
instead
down
of
from CEA,
giving you a bunch of not
you were
confirming news, they just said no news today.
Right, you're still at the Fed. You're going to be at this meeting. Are you going to be at the? Do you have any visibility into what that looks like from there?
I don't. Planning is a bit tough for me right now, but I will be at the meeting in a couple weeks, and after that I'll take it a day at a time.
I guess you stay as long until they need your seat for Kevin Warsh, unless they get another open seat somehow.
Yeah, until Chairman designate Warsh or someone else is confirmed into my seat, I'll continue to what we call holdover, which is typical for Federal Reserve governors when serving past the expiration of their term.
Do you think that Powell will stay on as governor after he leaves his chair?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Well, I would, but if he would tell me. But it is interesting, the changing makeup of the Fed and what that's going to ultimately mean. Do you feel like, do you feel like you're still the most dovish, and that's going to be the case?
I don't know if I'm the most dovish. I think we'll have to wait and see what the projections look like in March. But I think it's probably undoubtable that I'm among them. Look, I think that we don't have an inflation problem, that the inflation excess is not entirely, but largely a function of measurement issues. I think that the labor market can use more accommodation from monetary policy, and I don't see having a modestly restrictive stance of monetary policy as opposed to a neutral stance as being appropriate. I think being close to neutral is appropriate.
And is the notion of an extended pause in itself dangerous, do you think? Is time of the essence that much?
I think that the longer we run policy to be too restrictive, the greater a risk we run that we see jobs prints like we did today.
I know you don't think we have an inflation problem, but WTI right now is up 10.5% at around $90 a barrel. Is there a level where you would think, like this is going to have a bigger problem? This is going to be a bigger inflationary problem for the economy?
So it's a question of one, the amount of time it spends elevated. If it spikes up and
2%.
then comes down, that doesn't really leave a lasting mark on the economy. If it stays elevated for a long period of time, and we haven't got there yet, then it's the type of thing you have to think about. But also, inflation
SPY's
expectations
approaching
are
the high,
critical
and
for
oil
judging whether
futures
or
just
not
hit a new
that
high.
spike is going to pass through into broader core
They've
inflation.
been moving up a little bit, haven't they?
A little bit, but they're still consistent with inflation running pretty much at our target. They're all, other than the sort of short-term 1-year inflation expectations, the 2, 3, 5, 10-year inflation expectations are all, in ranges they've been in the last several months. So there's nothing in inflation expectations thus far that tells me that we're in concern of that oil inflation bleeding into the broader indices.
Well, we always appreciate the time with you, Governor Myron, especially making your case right before you have to go on blackout period ahead of the Fed meeting. Thank you. It's good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Stephen Myron, Fed Governor. My mom is FaceTiming me.
He got hit by a bazooka. I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Kaboom, kapla, the spy, new high. Oh, man. So yeah, you're not getting as many headlines. Asian Air Tel Aviv flights canceled until March 20th. Logitech for the long term. I have to see their chart, but I don't think my mouse is even Logitech, to be honest. But I feel like that's a company we've all known about. I mean, if you ever ran out of options and they were cheap, but if it's expensive and it's, we have other deeper value. Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting one. Hasn't moved in a couple of years, but it doesn't come up as my top list. But it doesn't look terrible. Kamini posted on X. I know, that's what made me say that. I saw that they posted from one of Kamini's accounts or a update. But I'm like, kabla. You want to fire Maran? He has to do a couple of insider trades, and then they'll let him stay on for 3 more years. Yeah, mouses, keyboards. That's what I'm saying. They're there. They'll be around. I don't think, but I just don't know their valuation and all that other stuff. Bro, oil's still climbing up. So SPY, very different than yesterday. Because I was saying, you remember at one point in the morning, it was kind of inversing everything. But then they started, you were inverse to what, here? But then, yeah, after that, they both started moving in tandem. So but like we're saying, it's a lot slower than, there's not any, the headlines compared to yesterday are null. So just get ready to see if you get anything random, or maybe even towards end of the day, we might get a clue. But everything all has to do with the weekend. And like we're talking about, people are feeling a certain way. The higher, again, futures are at $90 right now, 89.90. So even about 90, it might get a little crazy. But the closer you get to 100 before the weekend, the more high risk it's gonna be. Charter Communications, yeah. I think, isn't that Spectrum? Correct me if I'm wrong. IoT, they had good earnings today. I've traded them before, but I've not really looked into them as a long-term purchase. So USO new high. This time, bro, even all of the little ghetto pair trades, everything else, is just oil today. I mean, again, even the SPY, it's taking a candle now, but let's see. Because again, the VIX one still didn't go, but Just if that hits, because that could actually go. You have to think about ending in the money, but you still have a 20 cent to 40 cent premium. Yeah, 90. It's either going to stop at 90 oil or it's going to go to 92. Oh, Team is still going? That's the one I made free yesterday. That's even higher. Habibi. Again, Fridays do this, though. Do not forget. Would I consider buying more sweet greens? Once we run out of opportunity, yes. So, you know, take all these like high cap, big companies with good financial situations that are down. You know, once, maybe after midterms, if we miss, that's where healthcare and any laggers, I'd definitely be down to pick them up. But the thing I've been telling everybody now is like, just don't let this opportunity slip where you're essentially just going for the bottom feeders when you've had some really good leaders get knocked off and you could pick them up. So, you know, higher quality is going to be your friend in this environment. You know, the lower quality stuff, they might get lucky, but you know, just like last year when I even bought it, everything was doing very well. You know, you didn't really have too many picks out there. And that's why I was like, you know, I'm down for the risk to reward there. We got the other stuff, and then, you know, you didn't have to go too big. We expected it to move a lot, but then that's why it's like now you could pick up some other stuff. Like even then, like think about it. When I bought pizza, is pizza still at the same price? Yeah, pizza is like what, a dollar down from where I got it. But then when I bought pizza last year, Oracle is at like $300. So that's why it's like a lot of names were much more higher. Again, even like Sweet Greens, that was at a low. A lot of things were at higher prices. So now Sweet Greens is lower, but then there's a whole set of names that we could pick up that are a lot cheaper than where they were, and you could get a much better deal. I like Adobe, but it has moved a lot from the bottom. They still have, I think, earnings next week, right? So we talked about it here at this level. We even brought it up earlier, but you're kind of behind on the software bounce. Trump to allow sale of some Venezuelan gold in the U.S.? Huh? What the fuck you mean Venezuelan gold? Gold kind of tweaking. What, gold is what you're like, you guys want gold? You could maybe make a gold-powered engine. Who knows? Who knows? It could happen. What do you guess will break the range? I don't know. I think at this point, your closest guess would probably be this oil situation cracking everything, but it's going to break eventually, up or down. But, you know, I kind of want to lean towards down, but that's just because it's a midterm year. But other than that, it's, yeah, this is the tightest range in history to start off. So it's to speculate what will break this, I don't even think I could give a good answer. Like I'm saying, I think capital appreciation is going to be low this year. And I think midterms is going to cause volatility, but yeah, I don't know. Lone Star is said to be in talks to buy Lonza unit. Foreign. LZAGY. And then, yeah, oil's still climbing. Software is going up, though. There's, again, like small and big software is both moving. And then, again, mega caps haven't dropped on any of this. That is why it's exciting. But I think even, too, like, the crazy part of this year is that single stock volatility is higher than any other time in history. But then the SPY itself is not moving. So I even think with, like, the midterms and volatility, we might watch sectors move. So you might have software down 30 like we just saw. Then software comes back. And then a month or two from now, something else goes down. Iran launches attack on U.S. forces in Bahrain. Spokesperson, Iran military, cited by state media. So that's coming out now. Again, oil kind of front ran it. They were hinting at that a little bit earlier. SPY hasn't really moved off of it, but oil just took another 40. So again, it's above 90, like I'm saying. you hit 90, it's either going to do the quick run to 91 or 92, or it should get stopped. But you get the right headlines here. If it starts escalating, might keep going. But watch, this is a big level for oil, you guys. Like I'm saying, we still have another, 3 hour or 4.5 hours almost left in the day. 3.5, but then you, if it's closer to 99, 100, that's going to be a little bit more high risk. Yeah, Oracle and IGV just hit 88. Again, a lot of these are still going. Hasn't flushed 670 since November 25th. Ugh. That's, bro, we practically went nowhere for 6 months. Again, more software, core weave, even chips. A couple of financial related ones, even Robinhood on the high. You see ECB Schnabel. Still in a good place, but Iran war creates upside inflation risks. Well, yeah, I mean, what happened today was, again, we got to go week by week. I can't stress it enough because timing and seeing how it all develops. But today was the first glimpse of a central bank's worst nightmare. Literally, you have oil up 30%, rocketing 10% on the day. Then you have a jobs report that prints negative and is bad. So now you're talking bad economy or a first sign of a bad economy. Because I was just telling you, till the economy starts to slip, I think a lot of other fears were overblown. But that was your first data set that could give you that. And then now, you already had oil climbing. So IGV's climbing too. So yeah, it creates a very unique scenario. But that's just like central bank's worst nightmare. You can't cut rates with oil at 90. And then at the same time, if your jobs market is getting back to slipping, they're not going to, and then any other things that happen, supply chain or not, it really ties their hands. So that's why today was fascinating beyond the fact it's going to be the weekend. The pattern so far that everybody, not whether you call it a pattern or not, I don't even think you could shake people from this idea. Every weekend has been a shit show. It's like big things have been happening over the weekend, both good, bad. Remember Greenland all the way down to the attack last Friday or last Saturday. So people are like, yo, these weekends. And now you have all of that. That's what you're going to be thinking about coming into the close here and whether or not you're going to be pushing this. Celsius kind of climbing up here, 50 cents. About 1% on that, like 1 or 2 minute. And then Starbucks. Why is Starbucks, Kava. Starbucks, 50 cents. Yeah, I don't know. A couple of these food plays went up and drinks. And Clorox, more staples. Software is going. Amazing. Staples aren't too hot there. Oh, yeah, you even get fucking the Fed next week, right? Is it next week or 2 weeks after that? You'd love me, no Besant. I love you too, bro. You have a long term? Rest in peace, Kamini. I'm sorry. People got mad at me when I said that. I thought it was funny. Like, rest in peace, dude. Yeah, more software. Palant, that's what's leading it. What's up with this? Why is Palant getting even crazier? And I think Palant was leading software a lot. All right. Yeah, we got out some of them at 88.60 or 88.30. So yeah, you might hit a new fucking high on software, bro. Can't believe it. Oracle near highs. GG's. Azure BTC crude exports from Cheyenne Port set at 16 million barrels versus 14. Broadcom. They've been going all day. RHI, whatever that is, kind of going. A lot of these random like small caps or like mid cap, like Best Buy. They're like, the war. I need the Geek Squad. Fascinating. Yeah, there's a lot of names hitting new highs right now, just kind of out of nowhere. You're like weirdly broadening out. I don't know how to describe this one because you got oil and software. Software is obviously the leader, but like you're getting a very weird broadening out. But you still only got 4 names down on the Dow. NASDAQ 28, so that got a little bit better. And then S&P, you have 93 green, 410. Again, at one point it was like 40 names green. Very fascinating. But now SPY, so like I'm saying, I mean, just watch the mega caps at this point, but you had some names starting to move. You're in Africa? What long-term, brother? I mean, you can still get one. I knew a guy who watched in Africa who built a long-term. So yeah, man. What do you mean? I think you got more opportunity than you think. So I don't know, bro. You could buy land. Isn't it a lot cheaper there? I think the guy owned a farm. And I think he would invest in US stocks. I haven't seen him in a while, but I remember him from a couple years ago. CLX. All right, well, yeah, you just went down. Again, you have all these names broadening out. The 5-minute bar is still up, but then now the low ticker is kind of taking over. Yeah, volatility just picked up right now. Interesting. Yeah, IGV, huge red on Oracle. I think they all just slipped there. Where's Microsoft? Yeah, oil's still climbing, 90.20. So I don't know, man. It's kind of subtle, but it didn't do the craziness after 90 that I would have thought it would have done, but it's still just all fucking day, man. You know, it's just doing this little climb and pin. Even the market there, that's just messing with the premiums a little bit. Schmid, Powell style to collaborate to understand where everyone's coming from. Bro, I keep coughing. MMED? That's not MindMed. What is that? Looks like a new stock. MMED? Wait, IPOing, bro, in the middle of a war? Okay, oil's still climbing now. SPY's moving. MiniMed Group indicated to open at 20. This one opened up below too. Opened 19.25, priced at 20. 28 million shares. What is it? Global leader in diabetes management? Many med. Many med. Your biggest regret? Oh, I had oil plays from 2 weeks ago. And then they were running out of time premium. And then last Friday, they came back up because of that pop. So I was like, okay, I'll get out of them and reposition because I didn't want them to expire. And then they fucking killed Kamini. So yeah, I missed out on that, but the IGV took care of it. But I could have had a nice double whammy. It happens. It happens. You're gonna go pick up the dog? Wow. Wait, what kind of dog? I forgot to ask. Yeah, I'll still be live, I hope. I don't know how long you're gonna take. You gotta get the puppy pads, bro. You gotta go get like a little you might need to get like a what's it called? A little crate or something. You get all that stuff yet? That first Target run. The cheapest way, probably a spread, because then you could use the out of the monies to your favor, and if you could get near the money. There's a couple ones. I mean, this one's shit. I already flipped this one today. But SOC is like one. I think SOC is going to be related to the Defense Production Act. I think, again, I think if Trump says anything with Cali, they were trying to force this one the other day. Other than that, there's all these little oil miners, but then like, and they've already gone really crazy. And then the moment oil drops, you're going to get trapped in them. Same thing with SOC. SOC's a piece of shit. So that's why I was even saying this morning, though, it's like at some point you could just try to play every other oil play or just fucking chase oil. But again, I must remind you that whenever oil stops going up, a lot of people are going to get trapped. Again, the time to buy oil was a couple weeks ago. I even said it. I told all of you I had it on a watch list. That's why I feel like a schmuck selling it right before. But, I didn't take a loss and I didn't, the timing of it. But at the same time, that was the idea that I was telling everybody, was that you just wanted the barbell. That's all. I was talking $100 oil 2 weeks ago. So, but like, I don't know if now's the time to position, but if you really want to chase it, you could try to go for every other play, but it's all being driven by oil. At some point, the last 2 days, you'd just be better off chasing oil. So I don't know if it's a really fucked up game. That's a very risky strategy at this point, but if you can't contain yourself, the question is, do you go for oil derivatives or do you just fucking play the oil and call it a day? Or you wait, choose your frustration, and then wait till it comes down. Because once all of this 10% a day stops, every play is going to get washed. You guys understand that, right? If it goes up another 10%, you're going to make money. But the moment these 5-10% days are done, you're done. So then that's what, just like silver, when we talked about it, you got to choose your frustration. You know what I'm saying? Which one are you going to be more mad about? Over the weekend, oil goes to 110 if something goes crazy. Or if oil goes down to $70 tomorrow or over the weekend. You see what I'm saying? Or by Tuesday. Which one are you going to be more mad at? Are you going to be more mad paying 5 times over for an oil play? Or are you going to be mad if you miss out on double your money from whatever happens over the weekend? That's how you should look. It's literally silver all over again, 100%. Because same thing, remember, silver was up 30% in a year. This time, though, you have a fucking war. You have a conflict where silver was just fucking random. You know what I'm saying? Silver was like, what the hell? But again, and we were even talking about the silver ahead of time, too. So, like I'm telling you, even this week, I was saying $100 oil. That's when this really gets... That's why first thing I said on Monday. So, you got to decide. But choose your frustration. What are you going to be more mad about? Or would you be mad if you put money in now and it gets washed? Or are you going to be more mad if you miss out on another one of these crazier moves near the high? You're getting a German Shepherd? Oh, that's a big dog, dude. That's hype. I had a German Shepherd back in the day. That was like my first dog. My dad was really into it. He's a police dog. Yeah, it was crazy, though. You had an Oracle and KMB to the 2-month-old? Hey, man, hopefully good price, hopefully. I don't know if you did it just now, but either way. Because Kimberly, you didn't get the dividends, so... But then again, they offered you, I think, $1 lower. So whatever you missed on the divvy came lower in the stock price. Is that what happened? Is that just like the foreigners? They love German Shepherds. German Shepherds are sick, though. I'm a big fan. They're big, dude. You got to train them good. They'll be a nightmare if you don't train them. Dude, you know what I want? I want a fucking, what's it called? The big pit bull ass dinosaur panther looking ass dog. What's it called? Oh, how am I blanking on this? Anybody know what I'm talking? It looked like a panther, but it's a dog. No, not an Akita. No, not a Mastiff. No, not a Rottweiler. I do want a Cane Corso. Yeah. Dude, I want a Cane Corso. But dude, I know somebody personally, and they had a cane. I think they still have it. They have a Cane Corso, and it was like trained, and it still bit the fucking owner's face, like kind of like clean off, like they winded up in the hospital. But I want one, bro. I want a Cane Corso so bad. But I'm like, I don't like big dogs, bro. I don't even like this little dog fucking shit anywhere near my house, bro. I get pissed. I don't want no big ass shit everywhere. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's not cool. Not cool at all. No, Cane Corso. That's what it is. It looks like a panther. You have 2 Dalmatians? You're 99 away. You remember, that was a classic, bro. 101 Dalmatians. Now they're doing 101 barrels of oil. They're like, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You know, the only scary part about what's going on right now is the amount of Americans who are like, y'all, they're willing to blow everything up because they're like, I want the S&P to drop. Fuck the world. Once again, bro, like, you know how disappointed Brad Pitt would be if this was The Big Short? Google scrambles after thousands of people trapped in Dubai. Google staff visiting Dubai rush to secure flight. Number of Google staff in Dubai has fallen significantly. That's coming out now. U.S. intelligence suggests China may be preparing to assist Iran with funding, spare parts, and missile components. Well, yeah, they let us. Dude, a ship went through yesterday through the strait. The only ship with a shit ton of oil on it, which would have been a damn powder keg. It went straight to China. Well, that's the thing. Somebody talked about that the other day. Is just like, remember, a lot of these big tech companies, this is part of the whole CapEx thing. A lot of them recently started building data centers in the Middle East. And now it's a war zone now. But yeah, that's kind of that's like a tail end risk on the long term. Or the midterm if none of this goes right. Dell and Nvidia teasing a product. What if Iran bought puts on oil and then took the off-ramp? I mean, they could. Usually we ban like people from Iran in the market, but if there's a will, there's a way. Kind of starts to sound like a Bruce Willis movie. But yeah. Then again, what if the U.S. bought the futures? But they shut that idea down. That was a good rumor yesterday. Weird, they like confirmed it a little bit, but then they said it's too soon. Makes no sense. All of it made no sense. It was all just shocking. That's why I was like, man, fuck them. All right, well, oil chilled after 90.50. It didn't break too strong. Those premiums went up and then came right back down. SPY's back to, you're like right above where you gap down from the AM, right above VWAP too. Dude, the amount of headlines yesterday was crazy, and like yesterday was so foggy because you didn't know what was real. They would reiterate the bullshit. Today, they just turned everything off. Even as oil is up 11%, right on the door of 100, They said turn that again. The big news last night, most of today, bro, is bullshit because it was all off of Kuwait and the Qatar guy saying the oil. That's it. It was just a comment. That's it. Today wasn't like something changed rapidly or drastically. It was literally comments about the storage and all that. But you know, compared to yesterday, you had more attacks. You had more unknown stuff. There was a lot of things there. Tap going up. Good for you, brother. Good for you. Mio. And then wheat's climbing back up. Sock came down. Target keeps climbing. That target going up supports your theory of the Iranians buying puts. They like, I buy target. I have a target. I'm sorry. That was a joke we used to say during the Iraq War. You know that? They would say, what's Al Qaeda's favorite place to shop at? Target. Oh shit, dude. You hear that? Oh, bro, what's wrong? I'm dead today. Oh man. I did have a good workout. Did I tell you guys yet? Dude, I had a great workout, bro, and I balled so heavy. You have no idea, bro. You know why? Dog, I was the post player. You know that? Can I post this on r/short? Bro, I played down low yesterday, and I was killing it. Dog, in a game of 15, I had 9 points. I went 9 for 9, dog. Just straight backing down mother effers. I was like a little mini Jokic. Oh, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's one of those tired workout days. No, I can't do the sky hooks. But no, I got some post moves, bro. They got mad at me though. They called a travel on one of them. I did, I caught the ball in the post and I spun out of it. They called travel after I was hitting fucking 8 of them. I was like, all right, son. All right. I see you trying to throw me off my game. I was tired after that. Oh, yeah, I got the post fade. I could go square up with it. And then I would get some mid-range in there. That's why I catch it like high post, bro. They don't know what I'm going to do. They don't know what. It don't matter if they got 2 feet on me. No, I ain't blow out any knees, bro. It's easy, bro. I'm not going too crazy. The video on X appears to be a new rack mount AI server chassis developed with NVIDIA and Dell. Dell's still up. When SPY came back up, oil climbing just slow, but still holding. I mean, I don't even know if I could call it slow. You're up 11.5. My goodness. You don't play 5-on-5. It's like 4-on-4 half court. That's it. We're too old, bro. We used to play full court, but then everybody would get too tired. And then the guys who have cardio had an extreme advantage. I like full court, though, but I'm down. Yo, PPL? PPL! What is a PPL, Habibi? Habibi, you see the PPL? I don't know if they give you this one, the PPL. Who is it, this one? Huh? Well, they won't fill any of the cheap ones. Yeah, PPL. Oh, that other one filled. I'm keeping it small. I don't even know what's going on. That's 3% though. It says 1, but from that bottom, that was $1. No headline on it. PPL, PPL, PPL. distribution of electricity through Pennsylvania. This one might be a dud. It's electric. It's like a municipal electric. Spy Iran says EU legitimate target if they join war. Nice. But we help you guys for that. I feel bad for the EU, bro. They can't. None of the Europeans could catch a break with Iran. That's coming from France 24. The source is a little weird, but oil's going and Spy's going off of that. And now software's coming down. You might get a little bit risk off. So why is that bad? We talked about this on Monday, if you guys remember. Just, again, Iran is a lot closer to Europe than it is America. You know, right now, Iran could attack the American ships, but if they're going to start fucking droning the EU, I'm sure it's just going to increase fear. But again, that might not be confirmed. Iran's deputy foreign minister tells France 24 in an interview. So again, that headline's correlating with oil up and Spy a little lower. Rest in peace, Khamenei. He got hit by a bazooka. Kaboom. Kablah. Alright, we were breaking VWAP. Oh, you were about to. Again, oil just took a dollar, so 91. That was slower than I thought, but still. Next stop 92, and then if you don't break 92, it'll probably chill around there. Otherwise, anything above 92, you're going to start getting into the mid-high 90s with a little bit more fear. We have this thing, a beautiful thing called an ocean. Yes, because again, their missile range isn't... There's a picture of it. You could kind of see the estimated missile range of like Iran. But yeah, like Europe, France, all that shit is nearby. What time is it? 9:30, so 2 more minutes. We should get a set of push-ups in. Frenchies. Well, that's the thing. I mean, you could argue the French were an ally of Iran, as weird as that may sound. So again, without the French, Khomeini would have never gotten power. So back in the day, the French gave Khomeini, they gave him asylum. So the Shah got him out of there. He was exiled from Iran. And then they gave him asylum, kept him safe. And then once the Shah was gone, they fucking gave Khomeini a private jet to go back to Iran. And then from there, he started slaughtering people. So you would think they have a little bit of goodwill, but nah, even France could get it too now. Okay, oil still clipped 91.1. USO is cloud. Okay, oil's still going off of that. Bro, you probably have, what's the gap on this, dude? So you've moved $2 on oil at near 12% with the SPY not reacting at all. Again, this is a word to the whole breakdown and spread of everything. It's not that. Okay, oil's getting a little bit more of a stick. 91.40. So this is what I thought was going to happen more at 90. It did it slower, but that move through 91, it's climbing to 92 a lot quicker. So again, you're halfway there, or at least you were. Just hit 91.40 and then came back down. Yeah, Germany's down with us. You guys didn't see even Germany merge, bro. After he left the White House, bro, he started posting like Trump. He posted like an edit of him like visiting the White House, doing all this other shit. It was funny as fuck. So yeah, Germany's down for the cause. Every UK and France are kind of not really with it. It's interesting. Staples are trying to catch a bid here. Very interesting. If oil takes a spike, it might, but then I just think it's just this is that pin nature this year. But it's getting bad. I mean, this is getting very like risky. Like I was saying here in the morning. I mean, in the morning, bro, we were at 87. You're now another what, $4 up and climbing fast. So the problem is just coming into the weekend. If we're near $99, that's not going to be good. Iran television, start of a new wave of missile strikes from Iran. They'll start slow, sending blankets first. We'll see, man. Well, Germany was the first one to increase the whole like EU spending stuff that we had middle of the was that last year? No, yeah, it was like middle of last year, and then that caused a lot of the EU countries to get on board with that too. But isn't it still Ramadan? Now that I think about it. Well, U.S. the only news we had on the what's it called? The reserves was Japan said they're down to release the reserves because they have oil still trapped. It is Ramadan. I have a fun fact. I don't know. I have a fun fact. I've shared this with people. Some people like it. Some people don't. Do you want a Ramadan fun fact? It blew my mind. That's why I was curious about it. But then, yeah, it's a sensitive topic. Do you guys think you could handle it? I mean, last time I brought up Iran laws, people got really mad. Some people did, but some of you were like, hell yeah. So did you know that Ramadan existed before Islam? I know. I heard this and I said, what do you mean? How? And yeah, go look it up. So Ramadan existed before Islam. Yes. So they were practicing Ramadan before even the religion of Islam took root or was created. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So it was a different like ritual and thing that they did prior to even the Prophet Muhammad. That's what. So I don't know. Does the attack schedule, does it coincide with Ramadan? I know because again, think about it I guess they just don't. I think they could still attack, but I just think the food and their energy is going to probably be at evening. It is evening right there. There's another, that was 30 minutes ago. Iranian ballistic missile strike on Prince Sultan Air Base. Oh, shit. Is that real? Yeah, that was the one 30 minutes ago. Actually, right where it started taking off, there's videos of the strike on that U.S. airbase. or the air base in Saudi Arabia. FFIN, First Financial Bank, and then cruise lines are going up. Why is the fucking cruises ripping? They're like, our discounted cruise through the Strait of Hormuz is seeing a lot of interest. I don't have any oil position directly. But I have a little ghetto pair trade, and then I have other, like, I have some of the shitty ones that I took today. But other than that, I'm playing my other ones for a different reason. But yeah, I fumbled that one. I got some IGV though, and then the SPA's coming down. Okay, dropping a little harder. 91.70 on oil. Okay. Well, I don't even know when that was. But yeah, make it free, and then I'm not going to sell the other one. I said that last time, but I did good on it. When did I take that? Dude, that was almost an hour ago. That was like 40 minutes ago on that one. But yeah, it went 100%, but I don't think it'll last if you get a fucking green candle. But yeah, it's still there now. You're holding a solid 100. You know what I'm saying? And if you got closer to the money, they're even better. So yeah, make it free and you can ride it. Otherwise, if you want to, if you're feeling lucky, punk, you push that shit. You want to roll with more IGV? Well, listen, man, the best thing I could tell you guys is whatever you do from here, just be wise, make sure you get paid, and then do whatever the fuck you want. I mean that in love, but like, you know, this is something I even tried to explain a lot last year. I can't really help as well from here because, again, the shit's up 15% since the low, 10% since we started telling everybody about it in a very short amount of time. So, you know, it's hard when people are like, can I get in? Can I do this? What should I do now? Like I said, I gave you a nice wide open lane, perfect bounce pass in motion. You could pull up for the 3. You could take the layup. You could do whatever you want. But everything from here on out, you know, you have taken off from the runway. So now you just got to decide what you want to do with this. So it's all up to you. That's all I'm saying. It's hard to because again, you're right now, I hope you could see it. You're in the choose your frustration zone right now. Same thing happened with gold and silver. I mean, we had such a fucking run on gold and silver. It's just already taken off. So it's like, you gotta, however you want to bring this down, do it. You know, if you want to risk it, you want to be safe, you want to make sure you get paid 50-50, you want to roll it, whatever you want to do. But it's just like, now, no matter what, because even if you sell it and it goes higher, you're going to be like, damn, I could have had more. If it goes down tomorrow, you're like, damn, I had all this money. I just gave it up. So you got to kind of find that balance between it and just decide. You know what I'm saying? That's all you got to do. But unfortunately, I don't think anything I say from here on out is just it's not as effective after, you know, what was effective was exactly what I gave you when it started. Because now that was the premiums were low. Price wasn't moving as much, and then you got it right ahead of a big move. So that was, you make your money on the buy. You see what I'm saying? That buy, that's what made everybody everything. So what you do with it now, I mean, there's going to be frustration at either level. So that's why you should just choose your frustration and ride with it, and you will be good to go, my friend. Wendy's, I don't know. They're like, get the Baconator. Rocket attack targets military base housing diplomatic center near Baghdad International Airport. Iraqi security sources. Yes, the most hated rally. It was setting up for it, but then it pretty much turned into Staples was the one that rallied, but you didn't have enough for it. That still might be on the table, but there was a setup for that end of last year. End of last year, beginning of this year, and then we got trapped into the box. Where's bonds? HYG. Again, Wendy popped. Oil still up. Yeah, even bonds coming down. Take the layup, man. Do it ever. That's it. My job is done, and just choose your frustration still. Telling you. Because I'm still, again, I had a lot of people ask me about IGV after it was up 7%, 8%. You see what I'm saying? And then, that's I can't. It's not the same golden ticket, giving it to you at the bottom, and then vice versa. I've made mine free at various highs. Again, I could have, if I held them all, I would make even more. I still have some, but it's just yeah, you just got to decide what you're going to be more mad with. Choose your frustration, but you made your money on the buy. Where you go from now, that's going to be all up to you. Why do I keep coughing? Excuse me. Oil 92. All right, now it's taking 15 cents at a time, bro. That's it. Shit's either going to go 94 to 95 or this has to be it, but anything is possible. I think the only new oil news was around the bases in Saudi getting attacked. U.S. bases in Iraq and Saudi. Other than that, though, it was just kind of the stickiness of today. And the real driver for the first 7 to 8% was pretty much comments from oil ministers surrounding the shortage and not being able to store oil, leading to a decline. Now the spies, eventually going. Yeah, bro. Oil 30 cents though. You see, that 92 is giving you way more juice than even 90. I'm surprised by that. It did go. It just did it. It took an hour. It took 30, 40 minutes. That should have happened in 10 minutes. But yeah, now look at 50 cents already above 92. Trump has to say something to bring down oil. Maybe, but again, he doesn't. I don't think he wants to show that he's losing patience. He doesn't want to give you a Trump put, essentially. You get what I'm saying? You don't want Trump. Let me put it this way. If Trump caves, what's going to happen? It happened with Biden, too, during the war. The moment you fucking cave on I'm worried about it, what's going to happen the next day? It's going to they're going to press it. So, yeah, he's trying to, I don't know. I don't think he has to. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Essentially, because the moment you panic, everyone's going to panic on it and go crazy with it, and vice versa. In the same way, it's kind of like climbing, but you still don't really know what's in store. And that's why, but if the moment you say, yeah, we're worried about this, then that's going to be the hole that people will go after. I know they should have bought the futures, bro. 15%. They could have minimized this one. Yeah, it's kind of like poker. You see, you just had a 15% raise, but that's massive on a global scale. So you want to, that's like snap calling. He doesn't want to, if he hesitates or if he folds on this, what do you think they're going to do next round? They're going to bet 20. They're going to bet triple. EDSA, whatever this is. Futures are at 92.61. I want to say I think crude might be at flat. Crude flat is at 92.30. It's still tied up with the futures, man. So yeah, crude oil and crude futures are still pretty up there. Why is SPY is ignoring it all to a certain degree. It's because big tech's not down, and this is exactly how this year has played out. Just in the sense of the range being tight. I mean, again, the setup, the weighting, that's like the weighting of like certain names. That's why it looks like this, but eventually one of them is going to react. That's the sad part. Something's going to crack. Either oil's going to crack down when you get the news, or SPY is going to have to catch up to it because it's getting pretty fucking wild. 2 Katyusha rockets target Iraq's Taji military base north of Baghdad. Yeah, you even got UNG and Boyle going up. Tankers, what was that other one? IWG or something? And then where's Paladine? I got it right. Let's see the other drones. Throw some wheat in there, and then wheat's hitting a new high. Shit. So again, every couple remember, oil's dragging other supply chain shit with it. Fascinating. I think gold and silver are eventually going to go up, but a little later, because they're having to deal with the maybe when once we could have oil settle at a price. But right now, all that matters is oil. That's the thing that's kind of just, it's oil. It's the oil wrecking ball. Ironically, it leads to the dollar wrecking ball, but surprisingly, the dollar's down today. But yeah, it's like oil is just smashing through everything, and until then you'll see where risk on and risk off is. You'll see the rotations, but for now, just oil is massively way too big. And this isn't silver because we use oil every day. Oil is tied to air. It's literally the lifeblood of the economy, right? Silver going up 30% in a couple days. Who gives a shit? It didn't change that much, but oil is like, it's everything stopping in its tracks when oil comes through like this. All right. What time is it? Can you guys do a push-up? I need to go pee. Would you guys like to do push-ups and stretch? Teamsters. Let's see what CNBC has.
12 or 13.
Josh Brown on Robinhood.
That allows
downtown
you to
Josh
build
Brown.
a portfolio.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. If you didn't see the long-term pickup video, I mean, it might be. I want to say it's too late, but you should watch it. I think you'll like it. I love you. God bless America.
To be in a pre-IPO startup, there's been a way to do it. I think what this will do is it'll give us a referendum as a publicly traded ticker to see just how much demand there really is at any given time for that startup ecosystem. Two words of caution though. One, some of these things raise money and then the next round is a down round, and some of them go to zero. These are venture-backed startups. They don't all have a happy ending. They're not all Facebook. The second thing is the liquidity thing. So if you're not thrilled in a market downturn because your financial advisor put you into private credit, you ain't gonna be thrilled sitting in Silicon Valley-based software companies that you can't access your money from either.
Yeah, no, good points. Santoli on the other side with his midday word.
Is one in which, upon thorough analysis, promises safety of principle and an adequate return. Amen. Amen. So it goes through the same thing. We get the 10 criteria. This is the original and where it stands. And now this is if you make the adjustments. So now going to the adjustment, and again, this is a little bit more extensive than those 7 principles I showed you. This one's 10. Oracle would get an adjusted core of 6/10. Pretty much earnings versus bond yield. That fast would turn to fail, and then everything else, pretty much, there's some clever explanation of why it's partial, and it all revolves around the data centers. Again, even looking at the PE ratio, this is talking about what I was saying, that contradiction where Ben even said it himself, that a company with satisfactory prospects, it might be appropriate to pay up to 20 times, and he talks about how the ones that go below his level are usually 0 to modest growth companies. So this is that adjustment. Like I'm saying, all of them, anything that would have failed got moved with some clever argument as to why it's partial. Like I'm saying, this one is a little bit more on the bull case, and it's going over all of these and saying the bull case, but let's also talk about it. Even with an adjusted basis, what would Benjamin Graham be cautious about? The elevated leverage, 108 billion total debt. He would demand clear deleveraging roadmap. Oracle needs to demonstrate debt reduction trajectory as cloud cash flow accelerates. Valuation premium, even adjusted of 18 times, is above Graham's pure value comfort zone. He required a margin of safety at 153. The margin is thin versus earnings value. Then this is something we haven't really. This is the long-term video. It's second link. We got Oracle and KMB, but they have both moved a little bit since then. KMB, you don't get the dividend, but you get kind of a discount. But it was the same price yesterday with the discount or with the dividend. So yeah, they're sitting on the last one. Would I be concerned to hold? I don't know. Like I said, man, we just had a talk on the IGVs. You guys, this is where I want you to fly, baby. You got to make your own decision on that one. Whether you're trying to be greedy or not, whatever it may be. But like I'm saying, my info, my assist was to get you in early at a good price before everybody, which we accomplished. So now, as far as the execution of it and the back end, yeah, you got to go. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how many you've hit lately. I don't know if you have a lot of money. I don't know if you're gambling with your rent. I don't know if this is at play money. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a different scenario, but even with a lot of trading, and the stuff that I want to show you is that, you know, good entries and good position, being early and utilizing info, that's what's going to give you an edge there. So at the very least, your biggest problem is how much money.
Well, there's the chart of the day.
Should I take off? You know what I'm saying? Your biggest problem is your winning. So no problem with that. But now you got to decide if it makes sense, and if you want to push it, you want to go with it, if you're going to take this money, reposition. And, you know, let me ask you another question, actually, because I'm saying it's a choose your frustration moment right now, whether you got it or not. But like I'm telling you, the thing you got to, this might be another question. How likely are you to get back into it? So let's say you sold it all today. Are you the type that's going to chase it when it goes another 2% higher? Or if it goes down 5%, are you the type to go and try to short it? All these other questions. You see what I'm saying? Because if you're going to just chase it anyways, you might as well keep it. But then again, if you have that discipline to not do it and you know yourself and all that, then yeah, then you got to decide. But you got to make that decision, unfortunately. So you got a little bit of a guide of what I've done, but at the same time, you know, we're all going to have to do it differently. And if you are, if you're only going to just rely on me at one point, you are going to get frustrated. So it's better to choose your own frustration rather than not. But you got the entry, and that's all you really needed to start. So take it home, baby. Take the layup or shoot the 3. Right back at VWAP. High is 92.60 on oil. Aluminum closes. Latest headline was that a rocky base. Marvel's still going. Well. Spread your wings, butterfly. Rest in peace, the long term. Just kidding, it doesn't get hit by a bazooka. Long term. Save. Energy providers. I mean, everybody's getting hit for now. Some of them are already up, but I think right now the real, like I'm saying, until oil stabilizes, you're just probably going to keep getting this craziness. And then you'll see once the dust settles, who's going to be the winners and losers. But in the immediate moment of it, oil's taking out everybody, or it's at least adding pressure almost across the board. There's a couple that are up. There's a couple that lagged this morning, but yeah, we got it. That's why this weekend is so hyped now, because again, it's close to 100, and now everybody's kind of waiting on what the next step is going to be here. And then also too, like we said, it could very quickly change in either direction as well. But that's why, like, people is the supply side, the higher oil goes, and if it stays up there, like, again, wheat is literally hitting a high now. People are talking about food and fertilizer, and then if it stays up, then it's just that's why I'm saying weeks at a time, though. It's week after week, and if the price remains elevated, you're going to start watching this contagion spread, and then you're going to see the winners and losers of all of it. But it's definitely, go compare this to Monday. You've had it's lasted a week. Things are still going in a certain direction. People are acting a certain way. Israel announces strikes on more than 400 targets in Iran today. Israeli army. I don't know why Besant canceled the futures thing. They seem like they considered it. Oh my gosh. It slowed down oil yesterday, but then, yeah, they abandoned it last night. And then they allowed Russia to sell to India and gave them a temporary permit. Bro, oil is up 13.7. You do not see these every day. Actually, let's see that chart. Because remember, Monday was like the 36th or 38th largest move in oil. So, again, the last 2 days have been kind of crazy. Yeah, that was 10%. So, yeah, there's still higher days, but now this is like GFC volatility. You're still below the Aramco strike. And then, I guess, COVID at one point. So, yeah, 13 is still up there. Those will probably be the top 10 maybe, or maybe top 20 days of oil. That's today right now. Yeah, surged by 14%, $92, the highest since 2022. That's for crude. Software, well, software partly. That's what I'm saying. Mag 7 is not even shaking up, because remember even that chart I showed you in the last few years, almost the last decade, really the last half decade, anytime there's been a global problem, what would Mag 7 do? People went to Mag 7. They have cash. They don't have a lot of debt. People were buying these tech stocks. So they're saying, yeah, it's not as vulnerable to supply chains. So that's part of it. But really, last week, it was a mix of that, the big sell-off, the shorting in software, and then the Anthropic and everybody chilling out from the fears. And then Mag 7, which makes up a big weighting, that's also getting its own little protection rally, more or less. So much for $1.99 gas. What are gas futures at? Dude, I heard people talking about $8 gas in California. So gas futures are at $2.70. I mean, to be fair, you were at $1.99. The lowest gas futures hit at the beginning of the year were $1.66. So now you're at $2.70. Add California premium, you're fucked. You still live in Ohio, you're fucking, I don't even think you care. But if you're in Cali or the higher gas places or middle, everywhere else mid-market, yeah, they're up. It's $3.14 in Florida. Okay, oil's about to climb again, 92.40. It's near the higher end. Well, yeah, just the best advice I could give is just analyzing all of this. We're going to go week by week. Remember, this all just started on Monday, or last Friday or last Saturday. So it's week by week. People are going to think whether it's going to be long and drawn out, how things develop. So, yeah, these days are going to be very sensitive like this, and then you're going to go back and forth. I'm looking at oil futures, CL, and then also comparing it to crude oil itself, just spot price. But, yeah, other than that, though, crude futures have been a pretty good gauge. Remember, USO is very different than crude futures. Some people didn't know that yesterday. So, like, USO is a fund. Again, even until I get the update, I'm pretty sure they're just holding mostly cash. They have like 7 million in futures, but they probably made a lot on them. But yeah, at the same time, crude oil itself has its own price, and then there's the futures of it, and then there's all the other derivatives and funds that represent it. All right, well, again, it hit 92.60. Now you just came down 10 cents. $3.09 at Costco in Colorado. Crowd, Palo Alto, OpenAI is rolling out Codex Security, AI-powered agent that finds and validates fixes for vulnerability. Remember, what's his name had that? Anthropic. Okay, SPY's taking a candle on the first oil. Someone said it earlier, it's only inversing. So SPY candle's getting a little bigger there, but that's your first oil drop in like an hour. And it just takes you back to 91.50. So you're down $1 from the 92. Like you're saying, just 92-ish. It's either going to take us in the middle or it's going to chill out. Because again, that was already crazy, dude. 13%, 14%. I'm following CL. That's the one you got in the bottom left here. I haven't even changed this chart once today or yesterday. U.S. agency to create $20 billion reinsurance facility for Gulf shipping. Okay, so again, last time this caused a pop, but then it eventually faded. But yeah, I got another insurance headline. So again, U.S. $20 billion fund, but unfortunately, we talked about this today. Insurance doesn't get the ships moving. And what people are worried about right now is that you're running out of storage. If you run out of storage, that's it. You're going to have to shut down, and shutdowns would extend this for another couple of weeks. So yeah, just because you have insurance, it's not making people want to move their fucking boat. U.S. has intelligence. China may be providing... Oh, is that old CNN headline? So that brought oil down a little bit in SPY, but nothing too crazy. Your gas is I don't know how California pays more than Hawaii. That's crazy. Yeah, we ship you the gas. It's amazing. So yeah, again, you got the reinsurance headline, but they're gonna need... Dog, you should have just bought the futures, Besant. Okay? Well, yeah, inventory cost, and then they'll have to shut down the damn fields and everything that they're doing. And then once you shut them down, that guarantees lower supply for at least a couple of weeks. Because even if you fix the problem and try to restart, it's not going to happen quickly. All right, you guys want Philo? Well, I have a surprise thing for Philo. But yeah, here, give me a minute. But yeah, you guys want Philo? I have a surprise though. But yeah, so Philo, it's 10. But yeah, here, give me 1 second. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a cult, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Hey, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Amen. So are you guys ready for your Philo surprise? So don't get mad at me, but we're going to delay the Philo for a little bit. I just did all that because I wanted the demons to leave and so that they'd miss whatever happened next. Sorry, guys. I know. I'm sorry. So don't worry. We'll get into it. Just give it like another like 20, 30 minutes maybe. Let's let the oil calm down. Yeah, why not, bro? I just, you know what I'm saying? Just let them go. Let them just that way. It makes it clean it up a little bit for you guys. You don't need all that. You don't need that energy hanging over you. You know what I'm saying, bro? That's it. They had to run away real quick. So yeah, don't worry, bro. I got you. I got you. You could trade a mini oil. Or again, you could go. I mean, USO has been a great one for now, but yeah, that's what you gotta watch out for. Excuse me. U.S. is preparing Sri Lankan government not to repatriate survivors of Iran warship and crew of second ship, State Department cable shows. Well, like I'm saying, I mean, right now, we just front ran that one headline there, the reinsurance, and then oil made that first move. So let this chill out a little bit, and then we'll do some philo, and we'll see where this leads us. But sorry to disappoint y'all if you wanted the philo, but that way too, get like 10-15% of the people, you know, get a little less crowded in here. It's good for you. Yeah, and then like I said, spreads are the best way to take advantage of anything right now, because if you use a spread, you could at least the high premiums out of the money, you go closer to the money on what will actually hit, and then you monetize the high premium. So then that way, if it moves up but not a lot, you could still be in the money and take advantage of the other one. That's how I've been saying that for a couple weeks, even to the downside, if you wanted anything. Jesus. It's a banger, bro. It's a banger. So we'll see. Oil came down. We'll see if there's another headline going to follow up. You got the OpenAI headlines too. I have no idea with oil, dude. Again, I was saying it since Monday. Until it goes to 100, nothing matters. But like I'm also saying, it's just right now it's going to be week by week. It depends on what happens this weekend. So that's just the reality of it. But here's the crazy part. My voice is, my voice is fine. It's the cough. Excuse me. But the crazy part was that simply you have, what's it called? You got to deal with the, damn, crowd is dropping off of the codex shit. You would think they would be up on that. Yo, crowd is dying off of that. So again, that codex, I didn't think it would kill it. Remember, that's what happened that last Friday too. Oh. Let's see, and SPY going up. But yeah, watch it. Remember, that happened on one of those Friday, and staples are going up again. Hold on, bro. This is kind of weird. Staples are going back to green. You're getting a little bit of this software freak out. It's very odd. Actually, does crowd have earnings, or did they already report? No, they already reported. All right, I sold the crowd call because that one was still up. I didn't want that to Intel. But yeah, watch crowd or Palo Alto if they go down. RTX climbing. SPY's getting back up, but again, oil now $2 off of the high. But yeah, like I was saying, I've said this a couple of times right now. The craziest part about everything going on. Yeah, oil's, that's what I said. Just be on the lookout. You had the reinsurance headline. I think you're going to get a follow-up of something, but that's the first big oil move down of the day. But you need it to really get sustainable. And then software tweaked out a little bit, but that's it. So yeah, see if that could actually break. Now 90. If it, you need a bigger stick, but oil is starting to come down now. But like I'm saying, is this oil right now, this is just the pregame. That's what's so messed up about this. Oil below 100, this has all just been drama, as weird as that may sound. Now we're worried about the future, and rightfully so, but at the same time, it's like once oil gets above 100, now the game begins. That's the real pressure. That's the real, things start changing. So that's why this weekend's so important, where we settle out. You got way closer to 100 than you should have, but that's also why I'm saying take this on a week-by-week basis. So SPY's going, bro. Something's happening. I know, I thought the Codex thing would have been good for them. But yeah, SPY, oil now 89.70. It's starting to drop a little bit more rapidly. All right, heads up, though. Yeah, they killed premiums on that too. I was gonna kill it on the SPY. Okay, 89.80. You just had a Euro Velo and LMT speculation. That is pop. Who's it from? That's up 10%. Didn't we get that before? That sounds so familiar. Palantir popping off of that too. Yeah, that brought up some of the software. But yeah, SPY went again. Oil just dropped $1 off the top. That Russia is providing Iran. I think it was vice versa. Russia was helping U.S. With some of this stuff. Oh, those Velo options are not good. But they're all kind of tweaking out. So yeah, that one might, I don't know. They're not as cheap. Again, even a lot of defense names, RTX and a couple of others are climbing up. A new post on LinkedIn seems to be a partnership with LMT and GE. It's a good source. So a LinkedIn post. No, bro, that's happened before, where sometimes it'll be on LinkedIn and the wires don't really pick it up. So it's not like a partnership, though, not like a buyout. It already moved 10. Again, RTX on the high. Couple of banks. Eli Lilly now. Again, oil's taking another drop. Eli just moved $8. Again, Staples went green. That's probably the weirdest part about this. I didn't like it. Crowd down, software down, and then Staples up. Started to look like last month. But yeah, now oil's still dropping. Again, banks are climbing. I think Wall was the one that had the risk with First Brands. So yeah, again, oil $2 off the highs. That's going to chill it out probably till end of the day. Oh, how about Korea? Huh? It's funny though, because like Korea and SPY stopped reacting after today. Yeah, they already gained back. Paul, I mean, crowd was the weird one. But yeah, the contract from yesterday actually went up. So that's why I was like, I'll just get rid of it. Because I thought that got clapped out of after the event. I think Cisco did. All right, bro. This is the highest you've been all day. So again, you were still dumping when oil was at 90. You started to come down a little bit, and now oil drops $2 from the high, and then SPY is hitting that high intraday. Still have to get to the gap fill, which I don't know if that'll occur or not. Come on, kind of funny. 10B, IGV. What was that other one? Velo? Isn't that a fucking nicotine? Velo? That's snus. Costco. Yeah, and Staples are right at break even. All right, well, SPY's taking a red now. Let's see if oil goes down with it. Yeah, high ticker is very active when you go, like, literally low ticker, 5-minute velocities down. And then those little oil companies. Where's the shitty one? Sock. Yeah, Sock still held up. Palantir again, too. I don't know if this is a software thing or if this was a headline or what, but Palantir, I don't even know if it's that Codex head, but Palantir's actually kind of running here into the close. And then LNG, you just had the European update on that. So again, SPY's coming down a little lower. SPY, I don't know, man. It seems like something's brewing. I would want a bigger stick on here, but it seems that, you know, if you could hold this one up and it gets a little bouncy, people are going to like that. But it needs bigger oil. You just get a bigger oil drop. Market is going to ease up a lot. Every time, though, every time SPY looks like it wants to go, oil gets a little green. He said, haram. A big tour on Tuesday? What kind of, like, for a house? Or are you performing? Good luck, baby. That's it, bro. You're getting the real estate career rolling. Gotta keep it rolling, 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 rolling. Where is it? It's 3D printing. They make components for SpaceX. Well, yeah, they just posted a thing. Levitt says 4 to 6 weeks to complete Iran operations. So I'm saying, bro, it sounds like sounds like something, bro. If it looked like something was brewing, that could be it, but that might not be good enough. You need a better follow-up. But yeah, Caroline Levitt saying 4 to 6 weeks to complete operations. Which, again, that would sound bullish if it's true. But then at the same time, obviously the market is pricing in way more than that. Yeah, why, Caroline, do a press briefing right now. Bro, she stopped posting on Twitter. She said, weapon stockpiles are sufficient for Iran operations. Yeah, where is she? She said Trump and Hegseth will meet with defense contractors. Oh, that's your fucking Palantir move, bro. That's why RTX, Palantir, all of them are going crazy. Yeah, they're talking stockpiles. Land, I recommend not purchasing land, to be honest. Yeah, bro. So those comments are what got those up. So I guess you could plan for a defense meeting with Hegseth and Trump and all the contractors. That was announced yesterday. I think just implying soon. Yeah, she was on Fox. The goal is to obliterate the regime. All right, I think all those are old now. All right, well, SPY still hold. Again, if you're going to take those comments, the contractors, that's your best bet. How can we go with that? They were bringing Blackwater. You remember Blackwater? There were people did not like Blackwater. That was an interesting time. I think Palantir's doing the best out of all of them. UPS on the high. Oh, it looked like it was taking off more. LMT. Who's the other one? Palant. UAMI. Remember, these started moving in the morning, but they chilled out. The meeting is today. Keep rolling. Boeing. Oh, big pop on Boeing. There it is. All right, well, you had the ones from yesterday, but yeah, that's starting to move. I grabbed the cheapest ones, bro. They had some penny ones. I don't know if those are going to hit, but let's see. All right, I made them free at 800%. Yeah, Boeing. We had again, you have the ones from yesterday too. I don't even know what the headline is on Boeing. U.S. insurance will only apply to vessels that meet the criteria. Oh, China in talks to order 500 737s. Oh, wow. Oh, they didn't fill me. Fuck. I was going to double dip. Yeah, China. I don't know if this. Where's this coming from? I don't have a source on this. But China, 500 737s. So again, even watch oil though too, because that would mean good signs for the China stuff. Holy shit. That's why they gave me the 800. Oh, that's a 2,000%. Bro, 3,000%? Habibi. I'm gonna book some of that. That's big news though. They won't fill me. Okay, come on. Okay, fill me. Yeah, 3,000%. Woo! I still got some more. I tried to double dip it again. They didn't fill. But those ones from yesterday are up a fuck ton too. Oh shit, the ones from yesterday are almost up 1,000% now. Yeah, Boeing 737 and China, but I can't confirm the source. They're saying Trump and Xi summit. You guys got that, bro? Hey, lag, bro. I told you the 1 cent one stayed there for a minute, and then the ones below it, you still made 1,000% on them. I tried to get it, and my order didn't go through. Habibi. Yeah, you could even hold the ones that those other ones from yesterday are at $1. Again, those are really cheap. Let's see. Well, a good thing we're already looking at the defense names. You see what I'm saying? And then we positioned on that one yesterday. Again, the spreads are really widened now. That's why I said we'll wait for the philo, man. I had a feeling that today's gonna be a good day. Come on, bro. Feel this shit. Those first, they already came down though. They're still 1,500%. You even have you have another 800 on even the shitty one, bro. You could have got that anyway. But yeah, I'm glad I booked some there. Woo! And then again, I mean, yesterday too, though, we had some. So again, we were talking the Boeing stuff with that China headline yesterday. So that's how we were able to you had both of them. I still have that one. I'll see if they fill me good on it. I'll take it. We'll see on the second one. People are going to circulate that. Then you had another insurance headline too. Yeah, that's circulating a little bit. Banger. You're right. I mean, again, they might get mentioned at the meeting, but dog, I'm surprised. Oh, that popped 3%. I'm surprised it's not going more. To be honest, that's big news. China 500 jets, but then again, I don't know. The source is a little weird. That was those were 1 cent into 30. Even if you were late on them, it was about 1 cent into 20. And then even then, they all still have bids. So, but they are coming down. And then yesterday, you also had the front run. I'll take it. And then something about the vessels. That's what I was saying. I don't know if that even ties into it. I'm trying to see the defense ones. Okay. All right, well, Boeing faded. You'll see. It's already circulated, but I'm surprised it's not catching more. Pay the plug. Praise God. Oh, thank you, my friend. Saying you paying the plug even on Locked In. God bless you. And welcome, Mateo. But man, God bless. That was fun. I told y'all. That's it. You know, make it a little less crowded too. This little swimwear work, dog. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, bro? So, amen. 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 All right, the other plays, the other one, they were up a lot more. They had 500% came down. The other one, they're still holding 1,000% on the bid on the daily, which is crazy, all things considered. Same headline as old BBG article. Is it? That's what I'm saying. I don't. The source even then right away. The stick was too big, but you would think that would be a little bit bigger. There was that follow up with the talks of the deal, but there could be a little bit of fade on that. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you the other one. So yeah, be careful with that one. You know, I'm gonna book both of them. I'm gonna keep the one that we had yesterday, but I'm gonna get rid of the oh, I wanna dude, these news usually run it though. Let me just double check, because it's still 1,000% on the bid. Again, you remember you had the like hint at it yesterday. That's the crazy part. And then SPY's kind of tweaking Fed hammock. Potential deal first reported in August, stalled by tariff threats, could be announced in the upcoming March 3rd to April 2nd meeting. Okay, so it's not anything like immediate. Yeah, they dropped the bids. All right, I sold other ones at 1,100% on the short term. I still have the other one though too from yesterday. That one's still up. So we'll ride that one out, but keep this one on watch for the next couple days. So again, getting closer to the end of the month. But yeah, that first pop was insane. But Philo, we'll get to Philo, like I said, in a little bit. I think, give it a couple more minutes though. I was expecting a little bit more with this development, so we just wanted to get the people chilling a little bit. And then, yeah, we'll get to it eventually. So it's a Friday. You know, maybe we could even do Philo after hours while we play 2K. But yeah, I do plan on it. I have a Philo. Yeah, you're going to have to wait a little bit. Oh, where's a Rackle? All right. Well, yeah. We played Battlefield last time. I was sniping pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I like starting with a 2K. Especially if we got the 2K ballers, bro. We actually do good as a 2K squad. Some of the Chads could ball, bro. They do that little crossover. They got the little dancey dance, bro. Then they start shooting. Very impressed. I feel like Coach Carter. I feel like I'm just the coach of the team. I drop dimes, though. You can't lie. Y'all acting like... Speaking of a dime, say that 10%. Yeah, that's the thing, though. I think the Boeing in China, like, is tied to Iran. So that's why, again, that's where people were saying it. That's where we got the idea even from yesterday. Oh, no. Why did you say that? No. Oh, I forgot. Dude. It's literally the last trading day to sleep in. Bro. Yeah, I put the stream on 720 because of the lag yesterday. I don't know if it helped out today. People haven't complained about it. I'm sure it happened, just not as often. Yeah, bro. Daylight savings. No. I think, don't we lose an hour? So I'm going to be waking up at 3 a.m. now, right? And then SPY's coming down. Oil's basing around 90. So, yeah, between Saturday night and Sunday, right? So Sunday morning, the clock just tweaks out. That's crazy. Bro. No. You know how terrible that is? That's terrible. Alright, well, VWAP's climbing. SPY's going up there. CVLT, it looks like Colt. I put GLE. Yeah, the maritime, that's why they said it has to meet. I don't know if that would benefit anybody who produces, essentially, or ships under those guidelines. But yeah, that came out around the Boeing thing, but it didn't move. 720 helped a ton. Really? That's good, though. It just started lagging. I'm sorry. I tried, trying my best because YouTube hates us. But yeah, most people, I had less issues with it today, though. Market open is an hour earlier. Dude. So get ready, though. Y'all got to really turn up then. Some of y'all, it might hit you, bro. It's going to be hard. I just personally hate it. And then the sun sets later, which is good. But then, I like to go take a walk on the beach before I go to bed. And then now it's going to be the sunset later. It's just, oh, man. Why do they do this? They hate us, bro. Daylight savings is a psyop. It's a bullshit. Yesterday, the layoff numbers came in. They didn't? Oh, really? The weeklies or the ones with time? I didn't sell the one that we got yesterday. I still have it. I put a high ask in when it was going crazy. Somebody sold them for $1.50. Again, those were like 20 cents yesterday. Kimberly. And then oil is climbing back. U.S. Embassy in Baghdad says Iran militia groups may seek to target hotels frequented by foreigners in Iraq Kurdistan region. Machinery. All right, man. Yeah, oil's doing the climb again. And Korea is climbing, ironically enough. That hit 30 minutes ago also. Anthropic is available outside of defense work. Yeah, that's what Microsoft said. They said they're down. I like it when it's light later too, but it's just, I don't like shifting right when I get used to it, bro. Right when I get used to it, they're like, okay, time to go back. And then right when you get used to it, right, I'm like, okay, I could go to the gym when it's dark out. Fine. And they're like, oh, time to change it. Oh, you're comfortable? Oh, most people die during the daylight savings. You know that? You know, like old people get hella health issues because of daylight savings? Y'all don't feel me, bro. It's a fun fact, but it's kind of crazy. Like, I think your risk of a heart attack increases. Department of War retweeted a long post on how the Anthropic deal collapsed. Yalla, bring IGV up. Yalla, habibi. Yalla. Okay. Heart attacks go up 24% on the Monday after a time change. Yeah, there's a lot of car wrecks. Maybe that is an unfun fact. You're right. It's not so fun. People crash their cars, get heart attacks. Like, why do they keep going ahead with this? The data is very clear, man. There was a lot of data against this bullshit, and they're like, we should do it again. Again. I'm like, why, bro? Why? This is not okay. How the market, it's just the waiting. And like what's gone on the last 6 months, you got to think about it. When they sold off a pretty much crash in software, did everybody run away and take their money out of the market? No. They moved to staples. And then once the staples crashed, they're like, okay, get back into NVIDIA. And they're like, oh, get this name. Let's broaden out. Oh, let's go small caps. Oh, everything sucks. Let's go to fucking Brazil. Then they start moving that's what's just been going on for the last 6 to 8 months, really. And it's just been a lot of rotations, not to mention the names that are heavily weighted. They haven't moved as much. And then if you get a big heavyweight moving down, you get a way bigger rotation of the other 400 names. You know, again, leading up to just a couple weeks ago, that was the biggest rotation from stocks that were undervalued, underperforming the SPY, to the biggest rotation in the last 5 decades, 50 years. So yeah. Levitt, we are well on our way to controlling Iran airspace. I don't remember. If she was on Fox, I don't know if she's going to go back on again. Yeah, she did, or she went on Fox and then she had an interview outside.
Surrender. Is he saying that
She's very excited for the new lead. Locked in mode is the same thing, just no delay. And you get option plays, ideas. And then the morning news and the watch list. But then again, I hope you heard it. You know, guys in the locked in are like, Josh, should I sell my IGV? I gave all of you the same thing. Whether you're locked in or not, I'm telling you the same thing. Because I even hooked you guys all up with the IGV. And I'm just telling you, hey, I'll get you the entry, but you got to figure out what you want to do with that shit. Same thing with the Boeing. We had the Boeing very cheap yesterday, and I even talked about that, I think, with all of you. But it's like you got to decide what you want to do with that. So locked in will not change that. The press coming on in 7 months? Or the baby? Let's see. Yeah, the new press secretary. Yeah, this was it. I don't know if this is in Spanish or not.
de transición transgénero para menores.
The only clip of her talking
la
is in Spanish.
De niños pequeños en este país y no hombres en
So
deportes
aren't they
femeninos.
below
Y el
the?
presidente,
Or I thought they're already in
al
this
todas
thing.
estas prioridades,
Or they're below the
demuestra
limit.
lo de sentido común que son. Estas son todas
So
prioridades
this is
de
the only
sentido
clip
común
of her
de este
talking
presidente
is
que
in
cuenta con el
Spanish for
apoyo
some
de
reason.
la gran mayoría de los estadounidenses y él quiere que los republicanos actúen sobre ellas lo más rápido posible.
I feel like you guys understand it. Some of you at least. If you live in California.
Se retiraría de la carrera si el liderazgo del Senado del lado republicano acordara, ya sabes, eliminar el filibusterismo, por ejemplo.
¿Cuáles son los pensamientos del presidente sobre eso? No me adelantaré al presidente en la carrera del Senado de Texas. Sé que es de gran interés para
What
todos.
has she
Ya
been
no soy su
fluent
portavoz.
at Spanish this whole time? Because that's so quick for a translation. Bobo still go-go. Uh-oh, hot dog. She said get a long term. Yeah, I can't hold the hand because it's good. You're gonna teach you something, and then you're gonna understand how to value information better here. Because you're gonna be like, wow, he keeps bounce passing me a perfect pass with a clear lane every time. But then if I tell you what shot to hit and then you miss it, you're gonna be like, man, fuck this. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna get to learn it, but then you're gonna start realizing what's a good fucking bounce pass, and then start being like, oh. You'll learn the signal. That's how I can pass you the ball, bro. But what you do, you gotta score it. That's the final key, bro. You gotta learn to hit the layups. You understand and live in California? I know. You learn a little bit of Spanish living in California, like by default. I mean, bro, I'm closer to Mexico than I am to Iran. Well, it depends. I mean, there's little, what do they call it? Oh, I forgot. They have a name for the LA area. They call it like Lil, they don't call it Lil Iran. They call it Lil, it has a name, a little cute little pun name. She said, make sure to like the video. I'm pretty sure she said, make sure you watch the long-term video. Because, you know, I gave it to y'all quick, bro. Y'all didn't. I was going to wait till this weekend. And you're like, no, Josh, I'm going to ask you every day, even if you give me the same answer. So I said, fuck it. I got it to you the next morning. I got it to you at 6 a.m., dog. 6 a.m. And now it's already $10 higher. Okay, even Kimberly now is the same price, no dividend. So you know what I'm saying, bro? No, it's not called Little Baghdad. It's something, they call it something little, oh, Tehrangelis. That's what they call it, Tehrangelis. It's literally called Tehrangelis, like Tehran, Tehrangelis, Angeles. Mm-hmm. I'm saving so many D-Gen's lives. It's awesome to watch. Well, listen, man, I don't speak to you as a savior. I really don't. I speak to you as a fellow D-Gen who has seen the light. All I could do is just, I am more of a listen, motherfucker. I was trading dailies before dailies existed. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all really don't feel me, okay? Do you understand? I was trading dailies before dailies existed. You know what we used to do? There was only weekly options, and they didn't offer weekly options every week. And you know what you had to do? You had to wait till Friday. Motherfuckers used to think we were insane. We would wait till Friday so the monthly option would be down to its last day. And that's how we traded dailies. That's before they built the market and sold it to you. So yeah, man, that's all I just say to you as a D-Gen who has learned how to get out of this game. as with a lawn term, a crib, and many other blessings, bro. I think you guys need to learn the game and learn it the right way. And remember, the market's easy, bro. Battling yourself is the difficult part. Y'all gonna feel me one day. The emotions, the ego, that's why the noise, that's why I said no rules. Go ahead. Y'all gonna learn who to listen to real quick. Give it a couple weeks, you'll figure it out. That's all. But you gotta learn this on your own, bro. That's it. Otherwise, in the middle of your degen, you're gonna get mad at somebody. You're gonna get mad at a damn lob. No look pass, dog. Just right there. You right under the basket. All you gotta do is put it in. All you gotta do is put it in. That's it. Just keep your hands up, bro. Just keep your hands up. Oh, they don't know. Yeah, the Ocean's 11. But before, motherfuckers don't even know you could trade a SPY option 15 minutes after. They're like 24-hour Robinhood. Nah, bitch. We waited. And you would trade that shit right there. Breaking news after the bell. That's how we called it Ocean's 11. That was our nickname for it because we were robbing them. We'd rob the casino. We called it Ocean's 11. That's how you do 1 cent into 30 cents, just like what you just saw. Oh, they don't feel me, dog. So yeah, I don't speak to you as a savior. I speak to you as a degen I've just been degenerating long enough to be alive. And that, honestly, that's why you separate it and the long term regenerates. Amen. Amen, bro. This game is deep, dog. The game is deep. You must stay alive. Hot dog. All right, we're making a move down. I still feel something's going to come up, but I think now might be a good time for Philo. At least they missed the Boeing, so. I feel kind of bad, but like, come on, that's kind of funny. All I do is mention Philo and play a song, and they're like, and they'll run away. So, just a little. And then, too, though, less crowding for you guys. So I hope you enjoyed it. We could do the ocean. You just haven't really had an opportunity for the oceans lately. And then now with the like more after hours pricing, they don't let them go that cheap anymore. Not as cheap. I'm placing the ball in your hands and lifting you up to the basket. No, man. I'm not putting my hands on your booty. Okay, get that out of your head. I'm passing you the ball. Put it in the basket. that's all. That's all. I'm not. Don't overestimate. Believe me. I want you all. I want you to be able to jump. I want you to be able to extend and reach. Otherwise, that's what I'm saying. A lot of we're a team. I'm like, how is this a basketball team if I have to throw you the ball, then run over to you, pick you up, and put you, like, what is this? That's a terrible team. We would lose every game. Every single match we would be defeated. I'll be like, yeah, he had a wide open 3, but I had to go and pick him up to shoot it. I know. That's it. How, man, what about defense, huh? Oh, man. Josh Stockton. I like Stockton. I like Jason Williams. I like both of them. That's all. I like Pat. That's what I do. Even when I play ball, bro. You don't understand. Like, a real point guard knows what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, I respect a good pass just as much as I respect a good shot or a good dunk. You don't know. You guys don't know ball. Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? A good pass is just, I'm always looking to pass, bro. Always. That's how we learn to play the game. It has to be a good pass, bro. And they're a little bit sweeter, bro. A little bit sweeter. That gold and silver, the dude offered you $3,700. Damn, that sucks. I'll give you 38. And welcome to the game of gold, my friend. Just put it on eBay. You're going to still pay the fee and just minus the fee and figure out what you get, but at least you'll get a better price. Okay, SPY's still coming down. Oil's still climbing up. We're at the VWAP. Some of the top scorers have the ball less than 10% of the time. That's amen, bro. So I'm saying, if y'all learn how to catch the pass and you need to take that, you got to figure out your way to put it in the basket, bro. But then you could get really efficient. So I said, my job is to get you info that's accurate and early, objective, in a timely manner, right place, right time. But you got to score it, dude. And that's what I'm saying. It's like you could do some good damage. And then if you got a good point guard and you're like, man, fuck that, my point guard believe in Jesus, I'm gonna bench him. All right, man, that's fine. You don't want the ring. You know what I'm saying? They don't want the championship ring. That's fine with me. But once you got to figure out how to get the ball and set yourself up to score. Cure, that one's still going. That one's actually ripped up 30%. R? All right, I think we might do a VWAP bounce a little bit. But we'll really get into Philo. Let me send the alert out, and then we'll actually do our Philo. So now if you came back an hour later hoping it'd be over, I have bad news for you. Boeing is coming up. Off topic, God forbid it happens. If you die, do you have a replacement or backup? No, you guys are fucked. I did have a replacement plan in the beginning. I had a lot of hope, and then they all just were like, fuck that. I'm gambling all my money. Damn it. They didn't, you know, first round picks, man. First round picks always, you know, that it happens. But yeah, otherwise I do. You might have, there is a backup, but he doesn't have a soul. We have a bot. I could get you a Josh bot eventually. But yeah. So that's why it's kind of a good hedge though. That way the Antifa guys and the guys who support the child marriages, they don't want to kill me. Because they're like, how will I get my option? My long term. I'm like, oh shit. Alright, well let's get into Philo. Mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me when the stocks gon' fall. Buy your put and buy your call. Why these people always stall? Opportunity ain't far. Why they acting like it's not? I'ma take it, that's my job. That's the payrolls after all. Shake their hand and fake a smile. Give her inch, they ask a mile. Let me in and knock it down. Say the 10 and buy the time. Actual intelligence. Artificial negligence, they think it's about my arrogance. Severed from the relevance, they disregard the evidence. Go and get the delegates, the room is filled with elephants and a couple skeletons. They raised me from the elements, they hate how I'm developing. My genes began in Genesis, precipice of edifice, Carnegie's and Edison's. What's with your contentiousness, unless you are directionless? I think I get the emphasis, the tension's not the benefit. Your phone is filled with dreadfulness. I know this cause your restlessness. Don't ever trade your excellence. Get run over by pendulums and just lead to endlessness. The snake was never venomous. Ideas are the pestilence. Tempering your temperament or tempting them with elegance. Or tempted by the eloquence. Yeah, Trump signs order to fight cybercrime targeting U.S. businesses. ladies and gentlemen. And Palantir again, bro. Dog. Where's the other? Are the other ones going up? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Chatadonia. Now it's time for Philo. I got a good one for you. I don't know if this one's going to take too long. It shouldn't. Trump warns $100 oil is, or traders warn, excuse me. I said, Trump said that? They warn $100 oil is imminent if Iran war keeps raging. Bloomberg. Oh, Chatadonia. Chatadonia. So yeah, I got a good one for you. I don't know how you guys will like this, but I like it. And I think it's important stuff. And I got a good concept, man. I think this applies ultimately with God. For real, bro. Straight up with God. I don't know where you guys are at with your life and your soul. I don't know if you care about the things I care about. I don't know what you think this planet is. But you know, this applies to God. I think this applies to learning. I think it applies to the market. I think it applies to the stream, to me, to you, everything. Are you ready for this? Are you ready, bro? It's better to wrestle than to be lost. Wow. Just think about that for a second. Weed stocks took a pop. They do this every Friday, I feel like. But do you feel me? Do you feel me, bro? It is better to wrestle than to be lost. You know, Jacob wrestled with God. It's better you wrestle with God. I'd rather you wrestle with the idea. What's God? What's life? How come this happened? How come this didn't happen? I thought this. I wrestle with it. Go deep, like really figure it out, bro. Wrestle with what you don't understand. Wrestle with what you disagree with. You are better to wrestle than be lost. I'd rather you wrestle with God than come one day, God looking for you and you have nowhere to be found. You don't even want to hear it. You don't even want to engage. You don't want to be a part of it. Think about it. You're better off wrestling in the moment with something you don't like than completely removing yourself from it. Oh, I don't know if you feel me, man. I don't know if you feel me. I think that's huge. I think that is huge. Yeah, there's a Lockheed headline. I don't know. I might pull the bid on the Boeing. I put a high one, but it's climbing back up there. Very big spread. No, we could probably get another one, but wrestle with it, brother. Wrestle. So, my friends, I don't know what you're going to do this week, this rest of the year, anything. I hope you stay in the fight, no matter what it is. I would wrestle with it. You're not going to understand everything. Wrestle with it. Don't run away from it. Don't run away from life. Don't run away with the things you ain't feel, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. I think in a weird way, I wanted to raise the voltage, raise the hill, you know, give you an opportunity with things. Again, you don't have to like me. I would have much preferred you wrestled with it. Wrestle with me a little bit instead of getting lost into the abyss. And that's just here. What about the deeper stuff in life? Like I said, God, bro. It's better to wrestle than to be lost. So now let me tell you a story. Because I always told you, you know what one of my favorite things is, man? Anything that comes out of the fire is gold. But, you know, there's a story. There's a story about, you know, because in Malachi, it talks about silver. He said, God refines us like silver, like the silversmith. It's a very interesting concept. So here's the key. Once upon a time, somebody read this and they were like, you know what? I want to know how silver is refined. So they went to a silver refiner and then they were like, yo, I want to see this process of refining silver. Can you show me? Just out of curiosity, they didn't bring up anything. And they were like, okay. So the silver refiner, this guy's showing them how they made silver. And he says, what you do is you take the silver and you have to hold it in the middle of the fire where it's the hottest. That's how you get all the impurities out. You have to hold it there the whole time. And while you're doing it, you got to sit there and watch it. You have to keep an eye on it. Because if you leave it in for too long, it gets damaged. You damage the silver, you could over refine it. So then the person said, okay, so you sit there, put it in the hottest part, but they're like, how do you know? How do you know when the silver has truly been refined? And the silversmith, he smiles. He said, that's easy. When I see my image in it. Woo! You get it? Everything that comes out the fire is gold. You don't think that's weird that God uses that analogy? He said he's like the silversmith, the refiner. He keeps you in the fire, bro. It has to be hot. Okay, the Boeing failed 500%. I didn't pull it. I'll take it though. I think I'll double dip eventually. But those expire next week. But yeah, man. At the hottest point. He's going to put you in at the hottest point. It's not going to be cool. It's going to be hot. But for just enough time. Then the whole time he's going to be watching you. There's a level of care to it. And ultimately, the process is done when it reflects back. When he sees his image in it. Isn't that crazy? I love it. You gotta love the fire sometimes, bro. That's it. You don't want to live in it. Again, too long. No. But just enough. And keep faith in that. So, there's that. I got one video clip I'm going to show you today. Or audio. But before I get into that, I might go a little deeper on you. Just a little deep of society. You guys want to talk about society? I got a societal thing for you. Might be trippy to hear. But did you know that the dearest ambition of a slave is not liberty? Do you think a slave wants liberty? I might have to have some of y'all challenge yourselves today. We're slaves to a lot of things. I hope you know how it works. The dearest ambition of a slave is not liberty, but to have a slave of his own. No, I don't think they want freedom. I don't think us as humans, when we get enslaved, that we don't want freedom. You know why? Because people do not want to. We don't want to dismantle the hierarchy. We want to climb it. No? We don't hate the system. We hate our position in the system. And then what happens? The moment we get any sort of power, we become what we wanted to escape. You don't think that's ironic? You're a communist until you get rich. You're an atheist till the plane falls down, right? What I'm trying to tell you is that we are very conditional as humans. You don't see the sad reality? We like what favors us. So yes, you want freedom? You want to know what real freedom is? Real freedom is rejecting the game entirely. Not just switching sides. Praise God. Oh, so that being said, I'm going to play one more thing now. And you better watch out for this one. And I love it. You know what? I got a good clip for you. Oh, I got a good clip, bro. Cause this hit me. I said, wow, I never thought about it like that. You know, Jesus, he wasn't really worried about certain things. Like, you know, it's funny what Jesus placed on the hierarchy of what to watch out for. And there was something very insidious he talked about. I knew he's talked about it, but it kind of slipped by how important it was. But I like that I have a video because I want you to hear it from somebody else. I heard this and I was like, damn, that's crazy. So take a listen. This is Taylor Welch. He has a YouTube channel too.
In the Bible, the teacher who was afraid of jealousy more than anything else. He wasn't afraid of being murdered. He wasn't afraid of the sin of witchcraft. Proverbs 14, a tranquil heart is life to the body, but jealousy is rottenness to the bones. Proverbs 27:4, fury is cruel and anger is a flood, but who can withstand jealousy? They didn't want anything to do with it. So he's literally the most powerful person in the known world, and he's saying, I can deal with fury. I can deal with anger. Think about the damaging things that can come from anger. You have another king, send a bunch of soldiers trying to take your land. That's anger. Okay, let's just... But jealousy, can't do it. Can't deal with it. Who can withstand jealousy? Because it actually corrupts and then hides as it corrupts. It is the ultimate sleeper cell for the human motive. It will make you sick, and it will pollute your body, and it will then pollute your kids. And because it hides, it'll stick around generationally, and it'll pollute your grandkids. This was the foundation of the first rebellion in the cosmos, Lucifer. This was the foundation of the second rebellion in the cosmos, Adam and Eve. This is what has warped all of the nations of the earth. This is the thing, it's jealousy. Jealousy is the thing that flips the switch on and makes us pursue sin and abandon holiness. In the Bible, the teacher who was afraid of jealousy.
Think about that, bro. That's the one thing. He said anger. Jesus said we could deal with anger, you could deal with fury. He said, who could withstand jealousy? I don't know if he said it corrupts and hides at the same time. So it corrupts you and then it hides. It is a sleeper cell for human motive. Bro, you don't think that's crazy? I thought, you know, it's crazy. He's right about it. The first rebellion ever. The first rebellion of Lucifer. The angel said, wait a minute. Why are they praising you? You see how good I sing? Huh? Think about that. Adam and Eve. Jealousy. So Chad, it hides. It'll hide from generation to generation. You may not pass down anger to your kids, but you might pass down the jealousy. You don't think so? I think it's crazy. So yeah, man. I don't know. The way he explained it. Because I've read a lot of Jesus. I know a lot of what he says. Yeah, that one hit me when I said, wait a minute. He really did warn against jealousy in a different way. Again, anger is anger. Wars and battles and all this, that's again, someone take your land. There's a difference between justice and vengeance, right? I don't know if you guys knew that. That's why at times the Bible even say it calls for justice and sometimes it calls for vengeance. There's a difference. There's a very big difference. That's why, why some people call for vengeance? Because how many people know that justice was, oh yeah, come on. Think about it. Some people do stuff, you like, wait a minute, justice? We know people been gaming the legal system. Hold up. They say vengeance. And now, he said you could deal with conflict. You could deal with all of that. But who can withstand jealousy? Nah, bro, that's a trip. That's literally what got Satan starting off everything. That's what got, there's so many stories. Jealousy. Go see how many stories in the Bible get triggered by either hidden or apparent jealousy. So, Chad, refine it all, baby. Refine it all. Bring it to light. I hope you have a good weekend. I hope y'all wrestle than run away. You're better off wrestling with everything you heard today than running away from it. That's what I'm saying. You're better off wrestling than being lost. I'll take that any day. You know that? Would you rather get into a fight? Because a fight will come to an end. Fight, you might not even get hurt that bad, right? Would you rather get into a fight or would you rather be lost in the desert? You tell me. Take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in my channel. Is it the... Yeah, that's the... No, go watch it. Go watch the video. But amen. Actually, you know what I want to hear? Hold on. I guess I'll play this one as the second one. Wait, where is it? Yeah, no, we'll run back a classic. I'm going to the SoundCloud for this one. Yeah, man. What's it called? 2019. Holla at me. Ay. Stop it with the talking, I ain't got no animosity. Called it when I profit, you could say that shit a prophecy. The topics that you talking make me think you doing comedy. I shop it on the market every morning like a shopping spree. Yeah, see, I love it when they doubt it. Ain't rub it in they face, they could read up all about it. Can paint a perfect pic, I don't need the perfect palette. They be coming at me sideways, but still I kept my balance. God gon' get the glory in the story that I'm brewing. Sorry, I'm not sorry, I believe in what I'm doing. Yo, guys, I'm pretty godly, let me see him, let him prove it. I got mountains that need moving, round them lions and they drooling. I've been through a lot, these the lessons that I taught. See, I got a lot to teach, cause I had a lot I lost. You tryna eat with me, I'ma ask you what you brought. Nothing in this life is free, everything still got a cost. At your party, what's on my face? It's a code, I'm sorry. Fuck your gang, everybody want the money, but don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah, they talking and they barking like I care if they believe it. Honestly, you right, bro. You think it, you gon' be it. I'm not trying to fight, bro. I'm on the turn to cheek shit. Hold it, go the light bulb. I win if I'm defeated. Yeah. What's the plan without the work? What's a blessing without curse? Been depressed and I've been hurt. I've been stressed and I got burnt. I've been tested and I learned. I've been tempted, I discerned. Love them blessings but hate church. I've been knows a lot. Thought they supposed to help the flock, but they always talking guap. Thought they supposed to show the lies. Just because I say fuck, I can't believe in God. That sound fucking crazy, like they teaching Islam rhyme. Saying bombs is jihad. Don't use peace, use your arms. Use my speech, I disarm. Words stronger than the sword. Learn the mindset from the Lord. Man defined him by his wars.
yours. Progress ain't the final score. If you hate this, bless you more. At your party, what's on my face? It's a coat, I'm sorry. Fuck your gang, everybody want the money. I don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah.
This season, everyone deserves a little more, and Mazda delivers with the extended driving range of the CX-50 Hybrid, so you can spend more time together. Standard all-wheel drive in every Mazda CUV, including the CX-5, and room to bring every...
With the ad, bro? With the Mazda? That's why I want... No, wait till the next one. I want to hear this one. I have to hear this one. You know the fucking ad, bro? I gotta buy a Mazda 3 now? It's a bullshit. Brought to you by Mazda. Yeah, I haven't been on SoundCloud in a minute.
Seen anything like this?
They don't know about this.
You ain't never seen anything like this. It's a power pull called Howard Schultz. I think I need some coffee quick. You don't like me, hop off my dick. I know it's sounding ominous. The markets drop apocalypse, but I'm just using common sense. The same thing happened once before. I'm talking 1936 or 32 through 38. Markets then employment rates. The Marxists say the system breaks. The rights I said is because trade. The left side blames the words that said. The Russians in a election. Historical recession trade. Come and see Republican. The opposite of pro is con. So Congress, what is going on? They won't tell us what's going on. So I'ma show you through a sign. We fucked if budgets take too long. We put some sanctions on Iran, but that don't mean the problem's gone. But wait, who said it's a problem? Yeah. Think about that for a sec. Are we gonna pay the debt? Keep the AAA credit, get the people all fed, get the people all messed, till the people all dead. Do we really need the Fed? Trade the freedom in for cash, freedom for a double tap, trade the freedom for a Mac. I'ma leave it at that. It's a power pull called W. Bush. We need to start a war real quick. Our top export is armaments, the land of free that sells the death, the blood and money in a sec. But that won't make you not invest, cause Boeing hit record profits and I'ma get that divvy check. Yeah.
I'm gonna get one more until we get a headline. Yeah, cause they made me listen to the ad. I'm gonna get the most out of this ad, bro.
Hey man, it's a cup. I don't even know, bro. To be wise, yeah, they hold them Bibles like they Hitler, and Biden still dismissed it, and I'm still trying to sell you. Like, you should come invest in shit. Epstein ain't dead and shit. Think it's cause the president. The problem clearly evident. We saw this in the medicine. Forgot the opioids, made millions of us die. Forgot the bullies pushed our kids to suicide. Forgot the vets come home and fought their wars at night. Forgot the people lost in every single one them Boeing flights. You right, this really is about the blacks and whites. The darkness and the light, the goods and evils, pick your fight. The difference this time is we actually looking weak. We making moves before we think. It's not a movement if you sink. Before you shoot me, let me tell you something. I don't care about the message, just don't do it dumb. And don't forget, every man is always wanting and he's scared of some. And if you hurt the innocent, then you just like them. So can we conversate? Bring solutions that don't confiscate. Own up if we violate. So if they tell you that they sorry, then you can't complain. And yeah, they'll use you cause it's good views, then throw lots of money at your pain. Whatever you decide, I'll ride, but no, I take my time. So you can't wait on me, that's fine, I know you got your life. Just know I'm watching and I strike it when my time is right. The fruit is always bitter if you pull before it's ripe. So tell me what we doing, I stay standing if they shooting. Enough about problems, toss solutions. Don't bandwagon, make a movement, otherwise you just diluted. This about dollars, not pollution, or some shit they attach it to it. Stop the talk and show improvement, but I ain't trying to judge. I sat at home and did me none. Made 200,000 bucks while people scared about their lungs. Not flexing, but the money is the moral of the story. Every story need a publisher, and that's what starts the horror. I ain't got a chorus, I just list some problems back because the problems keep occurring.
Saudi Arabia has intensified direct line to Iran to defuse war.
With learning, but the margins are the burden. We should teach instead of kill them. Come with peace and don't condemn them. Show them that there's more to living. Maybe we would come out different, but there's people stuck in prison on sins that could be forgiven, or where legal if said different. That's the problem with the system, y'all ain't feel me. And the damn vote won't fix the fucking issue unless you teach them about the governments and representative systems in the districts, the effects of the consensus, how they monetize dimensions for political agendas. Y'all ain't want that shit. Some of y'all just wanna rob some shit, pressure me to talk some shit. Now people think that's all it is. Perverted with the politics, witch hunts and abolishments, remnants in the chloroquine. Everybody's dumb as shit.
I got my ad worth, bro. I got my ad worth. There's two things. There's one, a couple minutes ago, they said Pentagon to conduct high energy laser tests, but literally like right now, they said Saudi Arabia has intensified direct line to Iran to defuse the war. We're back. What time is it? 30 minutes till power hour. And then the weekend. Oh, Chattadone. They said they're testing lasers this weekend on counter-drone defense systems, military says. Again, Pfizer going up. Again, oil tweaked out from the Saudi thing, but then SPY moved a little more on it. Nothing else, though, bro. Nothing else. Again, there's a couple things moving. Palantir keeps ripping. Boeing, bro. You could have got a little bit more on that one. But yeah, that one actually held up. The weekly, though, or selling the daily was a good idea. But other than that, man, we'll see. I get ready, though. I still think. Remember, even the last couple Fridays, bro, there has been... Last time I said it, we had one in 5 minutes. I don't know if that's going to happen again today, but, you know, these Friday random-ass pops, bro, or you might get a stick somewhere. So, head on a swivel, ladies and gentlemen. Head on a swivel. That song is called Riot by Uncle Answers. Wait, is my SoundCloud still open? I have another one. I don't know. This one, I'll just play it through. I need to get my ad worth. We got a music video. Have you ever heard this one? This one's kind of scary, though. Not as scary as the fictional tape, though.
Goodwill.
Those other songs are hella old, though. That's the crazy part. Some of y'all been playing, Uncle.
Hey, Will, this shit is fucking
What's beef?
Bobby, can you help us?
I can't shake this feeling that there's something they tell us. Don't believe the record cause the data was embellished. They can't understand me, so now I'm overzealous. I'm really jealous. The steak looks delicious. The wolves look magnificent. The truth looks vicious. Government benevolent is such a pretty prison. Fit me in your prism. Make all my decisions.
If oil drops, market goes up. That's gonna be the digestion of that Saudi headline.
So I killed the CEO. They learned about Japan. Refuse to eat the turkey, but keep living in the land. Am I the crazy one? There's a fine line between labia and labium. If the tongue the devil, then the lips are the case of them. So think about the babies next time you go and play this one. I'm really not afraid of them. Only what I can become. I am the bullet and the gun. That's why they don't want me to fall in love with all the fun. Think about coming all the time, but not the second one. Foreign brain, fuck you. Why you treat mushrooms like dreams come true? Why you think 2 + 2 = Mewtwo? I don't trust me. Why would I trust you?
Damn, that's a tragedy. World in war, but the truth is the casualty.
Thinking really hard. Can you tell me why you mad at me? Disagree with me, so you think that is blasphemy? But in actuality, it's sacrilegious fallacies defending your reality. Fight or flight, I don't judge you being cowardly. You ain't fighting me, bro, you're fighting your insanity. Somebody called Hannity, somebody called Tucker. What happened to the Occupy? What happened to the truckers? Call the other Bobby bitch, what happened to the mothers? Boeing, what happened to the rudders? Biden, you always have that stutter. I don't believe shit, used to only be the butter. My times change, still the evil bigger brother. No red pill, blue pill, it's the last supper.
World in war, but the truth is the casualty. For real though, man. Fog of war. You got a good reminder in the last 48 hours. I mean, again, even today, bro, you had a 13% move with way less headlines off yesterday. Just comments. And then yesterday, you couldn't even tell what was true. My goodness. Even down to the futures. They said, we buying futures. Never mind. We're not buying. Okay, we are. We're never mind. But never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Damn. That's a tragedy. It's an instrumental, yeah. It's a sample of the song from Biggie Smalls, What's Beef? What's Beef? You could kind of hear it a little bit. That's why he says, "What's beef?" And then he asked Bobby to help us. I can't shake this feeling that there's something they ain't tell us. Don't believe the record because the data was embellished. They can't understand me, so now I'm overzealous. I'm really jealous. The steak looks delicious. The wolves look magnificent. The truth looks vicious. The government benevolent. It's such a pretty prison. Fit me in your prism. Make all my decisions. I feel like I'm a woman. I feel like I'm the man. I feel like I'm a fish and I'm sitting in the pan. Kids will kill the CEO. They learned about Japan. Play it again, Sam. Ghost. I don't even want to talk to her, but I kind of do. You think she could understand it? The oil headline is just tweaking back and forth. It was Saudi Arabia has intensified direct line to Iran to defuse the war. That is just the locked in for the watch list and morning news. So I don't know, though. We could talk about it. If you guys want to bring the morning news back, if you want to bring the plays back, we could make an objective standard. I want to find an objective metric for the Chad. I don't know if you could stop the pumpers or if you gang up on the pumpers. I don't know, or if you stop the people advocating for children marriages. I don't know if that's objective, or if you all actually watch and comment and actually engage and actually used the long-term videos on the other channel, I'd be willing to bring it back. But until we could find a way to find an objective standard, it will be on the locked in. So I'm open to negotiation. Maybe I should throw that out there. So whatever you guys have, let me know. But until then, we're gonna keep operating this way, and it has worked good. It allow you guys got freedom in here. You still are getting stuff. I mean, even with a delay, you're still getting it. I don't want, again, I gave you the IGV and any other plays. The good ones work very well, but even then, you guys see it even within hours. What do I do? What do I do? How's this? I hate you, Josh. Why is it not going up? So yeah, no, I know you objectively love it, but I'm saying we need an objective standard to reach. So that's it. We got to figure out something to make sure that it works, and that's what I'm saying. I want realness, brother. You know what I'm saying? I want people realness. I want real benefits, and I want it to be for people who are actually utilizing it in a way that creates good, not creates harm. Not people taking content, selling it, being fucking weirdos, using it to pump on people, do all sorts of shit. You know what I'm saying? Or people to use it to set themselves back. I don't want gambling to set you back. I want you to have a real certain, a certain level of actual understanding on it. FDA change speculation for CLP. Cure is the one that got that. They got clapped by they're already up 30 though. CLPT is only up 12. And they got clapped recently though. Cure got clapped a while ago. Let's not ban everybody who's following the rules. I already did that. I already had moderators. That's why people act a certain way. They still gonna report me. I don't want to get in the way of nobody. I'm gonna be a superconductor. You know how superconductors work? They just don't react to any of the electrons. They just go through. So I will conduct superly. That's what I'm saying. I need to know you guys aren't harming yourself with it. That you're using the content. I don't want to set you back 5 years. You know how many people I helped and set back at the same time? That's eventually they're like, okay, I just won't even understand it. I'll just sit here and wait. That's why I'm saying you gotta watch them long-term videos. I want you engaged with it. I want you, again, once a month, 20 minutes a day, 20 minutes a month. That's a minute a day. So yeah, you let me know. But I don't think moderators, people get mad. People get angry. And then they go on spirals and then they So yeah, I mean, it's, in a weird way, I feel like less people have gotten less mad. I still have a shit ton of people banned, might I add, but we'll unban everybody in June, the second quarter. So yeah, just looking for objective standards to make sure. Otherwise, like I'm saying, the people, you guys are all still getting a lot. I still think it's objective, still ahead and early. And then that way too, though, the people I know, at the very least, the locked in guys, you know, a couple people every now and then, you know, I think they just get it to try to think that it's going to be some hand holding or only gambling, but there's a little bit more steps and checks and balances. So yeah, man. No, it's not that mods like took advantage. It's just like, you know, it creates like a weird hierarchy. And then if people have bad ideas, or you'll be like, oh, that guy's down with that, that means this guy's down with that. And then people will get mad at the mods and do all sorts of things. So even then, people get, like I said, bro, people get mad at me, bro. I ain't even want to, you know, in a weird way, like, what? You guys are just going to get mad at the pumpers. I'm not going to get in the way. I'll let you. That's it. I try to, you know, if I try to correct you and help in a good way, you know what I'm saying? People would get a little bothered in the moment or whatever it is. And then, it, you know, they wouldn't want to wrestle. They would actually just run away. But I think you could, that's it. Just be careful of the chat. Be careful of all of it. So I'll let you do whatever you need to. You figure it out. That's what our long terms are all about. Woo! Judge overturns the unbanning of people. Yo, what happens if that happens in June, bro? What if that happened? What if I go to unban you guys in June and then they're like, the judge overturns the great unbanning? Oh no, that'd be terrible. You think we'll see oil at 150? I think if we break above 100 on like real supply shortages, anything is, that's when it's game on. Right now, this is all still the pregame. But yeah, I don't even think there's I think the crazy limit is 200 a barrel. And then by the time the banks start calling 200 a barrel, then yeah, Trump unconditional surrender when Iran can't fight. Is he changing his standard? So he's, once they destroy all their shit? PG and Kroger's still going all day. Again, that FDA stuff for Cure, another one. Unconditional surrender means Iran can't fight. Unconditional surrender is military destruction. Trump says surrender when they can't fight any longer. Axios. Consumer credit for CPI. No, I think the lot of the other gauges like the ISM and some of the other stuff, the employment cost index, and then now oil. I don't think oil is going to show up, but it'll show up next month. But even then, remember, today was a terrible jobs report. So everyone's still fucking focused on oil, so I don't think it'll move too much. Do I still use Josh Scholl's model to find fair and best strikes? Yes. So, you know, the thing is, I've been doing the Josh Scholl's models for my whole life. You know, that video is like 6-7 years old. But like, you get quick at it. That's what I'm doing. When I go through these chains, I'm looking at the options. I'm seeing what's available, how the computers are reacting is part of it. But then again, in my mind, I'm calculating, you know, that's why the price is so key. That's why I tell you guys. That's why you guys, I don't know what, if you think I just get mad that people pump my plays after if a bunch of people come in afterwards. It sucks with overcrowding with how algos have changed lately. But the real big thing is that there's a big difference in the prices, right? So if I have an option, I'm like, yo, Josh Scholl's model, 20 cents to $1, that's 500%. That's literally what I just did with Boeing. Not the 3,000% or the other one that I did yesterday. If you go and hit the ask and pay 40 for it now, same play 200%, 250. You pay 50, you pay 60 for that same play, 50%, 100%. You see what I'm saying? So you got to just understand the dynamic of options and how you're going to make money on them. That's what the Josh Scholes model makes you understand. And that's why it's like you could find the right play, right price with a reasonable, where do you think this thing can end up or where it's going to end up. That's where it is. That's why the ones really far out the money are a little different depending on if it's a tech stock or not. But that's kind of what you got to factor in. But that's why price is so key. And once you get familiar with it, you'll start to pick up on it quick. But that's why it's like you want that as your fundamental, viewing of everything you're doing. You want to be able to view every option through that lens, so you could be good. Thank you for all the memberships. You gave it to the Chaz. Order. God bless America. Josh Scholes is my remix of the Black Scholes model. It uses that, but not without all the calculus. But it does. I mean, every option is based off of that. Is Bobo still go-go? And then SPY still 2. Again, oil just tweaked back and forth. I don't know. In a weird way, that Trump comment, it kind of sounds like they're not looking for them to announce a surrender. They might just blow up all of Iran's shit and then say, okay, we're done. So again, market's kind of moving. It is 20 minutes till power hour. So if that pop, that'll probably be the interpretation. Then you have the Saudi thing, but it didn't move oil down enough. Yeah, there's a video. Search Josh Scholes model or how to find 1000% options. It's an old video on the trading fraternity. It's a classic. Classic. Yeah, it's one of the, I think I could find it. I don't know if they show it. You can't make fun of me. I didn't go through puberty when I made that video. Yeah. You gotta search the trading fraternity at the end. The video. Like the video. I also don't think I had a microphone when I don't know. I might have recorded this one on the MacBook mic. No off ramp. Maybe. Yeah, options 1. It's a different. I don't know if it's this one right here. Yeah, options trading 101. That's what Josh Scholes model. But yeah, that's why I'm just doing it in my head. I mean, again, we've been doing it for a long time. That video changed my life for the better. It did. If you really, especially if you're just starting options, I mean, a lot of people just didn't even understand that. Amazon says customers could keep using Anthropic's Claude. CNBC. Why is Amazon dumping off of that? I mean, they're just going down. See if that affects the SPY. Verisk, now LMT still going. Is it the one? I just posted the link. I'll post it again for you. That's the one. Sarepta now. Again, all these biotechs keep popping off. Again, this Sarepta loves to do this shit. Oh, these are expensive as fuck. I think that's going to be the third pump off all of them. That one may not hit, but they have one cheap one. Yeah, they have no... I mean, how much time? They got an hour 15? I don't know if Sarepta's been hit by the FDA stuff. So again, that's the third one. INR? Why does that sound so familiar? And then MCR. Again, a lot of these biotechs are starting to go. What is Intel? Amazon's still on the low. I mean, again, customers could keep using Anthropic. Ask Claude, what do you think was used by Palantir to identify war targets? Right after and on the even. Does it answer? It's kind of crazy. So yeah, Amazon's the only big sector of chips. Nvidia's actually near the low. Remember, Nvidia almost went green. Yeah, ghetto standard deviation. That's a recent one. That's just with earnings. It does. What does it say? Tell me. I don't want to go through it right now. Logitech. Didn't Chad ask me about that earlier? He's got a $1 pop on Logitech. That's 1%. In and out. That's what the long term is not all about. Bitcoin. IGV, bro. I can't believe IGV's fucking green. Is Staples still green? Yeah. That's even crazy too. What a weird day, bro. What a weird day with 13% oil. Yeah, Kimberly did good. That's crazy, though, considering it's X... Dude, after XDivvy, it's even higher than yesterday at one point. So, but yeah, again, make sure you understand that, especially if you want to buy it now, because now you don't really get... Again, buying at like 104, you got an extra $1 off your cost basis because of the dividend, but... Yeah, so it changes it a little bit. It sucks, though, too. You don't know when the divvy's going to hit. Divvy might... It hits a month later. So wherever the price is, you'll either get more or less. I know it did hit 101, right? Habibi. Go Kimberly. So again, if you missed it on the divvy, you wouldn't have got the divvy, but then you could have picked it up at 101 today. And then Oracle. Oracle's still up. Palantir is leading. You're right above VWAP, bro. There's 10 minutes, 12 minutes till power hour. And now we are just chilling here, though. This is a Friday, though. Remember even the Friday of Anthropic and the Friday of the war. We didn't do anything either. You guys remember that? It was the same exact thing. You had a gap down, and then we chilled. You went up a little bit. You didn't fill the gap, and then war the next Monday. In and out. That's what our long term is not about. You. Tinfoil, you pick 2 title sponsors of F1 teams. Oracle with Red Bull. Team with Williams. Bullish Signal. Wait, what? I didn't know that. Explain more to me. I bought the sponsors? I don't know. Just don't get mad at me. I didn't do that, but I remember last time, a couple weeks ago, someone's like, Josh, I know how you picked all the plays. You lied to us. I know. And I'm like, dude, calm down, bro. Calm down. Yeah, weed stocks went up another 4% from whatever that was. Yeah, weed stocks are still going. I don't know what. Again, that always does it on every Friday. Wait, who's Williams, though? Team? I bought Team. I don't know Williams. Crowd with Mercedes, and then Palantir with Ferrari. That's funny. I'll ask my girl. She likes F1. UWMC. I'm not the biggest fan. I like Archite better. Or I think going with a REIT if they're cheaper, but real estate, you know, that's going to be that's like the longer duration. It might change with some of the rate cut stuff, but I don't know if UMC is even up on Colt Sister, because that's the only long term that has it, but I'm not the biggest fan of their, what's it called right now? Their balance sheet. U.S. official aircraft carrier Ford left the Eastern Mediterranean and crossed the Suez and is currently active in the Red Sea. Al Jazeera. Oh yeah, you guys want to hear it again? I was running. How hard does this beat go? I listened to it again this morning. Yeah, you are the only one who was complaining about the stream lag today. Unless anybody wants to come forward. I'm sorry, I just had to listen. It came up. Fucking Mags. We're in Mag 7 prison again. You'll hear it soon. Hopefully. I love it. State media in Iran are reporting that President Pezeshkian and Putin spoke on the phone today. Whoop. Whoop. Refresh your browser. Sermon went down, and then a line. Get ready though. We're gonna get we got power hour. So again, just like yesterday, bro. That last 30 minutes, that's where like everything popped off. Even last Friday, and then even yesterday. Remember that first set of power hour? You had some moves, and then everything started to do its thing. So get ready. Get ready. I don't know, though. It would suck if nothing happened, but at least you'll be ready. Better to have and not need than a need and not have, you know? That's what they say. Yalla. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Again, though, a lot of people are worried about the weekend. I mean, dude, 91 on oil. It's not, it's very precarious. Is that how you say precarious? I don't know. They say, are you a Pisces? I say I'm a precarious. You know? Erbil Arjan by Ratana and Erbil Hotel was hit by Islamic regime or their proxies, Iraq. I couldn't even give you a couple bars. I'm under an NDA, unfortunately. Uncle has a good lawyer, so I can't. I wish, bro. I wish. I only heard he hasn't recorded it. I just heard him, though. He'll stab me. Well, that's the thing. It's either you're going to get one of those bullshit Friday pumps at the end, or you're about to really see everyone be like, psych, I'm not holding. Gotta go. Well, again, but everybody, the problem is that every weekend, at least the most recent ones or any of the biggest moves you've had this year, it is literally, it's literally happened over the weekend. So again, the first little freak out was the Greenland shit, and then the extra tariffs, if you recall. And then pretty much from there, everything started going downhill in terms of weekend events. I don't think we'll get, we're already above open a little bit. I don't think we'll fill the gap. Last Friday, you didn't fill the gap either. So that's not a guarantee, especially with oil up 12 and a half. Do 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 do. Iran has not closed the Strait of Hormuz, but ships linked to Israel or U.S. cannot pass. Senior military spokesperson tells Iranian state TV. Wait, ships linked to Israel or U.S.? So everybody except China and Russia? Is that what he said? Well, there's your little headline. So again, see if oil reacts to that or not. That's senior military spokesman, Iranian TV. And then Sarepta's going again. That one is interesting, you know? Oh shit. They just tried to hold me, bro. Do 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 do. We'll see. Oil's dropping a little bit. Let's see. Be careful. How you haven't been banned? Well, I just stopped banning people. I gave up. That's why. There's no rules. I mean, if you go to the description, some people were just foolish to break the rules when there was rules, but there is 0 rules in the description. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really ban you for anything. But yeah, there's rules in the locked in. I'll ban you for that bullshit. USO's hitting a high. It's funny, crude futures aren't going up, but USO is. Do 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 do. I don't know. It sounds like, if anything, it sounds like Iran would let Intuit's going up too. They would let China and China and Russia move, and then if people let Russia, that's it. Russia and China are gonna move everyone's oil. But we'll see. That's still that's not a good outcome. Explosion near Natanz, Iranian state media. Freedom? Dog, how are you late to the revolution? Dog, y'all been free for like 2 weeks. He's like, freedom! I'm like, bro, it's been 2 weeks, man. You guys have had a lot of freedom already. You're just noticing? Expect a cannabis rescheduling announcement imminently. Cass? I mean, bro, we saw that at 3%. I don't know who Cass is. Well, like I've been saying all day, man. I'm surprised that oil. I am surprised, but not really, because anything Strait of Hormuz is already like, oh my gosh. But like at the same time, it's like there's still so much room for escalation and de-escalation at the same time. But like, I'm surprised how many people aren't really familiar with the history of both Iran as well as like even Iraq. Especially considering everyone's like, I don't want to, you know how many 20-year-olds are like, I don't want another Iraq. I'm like, bitch, you don't even remember Iraq, okay? You ain't watched one beheading video, okay? I don't want to hear it, okay? Because at the same time, like, dude, Saddam was blowing up his own oil fields. People don't get that. So it's just like, there's room for if Iran and not, what kind of fucking soft-ass holy war is this? Where they're like, oh, we only let the ships that are not Israel or U.S. pass. Like, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Bro, if this was back in the day, they'd be just blowing up everything. Say, fuck that. There ain't nobody coming through. We ain't got no friends. Either Allah or die. Like, what are y'all saying, bro? They don't understand, bro. They don't understand. Do. Yeah, they're recirculating. Oil didn't move on that. Again, they're just putting bullshit out. U.S. Customs is working on a system to refund tariffs. What time? So it's Power Hour now. And then Shopify, yeah, what's it called? Hit a high. Young Software. I could be into it. Get into it. High Ticker has gas, but SPY, you're probably gonna need a big tech to move. So yeah, man, we'll see. They did lose their leader. That's why, but that's why there's room for a lot more on both sides of this shit to go crazy. Do. All right. Get out. Those went 70%, and then I'm gonna hold one more. I took most of them off the table. I kept one just in case. Not a recommendation. That last one I just did. Easy. Easy, baby. Easy. Let it ride, dog. Let it ride. I kind of want to take it all, but I'll just take one free one. Call it a day. Free one plus cash. You know? It's like Craigslist. You know where you offer trade plus cash? That's kind of what we could do with that one. That was good, though. Yeah, literally. 70% on the bid. Yallah, habibi. They have soldiers who see death as a reward. Scary. But that's what, I mean, I don't want to piss off any terrorists, but I'm like, it sounds like this new generation of terrorists are soft. If that's the case, blow up the Hormuz and stop playing around. That's it. It's very simple. That's all I'm trying to say is that I feel you. That's what most people thought 20 years ago. But like, what? I ain't see nothing yet. They just like, oh, we let our friends go through the strait. No, just blow it up, dude. Call it a day. What are they playing around with? Let's go. Like, you have not seen our force yet, okay? Blow up the Strait of Hormuz. Shit, that's it. Just call fucking one mine. One game of Minesweeper. That's all. Oh, that's it. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Dog, even Russia has shot down a passenger plane in 2014. Don't even get me. I know too much history. That's all I'm saying. It's just like oil, and I know everyone's scary and you get the news, but like compared to a lot of other geopolitical conflicts, I mean, we have seen way worse considering they killed Khamenei on day one. They killed him on day one. That's a grave offense, you guys. That's a grave offense. I don't know if you realize this. Dog, Saddam. He blew up his own oil field. And y'all are like... So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little jaded. This is not financial advice. I know this was dude, they killed the supreme leader on day one. You would have thought, that's why the Strait of Hormuz, that's why I was like, oh shit. I thought they would have had the Strait of Hormuz fucked up by Monday. Not this, we'll send China ship through, yallah. Like, what? That's it, they still want their money, bro. That's crazy, bro. Like, are you kidding me? Like, okay, how about this? Bloods and Crips. If they killed the leader on day one. Bro, what if we got rid of Xi Jinping in one day? What happens next? You think you get any plastic goods from China on Monday? You get shit, bro. Are you serious? They'll blow up Taiwan in the next day. Y'all, that's why I'm saying there's something. I don't mean to call them soft. I don't want any of this to happen, but I'm like, well, wait a minute. It's a relatively calm holy war, as per history standards, but it's still early. It's still only been 6 days, but they're trying to hold off as long as possible, it seems. CRE, Care Investment Trust. Ooh, that's already up 70. You want to restate Iran has no navy, and even Houthis, they can't impact anything. Dog, you don't listen. If you really care, they'll find a way. Do you know about Vietnam? You know, we thought Vietnam was going to be easy. And then they're like, oh yeah, fuck you. Watch this. They put traps and shit everywhere. Again, even in Iraq, they were like, dog, they were blown away. No, okay, bad choice of words. But they were like, yo, they're driving in cars filled with bombs. They make up their own bombs. They'll find a way but they are not as motivated. I'm not trying to motivate them. This is not a pep talk. I'm just saying from a political perspective, bro. You know how much hell they gave us with T100 Toyotas? And you're telling me that they don't have a boat to pull it off. They don't need a fucking boat. That's it. They need get me 10 guys who want 72 virgins and send them, just tell them, hey, just run here, go like that. And none of it, bro. None of it. That's all. So like I'm saying, the point is there's a lot of room for escalation, and there's also a lot of room for off-ramps. U.S. Court of International Trade suspends March 5 order directing customs of tariff refunds to the extent that it directs immediate compliance. I don't know, bro. My favorite part so far is just like, this is what I mean, can we just be real about something? You know, can we be real about it? I said this yesterday. I don't know if too many people caught it, but like, let's be real. Both sides are fucking lying. You guys are aware of that, right? So America, Israel, they are lying. The IRGC is lying. You guys are aware of this, right? I'm just saying, because of the amount of info and how again, that's why I kept saying fog of war. That's like, it's very normal for war. Very, very normal. But that's why I'm saying, bro, you even got like, my favorite part so far is the people that are believing the damn Looney Tunes ass argument. They're like, America bombed pictures. I'm like, dude, you might be falling for IRGC propaganda. You might have already fell for American Israel propaganda. So it goes both ways. But just like I'm saying, a lot of this is just, it's only been 1 week. But at the end of the day, I could confidently say there is a lot of room for escalation, and there is a lot of room for an off-ramp. This shit is not, again, oil looks bad. The market doesn't look bad. But at the end of the day, this is still just like, something is not adding up to the level of like, oh my gosh, the Strait of Hormuz, nothing's happened. They're letting their friends pass through. Everybody else has stopped. They blew up hotels. They used to take hostages at hotels. You guys, They don't know anything about Iran. You don't remember the hostages. Y'all crazy, bro. Bro, even Egypt would throw down harder than this shit at this moment. So, I don't know, man. And you know, Egypt don't even ask Egypt about their last war. We don't want to talk about it. How can you confirm what they say? With a clock. Time. Give it time, my friend. Give it time. That's all that's what I'm saying. It's a week by week thing, but like don't get too certain. That's how you're going to get smashed in this, but when it's all said and done, there's a lot of room for escalation. That's why I said when we get above 100 on oil, yeah, now the game starts, but even then there's still a lot of room for Nvidia. Hot dog. Nvidia taking a candle. I don't see a headline. Chips are all dropping. What is it? IRGC says they are not buying Blackwells. It's a big candle down, but that's I don't know. Oracle huge? How huge is huge? Oh, yeah, Oracle huge. OpenAI ends plan to expand data center site. What the fuck? Come on, Sam. Yeah, Oracle and OpenAI end partnership. Oh, they're already jacking those. Oh, I whiffed on it. Damn it, there's only one set now. Oh, I whiffed again. I whiffed on all of them. Oh, they didn't fill me on that! You dickheads. Oh, they only fill me on one. Fuck me. Yeah, Oracle. That's bad for Oracle now. I got one set. Where is it? I don't even see where it is. Oh, did they fill me on it? Yeah. That was bullshit. Oh, I should have made way more on that. All right, I'm going to try to get another one. Yeah, that's bad for Oracle. That's bad for all the AI shit. That's what's bringing you down more than anything. All right, I got 100% on that, and then I just added a different one with more time. I fucked up on the daily. Oh, I was way too slow on that one. Not a recommendation. But yeah, I already flipped out the first one's at 100, and then I got the second one. Again, Nvidia's going down. Who else is related to that? I'm surprised GE's not moving. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Meta in discussion with developer Crusoe to lease expanded site. All right. Bro, that was whack. I could have, bro, that would have been another fucking 10,000%er. I just started getting cheap on him once they raised the spread. I got the shitty one, still made 100, but we should have had 1,000 on that. Some of you probably grabbed it. IREN getting worked. See, I think Oracle might take another dip down. I grabbed some for the other ones. That'll pay for those other ones since we had the other calls too. Yeah, wait, the premiums need to chill, but that's why I moved to the other ones with time after that. That was bullshit. I'm not too mad. But yeah, all the chips went down on that. But Oracle's the one. I mean, that's not good. Remember, I was just saying OpenAI and all that. I don't know if that's good or bad, but there's going to be more details. They're ending the plan to expand the Texas data center site. OpenAI and Oracle. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. That's so funny. That moved you more than anything with the war. At least on the SPY. Qatar announces partial resumption of air traffic. Yeah, they have earnings next. It's already fucking ripped back up. This is just like the layoff news. So yeah, now they're killing the bids on that. SoFi gets into the S&P. I think, aren't they below the market cap? The headline was Oracle ending plans to expand Texas data center site with OpenAI. Yeah, that even got your IGVs for a little bit. That 10 minutes ago on the Qatar headline. Chips are still dropping. Now AMD's going down. It's funny, Oracle's holding up a little bit better. I think it's just because all that activity. Yeah, they're not letting the dailies come down again. I fucking whiffed on that. I still made 100%, but fuck me, dude. That one was money. And then Boeing again. Bobo. Who else is there? Like I say, GE has data centers, other IREN, anybody else with data center shit's coming down. Boeing's taking off. Those dailies wouldn't have hit though, so we maximized them at the 1,000 and the 3,000. Yeah, those would be red still if you held them. But my other play would have killed it. You would have got another. You would have had 1,000%. I sold at 500. Might be good for Oracle. They have quite a bit of debt. Yeah, but then the RPOs, if this is going to affect their what's it called? The purchase obligations. Debt lower good, but everything else not so good. VST, what time is it? Well, that was our daily 15 minutes in. That was your power hour, little stick of the day we said to watch out for. Oracle news again. Yeah, Nibis. They're all kind of, again, Oracle's only down $2 now, $3. It just dropped almost $10. Meta, they said they're expanding a lease at the same time. So same time that news came out, they're expanding one of their data centers. Well, that was fun. Do. Yeah, if you got a daily or if they're cheap enough, you might be fucking hitting on that. Good shit. And then your SPY's right at VWAP. Oil hasn't made a move in a minute. MTN, DFLI, what the fuck is that? It's $2. It's just the Texas plant, not the whole partnership. Yeah, just the Texas plant. Well, I think that was one of the bigger, and it said to expand. So it might just be they're still doing it, just not the same. Can oil go higher? I mean, it just depends on the holiness of some. How committed they are to the cause, but... Yeah, I mean, everyone's worried about 100. I think a lot of possibilities remain for more escalation or even an off-ramp. I'm surprised Oracle bounced that fast. Because that sounded terrible. And that drop, bro, that brought even the whole fucking IGV down. Cart and Zoom, you're getting a couple more. It seems to be end of the day moves. You don't think it's hit the TV yet? Really? It's not on Bloomberg or CNBC yet? They might wait. Anytime we hit them that big.
Not only
they don't do that.
Consumer sentiment, but corporates.
That's Iran's
I'm going to go to the
strategy,
bathroom. Let's see if they get it on.
It's chaos.
Follow me on
Create as much
Instagram,
chaos,
at the Trading
shoot
Fraternity.
at everybody in the neighborhood.
God bless America.
And create some real problems for the financial markets, hoping that kind of pressure gets everybody on the other side to say, all right, let's try to work out a ceasefire here. But the president says it's unconditional surrender. And I think we're going to show some more firepower there that may actually, look, I think that Iran lost the war. It's just they don't know that. They don't concede that. They think that they could just do it as a terrorist state, which is what they're good at. And I think the kind of military forces that will continue to pound away at them will force them to relent.
Cameron, I'll give you the last word. I mean, the optimism that Ed is still trying to project and believes is still the backbone of this market. Do you think it's too much? Or
well,
no?
I think that there's an assumption that if markets are weak enough that we'll see the taco trade. And that certainly was the case with tariffs, but tariffs were effectively a decision from the White House. Now you have a lot more players involved, which might mean that they might want it to stop, but the question is, have you set off something that could have more duration?
Well, this is different too than putting on tariffs and taking off tariffs on a whim.
Mm-hmm.
I go back to the Colin Powell quote, you break it, you own it.
Yeah.
And this is a situation that needs to be watched dearly.
This will be resolved, per Ed's, and we have to remember, we have the best companies in the world, we got the best market in the world, we got the most liquid market in the world, and investors will pay for that performance, period.
All right, guys, thanks everybody. Appreciate you. Let's send it now to Christina Partsenevelos for a look at the biggest names moving into the close today. Hi there.
Hi, Scott. Well, let's start with shares of Marvell because they're popping on the back of strong demand visibility just over the next 2 years for not only their chips, but their connectivity products too. The company's data center revenue surpassing $6 billion. That's a 46% increase from last year. These shares are up quite a lot, almost 18%. Not moving solely on fundamentals alone, but part of a move potentially into the S&P 500. There's rebalancing today. Index funds would be forced to buy Marvell if it gets added. So traders are trying to front run that demand. So that's why you're seeing shares up higher.
Yeah, I need to go to the bathroom,
shares
bro.
Also,
I gotta get ready for my 2K. Yeah, chips are still going down. Hey, yo, if you play 2K, stay after the bell. We need a squad. Okay, I would like the ball with some Chads. I know there's bigger things going on in the world. Yeah, Micron and Intel, they've been dumping that whole time. Oracle's coming back down. You guys said it was on CNBC. I don't see it on Bloomberg yet, but either way, I mean, that was your little power hour headline, not to mention just everything now with the market coming into the weekend in oil. But there's about 38 minutes remaining, my friends. 38 minutes remaining. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, did Korea? How about the Koreans, bro? You missed, there was an Oracle headline that just kind of set everything. That got the SPY and the chips moving, essentially. But there's a couple of Saudi oil stuff not too long ago, but they said that Oracle and OpenAI are abandoning their plans to expand the Texas, or they end the plan to expand Texas data center site. So that freaked out oil, software, chips, AI. They all started. Again, that's why the SPY moved. They all moved. I had stock market live on 2K. I have a point guard or center. I don't know if Zellman, if he's going to be there. He has a showing, though. He got time for one. He's okay. He got power forward or center. You got a ball, though, bro. The Chad's ball. I'm telling you, it's insane. Yeah, Nvidia's still going down. So it's all chips. I mean, fucking damn SanDisk, too. Huh? They paid how much for what? Merck. But again, healthcare and staples are doing decent. Yeah, staples are ripping though this time. So look at that. Chips go down, software. Staples gets that money every time. And then vice versa has kind of been the theme of the week. Oh yeah, staples are still ramping. J&J, they were clobbered all day. Yeah, they came back up. Now Pepsi, you guys, sounds familiar, doesn't it? oil look like March 2022? I think it's the highest single day since May, but that's what people are, because it does. That was the last time you even climbed towards 100. I mean, think about it. Conflict first March 22 is Russia and their oil supply. This time it is yo, wait, is wheat limit up? I didn't even think about that. Because like even then, even to the point even wheat got drawn into this today. I thought limit up 7%. No, I just staying pinned up there. The market was that Oracle news, because that Oracle news brought down Nvidia, Micron, everybody else. So that was it. Like we were saying the whole time, like even as oil was climbing today, think about it. Oil's not even moving right now. It's just the waiting of everything else. I did have a wheat call. I interviewed the CEO of the wheat ETF. You guys should go listen to it. Good info. Just different situation, but very good info. How much time? You got 30 more minutes? Yeah, that just set everybody off now. They're gonna even into the Friday. So think about it. We were kind of holding up a little. The chips set everything off now. So now, well, even then, people are gonna just look at this and be like, oil, but this was all just the chip part now. That's what got the SPY actually moving. Do 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 do. Oh, you can't get any of those cheap ones. All right, so Oracle coming back down, and now the VIX too. Actually, no way. Oh, they're dropping the bids on everything. Yeah, Nvidia. Actually, where are the HYGs? You could do it right now. Oracle is coming down harder while the chips are gonna start bottoming. But the spreads, if you want any sort of spreads, you could do it. So even on any volatility plays for the weekend, there's some spreads that make things a lot cheaper. Yeah, Nvidia, I'm gonna see I wish those Oracle dailies got cheaper again, but they didn't. I mean, you only have 30 minutes. It's not even a daily. Again, they're gonna have earnings next week too, so factor that into it. No, nothing. That just, again, with like the oil and the fear, I think that just finally got the SPY moving, and then factor in everything negative for the day. And then again, you're about to go into the weekend in 30 minutes. That was just probably the worst set of timing for that. But now you just, again, VIX went up. You have fear just kind of rise on that. So you still might have some bullshit left, but for now, that was, unless you get some good news somewhere, that was just, hey, you know, you wanted to see the fear, that news triggered it. Again, oil didn't even budge on that. Asmil. I have one idea, but I can't find a cheap play on it, unfortunately. won't fill. There's bad Oracle OpenAI news. And that sent Oracle down $10, $7, and then all the chips went with it. And then now the index finally moved because of that. Just not to mention everything with oil and the fears coming into the weekend. Oh, they dropped the bids on the volatility place. I was saying if you do the spreads on the out of the monies, you can make them cheap. Still going down on the SPY now. This might be a different set of names because some of the chips are still near the low. But yeah, you might get everything else kind of rotating back. More soft. I mean, software is still green for crying out loud. Very interesting what's catching a bid. Oh no, way too expensive, baby. Yeah, VIX on the high. Energy. Where's what's it called? LNG. Yeah, you're getting a broader risk off here. Like I'm saying, they're broadening out on this second part. Oil's not moving. That was it. That was everybody taking it into the they're taking it into the close now. But you still got 30 more minutes. Yeah, Boeing, a couple of others. I didn't look at the defensives. And then again, staples now, so you are rotating a little bit. Well, that was enough to set it off. ASML. I just want one. Do 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 do. Yeah, bro, they really won't fill you. I'm being cheap, though. That's what happened last time. No, dude, this is all Oracle. This is Oracle leading into all the chips, and then then factor in where just the whole situation of the day. Well, there's a Micron. Wait for it. BDSX on the high. Okay, you're taking it. What is BDSX? Oh, whatever that is. But I'm gonna take the other one. I wanted a different one, but This one will go into the weekend. Oh. Did it not film me? Oh, it filmed me on... No, it filmed me on all of them. Oh, I got... It actually filmed me cheaper. No shit. Alright. Not a recommendation. That's up to you if you want that. That was the other one I was looking at. That's it. And then Microsoft now too's fallen. Our IGV leader. You did so good, Microsoft. You did so good. The Korea one did not work as shit today. I mean, it kind of did now if this drops enough, but that could also be something for next week if it does get a little panicky. Now that I think about it. But those already did come up here a little at the bell. BDSX is your boy's biotech? Is he the CEO or does he work for him? Can I talk to him? I have some questions. Oh, what the fuck? Another trade came after me on that? No. Interesting. Let me see if that goes again then. No. Oh, they fucking fixed it. As I say, bro, someone just came in after it, but I didn't even tell anybody. Oh, shit. I was muted? My bad. I was saying existing plans for Oracle data center project with OpenAI remain on track. CNBC. I didn't know I was muted. My bad. Yeah, so that's coming. That's literally, that news could have been bullshit. I have no idea what that candle was, but if that's the case, everything that just caused this literally might be bullshit. So yeah, that just came out. But I don't know. It either means that the other plans are still existing, they're just not expanding, or that's what the original post would have said, or just, again, complete BS. And that nothing changed. They're saying it just remains on track. I don't know. It's still very vague, but that's what caused that pop there. Again, that's going to ease up pressure from everything else. So see, I mean, if that lifts up all the chips at the end, then that's going to wind back some of the fear. A couple of oil plays, like oil providers coming down. Long term, all the way. More British fighter jets being sent to region. Trump will visit Ohio next week. Trump to tout lower drug prices in Ohio. My portfolio. Well, I don't know. That thing is still very broad, or it's very vague. So again, it brought it up. Again, I'm keeping anything. Oracle, just think earnings next week. But both that news, it's either bullshit, but even the follow-up saying existing plans remain on track. That either means the plans that were already there with no expansion, or they're saying it's bullshit, but even the response is very vague. But then again, too, that's, as you see, like these bigger tech moves, that's what's actually moving the index. And oil has not moved at all on all this, just holding. Oh, Cleveland Fed hammocks talk. She ain't doing anything. Foggy everything. We'll get ready. I mean, this last, 15 minutes now? Final five is going to cause some fuckery, too. And you already have a staple rotation. Where are we on the scoreboard? Russell 2.3, SPY 1.3, NASDAQ 1.4, Dow 0.9. Doesn't even feel that awful. That's it. You're just getting this back and forth, and now you're deciding if you're going to play anything for the weekend. That's it. So again, I mean, worst case, you end at the low. Best case, or worst case for some, you'll probably end up somewhere around here near VWAP. So yeah, but now think for the weekend. There's only 15 minutes left. That just ignited. Again, if you want real fear, you need the tech shit to move. You need NVIDIA. You need the big guys to move. They're still kind of down, but other than that, or it's going to be wake up to over $100 oil, and then that's it. Huh? Oh, they just killed the bids on those. I was like, why does that say that's up 12,000%? It's cap. I dropped the bid on there. See if it'll fill. Fucking Oracle. Long term all the way. Alright, SPY still kind of holding. LMT, the defense stocks, and Boeing's probably up still. This my long term. You miss the old interface? You miss it? You miss it? What about me, bro? What about me? I lost my friend of 15 years. You know that? On the most volatile week, I had to deal with... I lost my best friend. My best friend, E-Trade Pro, dog. You kidding me? You miss it? Every morning, bro, when I try to load up everything, that song from Fast and the Furious start playing. It's been a long day without you, my charts. And I'll tell you all about it when the stock market charts. It's been a long day. LMT RTX, Trump says defense agree to quadruple exquisite class weapons output. All right, well, RTX and LMT. I didn't double down on the RTX ones. Well, either that shitty one comes back, but the other one, you're good. Bullshit. Yeah, so I miss E-Trade Pro too. All right, man. 10-minute rig is approaching. The high and low is still E-Trade. It's just ugly. Or nice. It's all still ugly. I know. Bro, I used E-Trade Pro my whole life. Like, no exaggeration. That was like my first trading platform ever. You have no idea, bro. You have no idea. CE Molina. All right, well, 10-minute rigged is approaching. Things are already front-running it. They're getting way bigger moves here. Again, SPY's not moving, but like individual. Bro, Jeffries? Dog, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, bro, and HYG getting clocked. That's the other part nobody is fucking saying. We had that talk earlier. But dog, all of these damn bond-exposed stocks to corporate, they're fucked. What is this? This looks worse than fucking Korea. Yeah, hold on. That's the part no one's talking about coming into the weekend. So might as well remind you that there's still corporate bond issues. XLF's holding up, but yeah, why is Jeffries, Owl, those are murdered. Jeff didn't have any good options. Never did. They suck. You got Kramer selling sell the long term. This guy. What the fuck, dude? Alright, well, they didn't fill me on all of them. Well, they've been having all these problems have been going on for a while. Iran reiterating strait still open. Yeah, they're saying that they challenged. No, wait. Spokesperson challenges Trump to have vessels escort oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. There you go. There you go. Maybe they got somebody listening. I don't know if the IRGC has interns, but no, they just challenged Trump. They said, I dare you. Go escort somebody through there. Watch what happened. See, that's what I'm saying. That's y'all could have. But even then, you know, Trump responds to dares, interestingly. Okay. They're one's underpriced, but not really. But the changes doesn't run deep. I hate these ones. Remember, we tried to play it on that one day. I see a lot of biotechs on the high. To be honest. Sprouts. Those dead contracts came back. Remember, they were up and ripping, but we still have a free set. Yeah, HYG is kind of ripping into the bell. They're going down if you have the puts. Where are the sproutings? The sprouting is back up to where we sold it at. So they're break even on the free contracts. Can I go back to my old dashboard? Are you just fucking with me, dude? Is that what you just want me to cry? Is that what I'll cry? I'll cry if that's what you guys want. You know, y'all have said a lot of comments in the chat today. You know that? If you haven't noticed, the only one that I've reacted to is my love. My E-Trade Pro fucking gone, dude. You know, don't let my girlfriend hear this, bro, honestly. Because I don't, man, fuck y'all. Is that what you want? I'll cry. I'm already, like, tearing up a little bit. You guys have no sympathy. Zero empathy. Yeah, I thought you guys were traders, bro. You know that? Anything, all the other shit was bullshit. That's fine. I'll accept it, but no, y'all want to get real personal with the E-Trade Pro, huh? All right, man. All right. I see how it is. It's fucking bullshit. I thought you guys were traders, not traders. Bullshit, man. Is that Adobe on the high? Adobe's like Photoshop. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like IGRC be keeping their their Adobe membership.
It's been a long
day. I don't like thinkers to
you, my friend.
I don't want to buy an ETF IPO. I don't care about a gold card.
We've come a long
I just want my Boomer platform.
From where we began.
I don't even care about the color. I don't want a color.
About it when I see you again. When I see you again.
All the planes we flew,
all the trains we flew.
That I'll be standing right here talking to you.
Talk to my screen.
I know we love to hit the road and laugh.
I hit the hard thing, I hit it. I just clicked it.
Had to switch up. Look
I did have to switch.
Bigger picture. Those were the days. Hard work forever pays.
Now
I see you in a better place. See you in a better place.
I don't even think he's in a better place. I don't even know where he is. He might not even be in a better place. Where is he? He just left.
It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
I'm about to pour out a carbo, dog. I gotta pour out a carbo for E-Trade Pro, man. It's a bullshit.
I'll tell you all
tell you.
When I see you again.
I've been crazy too. Is that what you wanted, man? Is that what you wanted? You don't know how strong I had to be to handle this. Okay, you don't understand that strength. It's crazy, bro. Crazy. Oh. R.I.P., bro. Pour out a carbo, dude. Too fast, too Persian. Too fast, too Persian. It's okay. I miss you, E-Trade. Gone but not forgot. Dude, where did they do to him? I don't even know what they did to E-Trade Pro. You know what I'm saying? They just executed him. Now some of y'all mad. I feel worse about losing E-Trade Pro than Kamini dying. Okay? And some of you understand. The rest of you are terrorists, but still. Why would you feel bad about Kamini, Joshua? I'm like, okay, calm down, bro. Okay, E-Trade Pro brought me more joy in life. Sad, bro. I mean, early GGs, enjoy it, bro. You know, I mean, hey, time is ticking away, bro. Honestly, not a bad Friday. All things considered, one of the craziest days of oil. Not too many times in my career has oil gone up 13%, and the stock market just chills at 1.2. The Dow's not even at 1%. You know that? So, Chad Rapparooney, Chadadooney, have a wonderful weekend if I don't see you, man. God bless every single one of you. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Choose your frustration coming into the weekend. Either major escalation, major de-escalation. Certainty will get you killed, my friend, so you better make it up. You got 15 seconds, bro, if it's an option. Look at the market ain't moved. 7 hours to nowhere. Oil went up 13. What's going to happen, bro? Less than 10 seconds. Make up your mind. What are you? Choose or take it all off the table. Make your mind up, my brethren. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chadadonia. Chadadonia. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, bro? We did it. We made it. A historical day for oil. Maybe the rest of history comes over the weekend. But you already had a historical week, Chad. I need a good game in the Chad. Drop that GG. Oh my goodness. GG's, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something this week. I know you got things. You had a lot of opportunity this week on both sides. Both sides to learn. Get ready for the weekend, man. Last weekend was IGV, bro. You know that? Last Friday was IG. Stop it. Stop it. Good game, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts, the locked in. Everybody holding it down, bro. Honestly, if y'all make good comments in the chat, thank you for not making me roll my eyes. Everybody who brought up E-Trade Pro, fuck you. I'm just kidding. I love you, man. It's okay. Get ready for another one. Get ready for March, baby. Get ready for the rest of this year and the midterms. Oh, my God. Bless you, Chad. Everyone who contributed. The real ones. Everybody really vibing out. I love you. Have a great weekend, baby. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Wake up in the morning, I be eating. Oh, man. It's still a good day, but fuck, dude. Fuck, dude. You know what I'm saying? Yo, these are all just classic Chads it has in store, bro. I might let it ride for a little bit. But yeah, Chad, if you're going to play 2K, add me, Stock Market Live. Go get your cloaks if you want to hang out. If not, you better go enjoy your weekend. I don't know, man. Turn off the TV. It don't matter what happened. It matter about Monday. They don't feel me unless they blow us all up. That's another topic. But still, I'll see you on Monday. I'm down for a Battlefield after. I need at least one good game with the Colt. You know? So go get it, baby. Go get ready. I'll see you soon. God bless you all. It's better to wrestle than to be lost. You know what I'm saying?
That's a pride and it's talking about the great. Crazy, but I'm diligent. Contrarian and dissident.
Carbo out for E-Trade. I'll see y'all in a little bit. Have a great one, Chad.
Everything except the president is unprecedented. Damn, you might get that in a minute. We're on a second listen. I son him, that's repetition. The Father got all the knowledge and granted me with the wisdom. The truth is still hard to swallow. Ain't following what I'm spitting. Valley of the death, I be walking, chilling, seeing what I see, yeah, card and vision. Got a lot of skies, but they taught me lessons. We gon' take it 5, that's what God's willing. Morning I be eating, money still my back. Take a knee and thank the man, then I get back to the trade. Seeing houses in the evening, they go to LA. Brought a tear to mama's eyes, you should see how far we came. Wait, ain't got time to even finish hooks. I'm busy making plays and just waiting to get the puts. Ain't caught up in what they talking, cause often they overlook the progress we making often and focus on what we couldn't. You don't bring now, don't eat. That's reality, that shit ain't up to me. You can look, but that don't mean you really see. Price inflated, but still the land of the free. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Me and you no semblance. Mama was an immigrant, and look at what we did with it. You look like you thinking quick, but nobody gon' give a shit. That's between the future you, I hope that you could deal with it. Damn, I should cool it for a minute, cause I ain't really tripping. It's different, the philo hitting. I deal with the dealer different, and wholesaling for the difference. I got a tree planting trees, and it's feeding my children. In the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trade, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes. You should see how far we came, another prayer in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so there's money that I'm saving and some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie and the Lord can take away. 2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit, no games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats, but used to let the snoring. Morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating, seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, at West of Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I've been that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, your game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lamina. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the rare ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the rare ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Chicago, 2020, baby. Who the fuck you? I did what they said I wanted though. And where the fuck is y'all now? Who the fuck are yo? They was at the bar, I was chilling in my room. Now they wanna call like the stock about to move. Said I take it far, but I ain't take it up with yo. Now get up out my way, I ain't tryna be rude. Been hated on before, what you really wanna do? That ain't stop me getting more, couldn't stop me making moves. I look around and see you now, I see you in the gym. You back down, but ask how the reason was you quit. I'm back now back down, got up in my shit. I'm a cold, I ain't a crib, ain't a blood, but got the drip. I got brothers in the streets, I got brothers in the banks. I got houses on the beach, properties in other states. Get the knowledge back for free while I be screaming, God is great. I believe and I create, see the need to replicate. Lost a lot of shit, but I guess that's part the plan. I had loved ones up in dip, got some people in the can. People try to steal my shit, now they reaching for my hand. I feel bad they ain't around, but they ain't holding, let me down. She lose 100K, the next day I get it back. I made millions with some trades, I made millions with these tracks. Playing like just like a game, in the bank showing my stats. Shit you say I'm calling cap, you could play but you was mad. Did what they didn't want to do. Now I'm buying cribs when I ain't even need them more. I was just a kid, they said I didn't have a clue, but they saw just what I did, now they tryna do it too. Tryna go to heaven, I like living with a view. So I'm trying to build a building, maybe cop a Bentley too. I guess you see I'm eating, but still want a lot of food. I guess the harvest plenty and the work is always few, bitch. Hey man, it's a cop, 2020. It's one love, man. Yeah, it feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye to the good times, or maybe good lies. But the same enemy just made us allies. Feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye to the good times, maybe good lies. But the same enemy just made us allies. Yeah, and I ask a couple questions, please. Why the people with all of the money freaking out? Why the stadiums got tents and no more bleachers now? Had the teachers not paid enough, gonna teach them that. Oh wait, I'm freaking out. Maybe I should grab a drink, go eating that. See, I'm feeling fine. Come my grandma told you all the news is lies. Blame it on the orange guy, right? The problem with invisible, any premise to disprove or conclude is still visual. I keep it simple, bro. Anything is seen, as many things are known. You can't explain the tree, you can't explain the snow. If you ain't know the seed, then you ain't know the code. What I know is I don't, and if I don't, you don't. And if you sick, I'm sick. Fuck your selfish shit. Yeah, they're poor and rich, but same depth of 6. They gon' bury us the same. Only real question is it by myself or in a mass grave. I'm just saying. I think a lot of things have changed. That's what happens when it's different, but it look the same. Feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, hear my goodbye to the good times, or maybe good lies. But the same enemies made us allies. Y'all, can you wake the fuck up? This ain't a conspiracy, man, this ain't about Trump. Who framed who and made this a cover up? They planted the 201, the Pope was raping the nuns, so they thought they'd make a virus and let it out in Wuhan. Or maybe this is a plot to get oil out of Iran and plant people with the chip, Jerusalem, Palestine. Then maybe Jesus will come, or maybe my freedom's gone. Nah, my bad, I ain't trying to be wrong. It's just hard to say true when they get paid for the views. PPC, CPNs, how they evaluate news. That's what incentives will do. Ask that senator do. Well, fuck it, I sounded petty. I should just be getting ready. They push us, this shit ain't heavy. I'm patient, my aim is steady. It's moments they turn to deadly. Don't lose your life over petty. We tried divided already. Define life in terms of pennies. We done. We done. I hope you know we stronger as one. I hope this ain't the end of the run. Welcome to the war with no guns. It's feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye to the good times, or maybe good lies. But the same enemies made us allies. Hey, for real though, what are you doing this for? Like, ask yourself that.
Hey, Fly J, turn this shit up.
It took a while to get here. Told the daddies take care. You could ask my mama, been hustling since daycare. So I had a lot of time to get me all these haters. Talking God in every song because he showed me favor. But don't get it wrong, Tyrone, you meet the maker. I'm a weirdo. Study coaches ran the planet. Learn the earnings in the balance. Serve a purpose, not a man. I'm a working in the famine. I learned working from the end. I'm the sickest motherfucker that you never seen before. I care about the final score, ain't worry about the leaderboard. What the fuck you smiling for? Start acting like you been before. I'm just trying to live my life, watch all the seeds I'm planting grow. Yeah, there's some shit you probably read about. Business and constituents, some words that make you sleepy, yeah. But I just made $1 million trading news up off the TV, yeah. I put that shit on YouTube, now the youth is trying to be me now. So, take notes and not granted. Stay woke and upstanding. Buy hope and sell panic. That's a lesson in disguise, so you might wanna rewind that. Sell it on the high, decay time, then I buy back. I'ma take it, it's flagrant, but taking take patience. I'm stalking, then waiting, then trade this, support it or hate it. I love your engagement. I came from the basement, like Drake said. Started from the bottom, how I get here. Lots of risk management, I focus on the 10-year. All that matters what's not when, just patient till it get here. I'ma do this till I'm dead, I hope I'm making this clear. Feel me, you should kill me, otherwise pay me no mind. But if you wise, pay me your time up. Try to fly and pay to find. Do what you want, your life ain't mine. Ask my brother, ask my bitch, everything I take my time. You tryna ride, I'ma teach you how to move. When the only option losing, the environment is fools. Let me inspire what to do, give them some value, speak the truth. The shit I'm speaking, this ain't new. The way I speak it, make it cool. I dumb it down, I act a fool. I'ma kick this lesson in this one, encompass all of it. You only get one life to live. You blow it, then you dumb as shit. Money, you start coming in. Make sure you pay the government. Just learn the game, do what they say to teach you how to duck that shit. I'm talking escorts, LLCs. This a loophole melody. Feel like I'm Pablo Medellin. I gave my people what they need. I told my God I had a dream. Me like for real, you telling me you think it's coming that easy? So, yeah. Why you think I'm on my grind? I treat this life like it ain't mine. For that been beaten and despised. I've been seen, I've been admired. I've been angry all the time. I've been tired, uninspired. But that's the devil, he a lie. Hey, it's a cow, baby. Yeah, treat the money like my bae, let her see it every day. When it come to talking business, I know she ain't wanna play, but I ain't really got it too much, cause she got a lot to say. She let your ass cause you were lame, you won't protect her anyway. Treat the money like my bae, let her see it every day. When it come to talking business, I know she ain't wanna play, but I ain't really got it too much, cause she got a lot to say. She let your ass cause you were lame, you won't protect her anyway. Check the money like it's effortless, cause I won't ever chase the bitch, but if she come around, you know I take her and I make some kids. Name them after presidents, put them in the residence, big enough for my good kids. Tell them they can bring a friend, family tree, money tree. Either way, it's looking big. Put it in some property, and then I hit the dealership. Money shit biology, and I'm just trying to live a live. I made no apologies, I'd rather make a mid. Woke up feeling blessed, stay humble. Told my baby condo, watch me better family from a hundo. They was talking shit, but it was mumble. Don't act like I ain't son you. You should call me daddy instead of uncle. Woke up feeling blessed, stay humble. Told my baby condo, watch it better family from a hundo. They was talking shit, but it was mumble. Don't act like I ain't son you. You should call me daddy instead of uncle. Money like my bae, let her see it every day. When it come to talking business, I know she ain't wanna play, but I ain't really got it too much, cause she got a lot to say. She let your ass cause you with them, you won't protect her anyway. Treat the money like my bae, let her see it every day. When it come to talking business, I know she ain't wanna play, but I ain't really got it too much, cause she got a lot to say. She let your ass cause you with them,
watch me
you
better
won't
family
protect her
from a
anyway.
Honda. They was talking shit, but it was mumble. Don't act like I ain't son you. You should call me daddy instead of uncle. Oh, Chatadonia. I got one more. I got one more for you, baby. I got one more. I gotta set this thing up.
I'm in a cold. I'm just saying, we the type to say 10%.
Then what?
Put it in the crib.
Okay, then what?
And run it to your boss. Yeah. I put God first, I just put him in my bio. I read the whole thing, I ain't even from the Bible. Leave with no title, we been eating both cycles. Believing's been vital, what you mean you been trying? Motherfucker, we gon' get it. Does that make you offended? Confident in God and I'm confident in you. Are you scared of the bomb? Are you scared of what it do? Ooh, that's them, not me. I defend, not flee, that's them, not tease. This is my beginnings, ain't never been despised. Till a finger to the sky, peanut butter in the rise. See the numbers never lie, just revise a couple times. We playing who's line, who's God, my God, so great. They lie, they talk, they hate. That's fine, we ride, we say. Take a dollar every time we getting paid. Remind them who was buying every time they sold away. They don't like it how we shining cause we do it in his name. Jesus.
Still saying it. Mama love it. I don't care if you be hating it. Chatadonia. Did you some 2K? Some 2K background?
Because that's how you go from great to
It was a
greater.
good day, bro. Fucking 1 cent into 30. There was a couple. I could have back to back with Oracle, but you know the Lord is fair.
Movement that
He
inspires.
only got 100 on that, but that was exciting. I'm excited for the weekend, but nothing's gonna change like until Monday. Just I hope you know that. So I hope you guys have a good weekend.
Here is your question.
How y'all living, man? Are you guys have a good day? Are we gonna play? Add me on 2K if you're gonna run it. Homeboy didn't even add me, bro. So yeah, I don't know who's Chad and who's. Oh, Zellman's ready to go. I don't know if he has to go to his showing. I forgot who's who. I just Bozo one. There we got Zellman. Is this gonna be me and Z? But yeah, what do you guys got for the weekend? What are you guys gonna do? Are you gonna monitor the situation? Cosmo, why you want to be my close friend? Now I gotta block you, bro. Okay, you know that way better than not. You know what I'm saying? I know you've watched every day. You don't remember how I had to block Ray. I like Ray. Ray was a fun guy. I blocked the shit out of Ray. I said, why you going to try to OPSEC? You know, do you know operational security, sir? Do you not understand? This guy, kind of crazy. You make some music. That's always fun. It's good for the brain. You know that? I got the drip. I put him in a Home Depot suit. Well, we'll see. Add me. I don't know if he has 2K, but I'm not adding him. He close friend requested me. That's offensive, bro. That's offensive. It is. You remember the philo on the brain? Your brain loves making music. Speaking, or where is it actually? Where is it? Hold on. I still love this beat, bro. Oh, that's the long-term video. Just listen. So beautiful. How old was I when I started to rap? I started country music later in life, but I've never really had a musical talent like that. But my uncle started, he was older when he started, but it was around the time of 8 Mile. He started playing around with rap after he started rap battling people because of 8 Mile, believe it or not. You were looking at the charts behind the computer today? I'm staring at you right now. Sir. Did you forget what chat you're in? You know, I'll let it slide because it's Friday and the market's closed. You do that shit again? Y'all been getting banned on Locked In After Hours. You're good it's there though. Buy a F350. 12K. Dude, aren't F350s expensive? I saw, bro, have you ever seen them old F350s? The one with the little light bars on the side? I saw one the other day, a clean one. But yeah, I mean, you could get a good F250, even a good F150, I don't know. Are you racist against the F150s? Because the F150 is a good truck. I have one. I've had one for a decade, actually. I got a good F150 work truck. That thing is solid, bro, and it's cheap to fix. I remember I had to take it in, and I had to change like I think it was something with the control arm, and it was like $200. Which again, if that was any other car, even the old Beamer would have been like a grand. Oh, the towing capacity? Well, what are you towing? Is oil gonna dump? It depends what happens this weekend. Hitting the books, playing with AI, that's always a good time. Finishing up another floor in church, that's amazing. Have you got to do one of those cross floors yet again, or was that just the moment at that timing of that? That was amazing. It was beautiful work too. You paid $700 for a control arm on a 4Runner? Habibi, it's what you get. You know, 4Runner hold value. That's why. F-150s kind of do too. But 4Runner's a dope car. All right, bro. We ain't got no Chads. Wait, is it just gonna be me and Zellman? They didn't add me, bro. Yeah, I did. That's why I said, Lord, forgive him.
Okay. I know. Someone had a rocket in the locked in. I was like, okay.
Lord, forgive him. Let's go. It's after hours. Battle. Y'all waiting for Battlefield? Well, we're gonna play one. I need to start with 2K, bro. You know, some of y'all gotta get the basketball analogies. Homeboy said he was gonna add me. He didn't add me, bro. That's it. The market closed. I don't know if this is everyone. We'll just go. We'll go me. Are you on the Are you on the center? Oh, someone added me. Flawless J. Who's Flawless J? Flawless. That's good though, because if we get one more in here, we won't get an AI. So that's all. We only need one, baby. Only need one. Flawless J. We'll invite.
What's the difference between a rock and a diamond?
It's flawless. Difference between a rock and diamond is flawless. You don't save money. I find that appalling. Who did we play with last time? I added, that was just some Chad. One of them was a guy I would just play with. All right, who is he? What kind of... Oh, I don't want the profile. I want the 2K card. He's a point guard. He could probably... I'm a point guard too, but like I could D up, so... I think we might be... How tall is he? 6'4"? We're going to be short.
That's not, hopefully we get some tall people.
He's beaten 7 park MVPs. That's awesome. That's a good build, bro. He got defense too. Ooh. All right, yeah, let's do it. Let's run it. All right, last call for any... Oh, he left? Did he not like us? Flawless. He said, flawless. Bro, you could be PG. Damn, bro. I thought... Did he just hoe us? Is he like, nah, man, I can't ball with you?
What's going on? He pulled a quick one. He's like, I'll add you. Like...
Okay, he's back. Did he switch, Oh, he switched to power forward. You could be PG, bro. I'm down with whatever. We could have ran UPG. We could do PG shooting guard and then Zellman down low. It's up to you, Flawless. Whichever one you're good at. I don't know if you could hear me right now.
Let us know.
Otherwise, if we don't switch in the next 30 seconds, we'll run it. Apex. No, I played it back in the day when it first came out. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to play Fortnite. Dan Man. Oh, that's a Chad too. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, we got 4 now, but now we need one more. So now we got. All right, yo, Flawless. Go back to the PG then, because now we have fucking. Oh no, he just left. He's switching to what the. Why y'all communicate, motherfuckers?
What's going on? Y'all gonna change your outfits or wearing the same
Yeah. What's up, baby? All right, well, if he's powerful, if you want to be shooting guard again or point guard, you can, Jay. It's up to you. But now we need one more, bro. Otherwise, we're gonna get an AI. All right, word. It's up to you, but we need to get one more now. If you have anybody on, Adam.
I mean, I got 94 minutes of rebound. I mean, I got rebound. If anyone got rebound.
I know, you dominate. We need shooters, though. Because I'm not the best shooter. I could pass. I can shoot if I have to, but I'm more reliable with the long term. I got one guy on. I'm gonna just invite this guy.
Alright, what are we doing? Am I keeping this guy? Am I switching? Let me know.
No, keep it. We'll just run all fucking. We got small forward, power forward. I think, or no, just we have 3 power forwards. Yeah. We might be hella slow. All right, do you have anybody else on who could play, or otherwise we'll just run it? We'll have to do the AI. All right, we'll do it. Let's get it. Game time. The API, no, it won't run it up that much, but like it can. And then just be careful that you don't post your API key anywhere, because then someone could do that. Trump will probably do an executive order on college sports. Is he live right now? Yeah, he is.
Poses special dangers for women's sports and our Olympic pipeline. Women's sports are being canceled all over the country, just so we understand.
This is live. You get to hear basketball
sports are in deep trouble, other than one particular women's team. That's Miami, where I have my granddaughter on the team. They canceled men's golf, but women's golf is doing just fine. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding.
But 6-7 point guard. What's wrong with this fool?
They're canceling wrestling. They're canceling fencing. They're canceling even basketball. I thought that would be maybe.
Yeah, bro. Y'all better get back on D.
And it's all going to football. But ultimately, football is going to be.
I just won't crash the boards. I'll get back every time.
The worst laggard of all. It's not going to be affordable, and it's going to take down practically every college. In my opinion, it's going to take down virtually every college, or every college that wants to be. They think they want to be competitive. Under the current system, educational institutions find themselves in a financial arms race for athletes in sports like football and basketball, and both of them, but basketball is being hurt very badly. It's really, it's being dominated by football.
Come on, let's go.
Last July, I signed an executive order to stop destructive play.
Oh, they're AI cheesing it right away,
all over the
bro.
place, and keep college athletics rooted in the traditions that made it great. I thought we had a great system, frankly. I thought we had a system that should have been appealed, and it could have been maybe perfected
It's
a
shooting
little
guard.
bit.
You're just
But
gonna
it
go
took
straight
close
to
to
him,
100 years.
Yep.
It was developed over 100
There you
years,
go.
and
He's
one
awesome.
judge that knew nothing about sports, knew nothing about football, knew nothing about Olympics, knew nothing about anything.
Oh, damn, are they all back there?
That's crazy.
I didn't get
But
back.
only
That's my
Congress now, it looks like, can deliver a permanent fix. So, Speaker, you and John and everybody else, including Democrats that are represented very strongly, we can hopefully get it done. Federal legislation must allow college athletic programs to set common sense rules, simple common sense rules without endless litigation, and establish a fair name, image, and likeness standard that eliminates the patchwork of conflicting state laws. That's the other problem. All of these colleges, they're all in different states, and all the laws are different. So you got laws that are totally different. Some one way, some an entirely different way, while allowing the full spectrum of college athletic programs to thrive. It should thrive. If Congress does not take action fast, it could destroy college sports and destroy the colleges that play these sports. They'll be destroyed. They'll be going bankrupt. Everyone. So many of them.
Can he hit?
No
Oh,
other
fucking
nation
AI.
in the world has
You got
built a
one, you're a
system that
computer.
develops champions in classrooms and on the field.
Out of bounds. There you go, good
Producing
D.
Olympic heroes, professional legends, and the leaders of tomorrow
Harbaugh can't
all
hit
at
a
once.
fucking
I
wide
thought
open
the
shot. It's
system of
crazy.
scholarships was great. What do I know? But I thought it was great. And
Got him.
just one of those things. I was with Nick Saban the other day, and you know his timing is exquisite. He played and he won and won and won, and when he saw this thing, he said, "I'm gonna get out of. I'm not doing this anymore." He's around here someplace. Where's Nick? Where are you, Nick? Right? Now he doesn't admit this. I said, "How come you left?" He didn't want to go through one season because there's no better mind at this than that man. And he looked and he said, "What a shame! What a shame!"
Hey,
And he's
what
gonna
is this
speak about
fucking
it.
AI doing?
And I think you have some very constructive ideas, Nick. I think so. No other nation in the world has built a system like this. It's so good, and we've thrown it right out the window. And I'd like to see you go back to something maybe resembling that, and maybe pay for each player. Not such crazy pay, but just pay for each player. With every player, maybe the quarterback and the third string lineman making the same. But you're going to tell us about it. We're going to try and get it passed. Our goal is not to go back to the days where student athletes were never allowed to receive any compensation. Although
these guys aren't even
not
good.
The worst idea, but
Or fucking
I
AI.
think a lot of people
They got
would
half their points
overrule
off the
me on
fucking
that.
cheese.
But we must pass reforms that protect the cherished American
AI, if you
tradition
fucking
of
lift that.
college athletics for future generations. So
Oh,
I
now
look
he hits
forward
that.
to hearing from
That's
a
the one
lot
he
of
fucking
you.
hits.
And I think a few of you are going to say a few words, and then we'll get to some ideas. And
Oh,
I don't know, maybe
why
by
I
the
was
end
on
of
that guy.
a
Fuck
long
me.
session, if we need it, I'm here as long as you need me. They came to me, they said, you're the only one that can do it. I said, oh, thank you very much. I said,
Why
really
they
because
putting
I'm
me back?
president. Okay, to be honest. But we have certain abilities, and
Oh,
we'll
that's
see
a
if we can get
steal.
it done. So
Come on, 2K.
I'll ask in this order. Marco, you'll say a few words, and then Speaker Johnson, Randy Levine, Nick Saban, Charlie Baker, the governor,
Oh,
Ron
come
DeSantis,
on.
and
2K.
Greg Sankey, Sarah Hirschland, and Pete Bavacqua. And they'll go pretty quickly, and then we'll hear from some of the people. And we may have something come up that's somewhat of a miracle. There's an idea out there, and somehow it's going to have to be
that's
arrived
me,
at.
no.
Because there's no way this system
2K.
will allow colleges
2K.
to, in my opinion, will allow schools to live financially. It's not going to happen. So if I
You ain't
could,
going
I'll
nowhere,
ask
bro.
Marco,
Pass
you
the
can
fucking
start,
ball
and
to
then
the
Speaker,
cheeser.
and then
Yeah,
we'll
there
go
you
through the
Do what you
list,
wanna
and then
do.
we'll take
Okay,
some
that's
ideas
great.
or questions. All right? Thank you very much, Marco.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'll be very brief. The first is I think you've already touched on, and that is what a unique institution of college athletics is to the United States. Very few countries in the world actually have something like what we have. And it's not just unique, it's really important. A lot of people don't see some of the aspects of it that are so positive. The first is the student-athlete experience. There are literally thousands and thousands of young Americans who are going to graduate this year with not just degrees, but advanced degrees. And athletics made that possible. And the athletic support and the academic support that they're receiving from these schools is extraordinary. So there are kids that literally would not have gone to college or may not have considered it, and certainly not the advanced degrees without the help that this provides.
Not bad, not
Also, the
bad. We're
development
starting
of the
off. We got all big men.
that student athletics
They got
provide.
half of their
I mean,
points
look,
are
if
from
you
the
can
fucking
show
AI
up at
cheese.
6
like,
a.m. in the
literally.
morning every day for lift. You're learning one of the most important lessons in life. 95% of life is showing up where you're supposed to be on time. These are extraordinary lessons that people are gaining. Two more things that people don't think about: unity. Few things in America unify us anymore, and one of the things that does is college athletics. In particular, I can just the experience of a Saturday, and I was about to say a Saturday in the South, but I don't want to discriminate against the other conferences. I'm sure it's true there too, where communities get together, people don't agree on anything else except that they want that home team on the field to win, and it's one of the few unifying experiences we have as a country, and it's so critical. And the last you touched on as well,
there
Mr.
you go,
President,
AI.
this is the feeder program for our Olympic teams.
Wow.
Without it, there is no feeder
I'm on the guy
program.
with
Other
fucking
countries
cheese.
have structured it differently, but the way we have it in our country is so unique in that way. We all know the challenges, and what this system now
rush that
needs is a
shit,
system
but
of rules and regulations, of guardrails, so that everyone is operating under the same rules. And it's difficult to do because it's moving very fast, but you've got the right people in the room here, Mr. President, and the right leadership. So thank you for caring about this, because it truly is important for the country and for millions of Americans who are fans, and thousands of families who have student athletes in their family who have experienced the system or are going through it now. So thank you.
And Marco has a conflict of interest that he didn't reveal, which is a very serious charge. Could be a criminal charge, actually, because his son is a very good player for a very good college and makes money with NIL. So this is a serious conflict of interest. But we'll take him. We waive his conflict. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here with so many of the all-time greats. It's a treat for us, members of Congress. There's many of them around the table, and they're happy to be working on the issue with you and for you. I would say, people often say that Speaker of the House is the most stressful job in the world. Then I think of SEC football.
How big is this
Because they
fool?
got to win every Saturday night, and my friends who are in those positions, I have a lot of sympathy for. I want to commend President Trump for his extraordinary leadership, and he leads on this important and complex issue.
Oh,
as he
why'd they
does
give you
all
that?
others. He sees a problem. He wants us to solve
Oh,
it,
there you
and
go.
he
There you
assembles
go.
the
Dunk
right
that
people
shit. All right,
to get
we in
that
this,
done.
bro.
And I think he
We
really
in
is
this.
the only
Let's
figure on the
start.
planet who could do that. So I thank you for that, Mr. President, getting everybody together. One more issue that we'll tackle. I'm a double alum from LSU, undergrad and law school, so I bleed purple and gold. We talk a lot about college athletics down where I'm from. It's a big thing, but the whole country cares deeply about it because it's part of Americana, as Marco was saying. It's part of who we are as a country, and it's so important. And we have to navigate through these unprecedented waters together. I'm glad there's some really smart people who are working on that. Mr. President, Congress does need to act quickly because it's getting
big-ass
out of hand, and I
motherfucker.
think everybody here recognizes that. I want you to know the House has been working very deliberately and I think very effectively on this. We've done a lot of good work, and many of you are familiar with the SCORE Act. We passed a important procedural hurdle in December. We're right on the verge of passage in the House, and we now think we have the votes to do that. But that's why this meeting is so timely, because we want to have the conversation today and in the days that follow, because we want to make sure that we get it right. It's a bipartisan product. It has broad support in the House. We believe we'll have every Republican
ball movement.
And we have a double-digit support of at least Democrats. It is bipartisan. A lot of good work's gone into that to get it there, and we think it may be the vehicle to get us to the next phase of this and this essential conversation. But the next step is preparing that legislation for final passage. So I was talking with Randy and many of you who are leading on this. This is a very important and timely conversation that we'll have today, and I said in the days that follow. We're encouraged to see all of you, the experts who know this issue better than anybody in the country, willing to put your time and effort into it and provide feedback, because we want the final product to be the best it can be. We want to accomplish the necessary ends, and we think we're very close. Everybody here wants to see this American institution succeed, and we have that opportunity within our grasp. And we want to make sure that the solution we develop actually works for student athletes who are at the heart of this, and that's who we care about so much. And we know that the foundation of any good deal begins with getting the right people in the right room. And this is the right room, and this is historic. And no one knows better than the man who literally wrote the book on it, and that's President Trump. And so I want to thank you for assembling us, Mr. President, and we look forward to the discussion. I yield back.
Thank you, man.
I have one. Goaltending on an alley-oop.
Thank you, Mr. President, for
That's
putting
crazy.
this group together. Leading up to this, wherever I would go, because I had an interest in this, both professionally, what the Yankees have done.
Fuck yeah, foul his ass.
My experience.
Can he even shoot?
Board of directors of various colleges. Everybody would say over and over again, this thing is failing bad, and it's like a hamster on a wheel. It kept spinning on the wheel, but never getting off. It was never done.
Speaking of
and
a
they
dime,
told me, please talk to the president, because he's the
why
only
did he shoot it with 2
person
seconds?
who will
Idiot.
convene.
One more pass. All right, bro.
group
Not bad,
like
bro. We're
this
down
in order
7,
to reach
8.
a consensus
I can't
to
do
get
math.
it done.
6.
And he agreed to do it. But he said to me, if I'm going to do it,
somewhere around
it has
there,
to be bipartisan. And he asked me and the speaker and everybody else to make sure
Literally 13.
it is bipartisan.
I'm guarding the shooting guard now. He
and
can't
it
cheese.
is.
Their
We
point
have
guard
people
sucks.
from both parties here, and that's what has to happen. So we put this group together. Why do we put this group together? Because it's representative of the people who know the best on how to solve this issue.
Come out, set the
We
screen, and
have
when I come
college
there, just flip
presidents
it and cut.
who've been living with this from all over the country. We have some of the finest athletic directors who
the
have been
center's slow.
pioneers in this area. We have professional sports executives. Why do we have them in the room? The answer is, as Commissioner Silva would tell you, or Hall of Famer Lou Lamoriello, these issues have been in professional sports for a long time. We have a lot of experience. I negotiated the first revenue sharing agreement in baseball. Caps, revenue sharing, distribution, all of those things are what we live with every single
I saw
day.
you flawless.
So maybe we can share our experience
I had too many
and
options there.
transport it here, as long as it's in the context of college sports. There's one group that is missing, but they won't be missing from the final product, and that's the student athletes themselves. This group, as we move on, you can be assured we'll be talking to the student athletes and all their representatives to make sure their voices is clearly heard. You know, time is of the essence.
AI, if you fucking whiff
people
that.
have told me they've been to Congress 15, 16, 17 times. One group goes in, the other group goes in, and nothing seems to get done. Time is of the essence. Besides the numbers the president talked about, I heard a story from one of the great professional athletes on the Yankees, one of our great players yesterday. And he went to a great university, and he said to me, thank you for doing this, because every day I got asked for more money for NILs, every single day. And what happened is I gave money for an NIL for a quarterback who left the next year. Meanwhile, a friend of mine, daughter is on the rowing team, and she lost her scholarship, and she's an Olympic hopeful, and now she has to pay her own way. That's just not right. It's really not right, and it has to be fixed.
This
So,
AI,
Mr.
bro,
President,
thank you.
for bringing this group
Bro, I was
together.
about to say, no
I think
way.
they're really, just for discussion, we'll hear from everybody. I think they're really two things to add on to what the speaker said that have to be done. One, there has to be an antitrust exemption because everyone in the room has to be able to talk to each other, all the conferences, the schools, the presidents, everybody, without getting sued. That includes the kids. They have to be involved in these negotiations, the student athletes. And
It
there
like
has to
lagged
be
on me
an
for a
entity
second.
that's set up by the people who are going to administer this, run this, that are empowered by the legislation to handle all the issues the president spoke about. And we're all
That's- I
here
got
to
stuck.
support
That was easy.
to help that. And to make sure that it's just not business as usual. Just an idea I have is maybe that an antitrust exemption lasts for 2 years to make sure that these rules and everything are really being enforced. And if they're not, we go back to square one. And give the Congress oversight, give the president oversight, but it's time to move. And Mr. President, I couldn't agree with you more. Thanks to your leadership, we got to move this really, really fast. We have ESPN and Fox here. They're probably the biggest payers in this entire thing.
Are you the
And
center?
fact
Why
that
you got
they're
that
here
big
and
ass
their voice
motherfucker on you?
is great. So, Mr. President, only you could pull this off, and we're grateful.
Bring the key?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Randy. And Nick Saban, please.
Thank you,
Yeah, wait,
Mr.
why? Yeah,
President,
don't let
for the
that happen.
chance and
Get
the
center,
opportunity
just
to be
stay on
here
the
to
big
speak
man.
with you today, but I just want everybody to know that I'm just a football coach. I spent my life when we had the ball trying to get a first down, when they had the ball trying to get off the field on third down. So this is an unlikely position for me to be in to speak to such a
I missed
distinguished
that. It's
group of
fucking
people.
crazy.
Thank you.
Oh
But
my god.
I come here today with a question.
That's all fucked up, dog.
What are the guiding principles
That's me,
for
dog.
the
How the
future
fuck I
of
miss
college
all that?
athletics?
Not even.
All
That's
athletics.
terrible.
I'm talking about football, basketball, Olympic sports, revenue, non-revenue, it doesn't matter.
Good shit.
You know, my goal as a coach for my players, for our players, was to help them be more successful in life, that we would create an atmosphere and environment that would help them through personal development, academic support, 668 degrees in 17 years at Alabama, and help them develop a career as a football player. That was our goal, so that they were creating value in life and we were preparing them for their future past athletics. So what happened, in this current system that we have, that became impossible to do because people, instead of making decisions about creating value for their future, they were making decisions about how much money could they make at whichever school they could go to or transfer to. So I think we have a challenge here today about the ramifications of this current system on how it helps players be successful in their future and how
is that not any of that,
we can
bro?
impact and create a system that will help and preserve the opportunity for student athletes to be able to have success in their future beyond athletics. So we need to develop an effective system of revenue sharing, authentic name, image, and likeness, authentic being you have marketing value, which now we have collectives, which just create opportunities, which just become pay for play. Eligibility issues where we have guys playing 6, 7, and 8 years. So you have 25 and 26-year-old people playing against 18 and 19-year-olds, which is not healthy.
All right, bro. Be in this, bro.
Transfer
4
rules.
points,
We
fourth
have
quarter.
over 4,000 people in the portal. Fans don't like it. Support groups don't like it. It's not really healthy for players in
How does
graduation.
this slow ass do that?
You, transfer several times in your career. You really put yourself in a pickle in terms of your ability to graduate. So I think we need to come up with a system, and we obviously have to do it with the president's leadership and also with Congress.
I don't get why you
probably,
give me that fucking animation.
whether it's antitrust legislation or whatever it is, to allow student athletes in all sports, including women's and Olympic sports, to enhance their quality of life while going to college, but still provide opportunity to advance themselves beyond their athletic career, which is what the philosophy of college athletics and getting a college education has always been about. And how much does anybody talk about getting an education anymore? Nobody talks about it at all, which is the most important thing any of these student athletes can do in terms of enhancing their future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. Charlie Baker.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I especially want to thank you for putting me in the lineup after the most legendary college football coach of all time.
Bring this in too.
And I really want to thank you for your interest in this issue and your commitment to it. And I also want to thank you for the work that your administration has done on a number of different issues, working with our team and with many members of the folks who are in this room today. Today there are more kids playing college sports than at any time in our nation's history. There's 556,000 student athletes across all three divisions playing on behalf of 1,100 schools. And those 1,100 schools are second only to the United States of America in terms of the amount of financial assistance they make available to those student athletes. It's over $4 billion. That's also the biggest number we've ever invested as a community in the student athletes who attend our schools. There is a lot that is right with college sports, and anybody who watched the women's Olympic championship game between Canada and the United States would know that, among other things, all of the players on both of those teams were former college
He's not hitting
athletes.
it.
All 46
never
of them
hitting
from
it.
both teams that played in that championship final.
Wow, great timeout.
Women's sports has grown dramatically. The visibility of women's sports, the viewership of women's sports, the attendance at women's sports, the investments in women's sports have all gone dramatically up over the course of the past 10 years or so. And if you talk to almost anybody who follows youth sports, they'll tell you that the growth in youth sports on the women's side continues to be profound. But that said, everything everybody has said about the challenges we face at this particular point in time is true. And I want to give a special thanks to Speaker Johnson and to Leader Scalise for the work that they've done, to use a sports analogy, carrying the ball on behalf of the SCORE Act in the House chamber over the course of this year. It deals with the rules issue, it deals with the agents issue, it deals with some of the financial issues, it deals with the equity question, it deals
get
with
the fuck out of
a
here!
wide variety of the issues that are challenging
there you go.
for so many in the college sports space these days. And the final thing I'll just say, we have I talk to a lot of people who are connected in one way or another to college sports, both in this country and around the world, because they have children who attend college here in the U.S. And over and over and over again, the thing I constantly hear is there's nothing like college sports anywhere else in the world. And you are so lucky to live in a country where you have a system that works for young people the way this one works for young people here. So I'm deeply grateful for your commitment to this issue. I'm thrilled by the folks you've managed to put around this table. I agree with others who said there's probably nobody else who could do that. And college sports was a great thing for me and my kids and my wife and so many. I know a lot of kids who wouldn't have graduated from high school, much less gone to and graduated from college. College sports. It's a truly unique American jewel, and we should do all we possibly can to ensure its success for the next generation and the generations after that. So thank you again for having us all here today.
Thank you, Charlie. You're doing a great job.
Get out of the key,
Appreciate
AI.
it. Ron, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. I mean,
Take
you
it,
have
AI. What the
pedaled
fuck
to
you
the
acting
metal
so
on
dumb
so many
for?
different issues, from national security
fucking not
to
one
border
person
to
called for pass.
energy,
He's acting stupid.
and you're not taking the pedal off any of that, and you could be forgiven to say college sports is important, but your plate's full, and you just added it to all the other things that you're doing, and I thank you for that, because this would not get done without your leadership. No one else could get this group together. No one else could work with Congress to be able to do it. And so I appreciate it, because it is important to a lot of people. I mean, we know this is out of whack. We went from a system where you couldn't give a student athlete anything. They could sell your jersey, you get nothing, to now, quarterback throws for 300 yards and they go see the coach. Hey, I need more money. Give me more money from the club. Okay, I'll transfer. Or they get money and I don't want to play in that bowl game. Sorry, I'm just going to sit out. And I think that that's been bad, certainly for college football and college sports. But let's just be clear. A lot of the speakers have said, and I speak from being in the South, college football is king. It's not even close. The University of Florida is the reigning NCAA basketball national champion. The football team, I think they won 4 games. So guess what? Are the fans happy being the NCAA? Not really. They're mad because football didn't do good. And football has been able to generate so much money over the years that it's subsidized a lot of the other programs. A lot of these non-revenue sports, people have had more and more opportunities. Well,
money,
now,
baby, let's go.
With the collectives and how much it's costing football, the costs are going up dramatically, and it is threatening these other sports. And, you know, look, yes, being able to produce Olympians, being able to do that, I think it's really important. But 99% of Division I athletes are not going to make a living at it, and they're not going to play in the Olympics. And I speak as somebody, you know, I was the baseball captain at Yale. Like, if we had NIL there, I probably wasn't going to get a lucrative NIL deal. That's fine. I get it. But, you know, what being a college athlete teaches you, there's a reason why the Naval Academy and in West Point, you have to be an athlete
right there.
when you go through there. Because it teaches you
those guys suck, bro.
It teaches you about hard work. It teaches you about competitiveness. It teaches you how to cope with failure. And so a lot of the people, the students in these sports that may not be as glitzy, but are going to be harmed by the current trajectory, these are going to be future leaders of our country in a variety of different endeavors. And so I'm thankful that this is going to get done under President Trump's leadership. This is a bipartisan issue. We are so division on all this different stuff. There is no partisanship about this. We all want our universities and the athletics to succeed. A lot of the speakers have talked about the issues of eligibility.
All right, man.
How do you have there till you're like 25,
on 2K.
18
Let's
to
run
25
Battlefield.
and you're still playing? How do you play in the NBA
I deleted
G
Fortnite.
League and
I got to
come back and play
download it.
in college? How do you
Scotty
get to
B
transfer
said
all
1 to
these
2
different
weeks
things?
Strait of
We know
Hormuz
those
should
need
be
to
open.
addressed. And obviously the compensation with NIL.
1 to 2
I
weeks
signed one of
difference
the
between
first
$1
NIL
to
bills.
$100.
That was like if they're making money off you get now they're doing like perpetual negotiations
game,
even
bro.
more than pro
I told you,
athletes
we
can
win
do.
with the
So I'm
Jags.
confident this is the group to do it. This is the president to do it, and there's going to be a lot of people in our country that are going to be happy when this problem is fixed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ron, very much.
Thank you, Ron.
Very much. Greg?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for convening this
AI
group.
bro. You saw him at the end, bro. He's acting hella dumb. He
think
missed
it's
hella
important
shots
to point
too.
Out, you've been to Tuscaloosa
That was a good game,
times
bro.
For great football games.
We shouldn't have won, but you saw adjustments.
Your presence
adjustments
around college sports is an important factor
I was dropping
in this
dimes.
conversation.
I was dropping dimes. I was taking it to the rim. I can't believe I made a three-pointer, though. That was crazy.
In 1983, by my baseball coach, I was a bad catcher at Laterno College. That's why I'm here today, because he taught me
All right, well, if
some
you're going to play
lessons
Battlefield,
that had I not
I think you
been
got to
in
either
that
be on my friends list or
situation,
join
I never
up.
would have learned. I've spent two of
Should
the
we play
last
the
3
contaminated
weeks
one?
with our student athlete leadership council.
Class locked?
And I asked
Ooh.
them, what would you say?
We should play class locked.
In
I
a
like
room
this.
like this that people need to hear, and that there were 2 things.
Play
that they
class
wanted
locked.
me
I'm
to
gonna be sniper.
communicate. One is,
All right, let me go to the bathroom.
when I line up
And then,
and
yeah,
kick off
join
and
if you
tip
guys are
off,
gonna
or I
play.
put my cleats in the starting blocks of the track and
Are you
field
going to play
meet,
two, Zelman?
I want to know
Wavy
the other
bone?
people.
All right, yeah, so we'll
in
need
other
one more.
uniforms from other teams and other states
All right, BRB.
and other campuses are held to the same standards and the same rules to which I am being held. They also want to know that they're being supported from a physical and a mental well-being standpoint. Part of that is their concerns about sports gambling and the pressures that are emerging upon them. I think the themes that have been communicated here, rather than go through my notes, are worth restating. This is a bipartisan, I would argue a nonpartisan issue. This is a circumstance where among the 4 conferences, the ACC, Big 12, Big 10, and SEC, over $2.3 billion was spent in FY24 to support Olympic sports. And in Paris, 219 U.S. medalists went through the college sports system, 89 of those being gold medalists. In college sports, we move young people from adolescence to adulthood through education, through becoming part of a community, which they otherwise would have not experienced, and the opportunity to build a legacy. In the current environment, each of those elements is interrupted. Transferring 4 or 5, I have a basketball player in my league on the 6th campus, does not provide educational achievement opportunities like we should demand. Being part of a community, when you transfer that much, doesn't happen, and building a legacy is overrun by the next name, image, and likeness opportunity. I appreciate what's been done in the House and the SCORE Act. Speaker Johnson, I once lived in Natchitoches, Louisiana, a place you represent. Leader Scalise, your work. I know Congressman Roy has been part of those conversations, and others in this room.
Unavailable
And
with
it is
party?
bipartisan,
Oh, that's
but we
stupid.
need to bring more people in. And we have work to accomplish in the Senate.
Casual breakthrough?
We cannot go on longer in this circumstance. And this is not about revenue. This is about structures and national
We'll play
standards
contaminated warfare
for
again.
eligibility,
That was
for
decent.
transfers, for medical care and mental wellness care, for transparency and accountability around name, image, and likeness activity. We'll fracture more if we fail to act. That's why the appreciation, Mr. President,
Fog of
for the
War
gathering
is the map
most
name.
sincere.
Did you notice
Because
that?
I want to see our women's sports
Lit-
thrive.
it's called Fog
In the
of
Southeastern
War. What a
Conference, we currently
great-
have 10 national
great map
championships.
name.
2/3 of those are in women's sports.
I feel.
We didn't achieve that mountaintop in football this year.
The Fog of War.
Keep working on that. We want our
I am the
Olympians
Fog
to
of
go
War.
through our pools and our track and fields and our volleyball courts. And we want
we
young
out
men
here,
who
bro.
aspire to be in the NBA or the NFL to be educated, to mature.
No,
and
you
to
can't.
grow
Spam's got game, though,
as
bro.
they
I
seek
know
that
Spam's got
achievement.
game.
We ought to be focused on making college sports great.
I'm hit or
yet
miss
again.
on the snipe. I did decent last time.
I look forward
but
to being a part
I'm
of this
hit or miss, bro.
conversation moving forward.
I ain't even like played with this class.
Thank you,
shit in a
Greg, very
minute.
much. Sarah Hirschland, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by saying thank you, President Trump and your whole administration, for your continued support of both Team USA and the Olympic and Paralympic Games. I'm proud to be here today to represent Team USA, and I will say it is no surprise to anyone in this room that we are the greatest sporting nation in the world.
We're playing with
Team
48.
USA is
the
the
rest
most
just
successful
bots?
team in history, with more Olympic medals than any other nation. One of our competitive advantages is the education-based sports system our country has embraced for more than a century.
Yallah.
America's colleges and universities built a world-class athletic system that develops the whole athlete, academically and competitively. This system is the envy of the world, as we heard Charlie say. It has also been the backbone of Team USA for generations. The results speak for themselves. You heard Greg reference some, and I'll just expand. The athletes from just the Paris Games represented 231 different college
go.
institutions and 71
Feel like they're
conferences. 90 different schools were represented by our medalists from just the Paris Games alone. This success does not happen by
I don't know,
accident.
dude. They're gonna
It is
come
directly
eventually.
impacted by the broad-based, sustained investment in sport on campus. You've heard that referenced. This is not something we can take for granted. To say that our country should be grateful to colleges and universities and their athletic programs is an understatement.
There you go.
And while the
Oh,
United
no.
States has topped the gold medal table in 8 of the last 10 summer games, I am here to tell
Wait,
you
why isn't
the
the
margin
score going up?
is narrowing. Around the world, nations are investing aggressively in sport, building centralized training systems, expanding funding, and prioritizing athlete development in new ways. That growing global competition comes at a moment when U.S. colleges must increase their investments in football to stay competitive. The economic pressures are unsustainable. We've heard this several times, and we know that Olympic sport budgets inevitably rise to the top as the first to be cut. And in some cases, women's sport, but it's also men's sport, may be eliminated. We must keep our eye on both. We know what happens when those investments are reduced or disappear. It hinders the
Oh, they're
future
taking
pipeline
A?
of Team USA, but frankly, it threatens
I haven't moved.
the
I've been here
future
this whole
of
time.
the future health of sport in our country. We cannot wait for the economic pressure to create this crisis. We stand here today, Team USA, in solidarity
Yeah,
and
we
partnership
need
with
to
the
get some
collegiate
territory.
sports community to encourage Congress to pass legislation that stabilizes the foundation of sport on campus and ensures a healthy and robust
Straight up the
ecosystem for student athletes across a wide array of Olympic sports and football, which is kind of coming to the Olympics. Let me conclude by assuring you that American athletes are ready for this global
Okay, I
challenge. In
got it
fact,
fucked up.
we welcome it. But the pursuit of excellence deserves a system that continues to invest in them. Thank you, Mr. President, And to our congressional leaders, to the college administrators, and to the many representatives across the sports industry who are here today, we value your commitment to sport, and we welcome your partnership. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And we'll conclude with our little, early speeches, but we'll hear everybody that wants to. If you have an idea, if you don't have any ideas, maybe you don't bother, okay? But if you have something good, and maybe what we're talking about with the SCORE Act, it seems to have a lot of support, but we'll talk about that. Pete Bavacqua, please.
Hey, Mr. President, thank you. Thanks for having us all here, and a special thanks on behalf of Notre Dame for your kind words about Coach Holtz. I know he was a dear friend of yours, so we appreciate that. And this meeting is important. It's timely. I think everybody around this table knows that we need help to straighten this out. We need the help of Congress. In this post-House world of NIL and compensation, we're finding ourselves in a situation where college football, particularly men's basketball, women's basketball, but particularly college football, I don't think it's any secret that people understand that so many of the decisions around college sports are driven almost solely by college football. And college football is certainly important to Notre Dame. We make no secret about that. But it's become a runaway financial train. And if it continues to be that way, even the healthiest of universities are going to have to make incredibly difficult decisions that are going to impact women's sports and Olympic sports. There's simply no way around that. So we need regulations. We need regulations. We need financial transparency, and we need repercussions. People's feet need to be held to the fire. And I talked to Coach Saban before we entered into this room, and we were talking about the transfer portal. And Greg mentioned it as well, but when you have young men and women going to 3 schools in 3 years, 4 schools in 4 years, the student athlete, and they're student athletes, they're not just athletes, and we're forgetting the academic part, we're forgetting the student part. And if you're going to 4 schools in 4 years to make a few more $100,000 on each stop, where when you're 21, 20 years old, you think all your financial troubles have gone away, you're going to find at the end of that college experience, you're not going to have an academic degree. That money that you thought you could rely on for the rest of your life is going to be absent by the time you're 23 or 24. And you're going to have the rest of your life, you're going to find yourself in a very difficult position. So we have to talk about financial transparency, and we have to restate the importance of the student-athlete experience. We can't forget that, because the percentage of people that can go on and play in the NBA, the WNBA, the NFL is extremely low. And it's the importance of that academic degree that you get throughout your student-athlete experience that's going to serve you so well for the rest of your life. And quite frankly, I think if we can agree on regulations with real repercussions, and we go down the road of a free market enterprise where college football continues to be a runaway train financially, I think there's got to be a commitment that if you're going to spend X on college football and Y on men's basketball and Z on women's basketball, you should be required to pay some sort of percentage of that to reinvest into your own Olympic movement within your universities. So I think this meeting, as I said, is important. I think we're coming to a point where we're going to be at no return if we don't get our act together and try to speak with one voice and solve this. So thanks again, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Pete.
They're back at Alpha?
So maybe we have to start with a base, because I'd like to say the base should be what we had before, which worked so well for so many years with scholarships. When I heard Charlie say the kind of numbers that was paid in the form mostly of scholarships, that was pretty impressive. But maybe we can't go back. Maybe we have to go forward. And what's happened is sitting here with Jim and some of the people that are talking about the SCORE Act, maybe that should be the base, and maybe we should work off that. But if anybody has any ideas, I'm just noticing all of the divisions, all of the people that have supported, including the NCAA, the 31 Division I conferences, 23 Division II, 22 Division III, all HBCU conferences. I mean, a lot of, and a lot more than that. So maybe that can be a base. That's the SCORE Act, which I know it's been, Mike has worked on it long and hard. We have a great guy, Jim Jordan, right here. He was a great athlete. He was virtually undefeated in college
he came up
wrestling,
on me on the mountain.
virtually. I don't know. There was probably one bad night, I think, Jim, right? But he was some great athlete, some great wrestler, and that sport is being, torn apart by what's happening right here.
Well, it sure helped when you came last year, Mr. President. Sure helped when you were at the NCAA championship last year.
Right.
Right.
So if we could go, and if somebody would have some suggestions. Mike, do you like the idea of using this as a base and we work off the base, or would you like to start from ground zero?
Well, I think I speak on behalf of the legislators around the table that worked really hard on the SCORE Act, and many who have been involved and brought their ideas to the table. Our fear is that if we begin from scratch, I think everyone around the table understands this could take a long, long time. A lot of the debate and discussion and deliberation has gone into this. I got this one-page summary I'm happy to pass around. I assume most people around the table know the basic parameters of the bill and where we are. But the idea would be that if there are, Randy and I were speaking earlier before we went into the Oval Office, there may be some ideas to enhance it or make it better. We want to have the best possible product. I mean, maybe, Mr. President, I think that's a good suggestion. We begin from that. For lack of a better idea, if anyone has a better base that we should begin with, we're open to it. But I'm looking at some of my chairmen of the committees of jurisdiction, and everybody's worked really hard on this. And our majority leaders down at the end of the table, Steve Scalise, has kind of helped quarterback this, pun intended, to get it through the process. And if you have specific questions about specific points or parts of that legislation, we're happy to answer that. But maybe that's part of the discussion. Maybe we could, maybe the question is not a rhetorical one, but a question for all of you. Does anyone have any big concern about what is currently on the table in the SCORE Act, or have ideas on how to improve it?
Would anybody oppose? I mean, most of you have studied the SCORE Act more so than I have. Would anybody feel strongly opposed to starting with the base of the SCORE Act, which has gone through a lot? You would oppose it? Go ahead.
Well, first, I'm Lori Trahan. I represent Massachusetts and appreciate being invited to this today. And I'm really happy to hear you talk about women's sports in particular. I played Division I volleyball at Georgetown. That's changed my life. And so really have spent a lot of time on college sports. And I think I'm the only Democratic legislator in the room. I'm not going to pretend to speak for all of them, but I do think we want to solve college sports as much as everyone here. I think one of the issues that we had with the SCORE Act, I look at this as we've got some revenue issues and governance issues. The SCORE Act, in its codifying the House settlement, really hurts women in Olympic sports. We've already seen a number of programs cut across the country. So I think we do need a revenue mechanism to save and protect. One, strengthening Title IX has to be part of the SCORE Act, as well as ensuring that we are funding those programs. I mean, look, I'm also a mom. I've got a college athlete, son who played lacrosse. I've got another daughter who hopes to. Sports is the lifeblood right now. People are they're playing sports at record levels at the youth league. If this is any time we should be expanding opportunities for sports, it's right now. And I think one thing that the SCORE Act represented, was just a consolidation of what we have today, which is the SEC and the Big Ten. No offense, Greg and Tony, but all the money really is going to those two conferences right now, and we need to address the revenue issue. I know there's been some proposals as far as modernizing the Sports Broadcasting Act. That could be one. I'm open for discussion on that. And then certainly making sure that we have a strong federal standard for NIL. A patchwork of laws does not work. I couldn't imagine signing my letter of intent and having to study up on every single state law and who offers what. But making sure that we have athletes' voices mandated at the table. They're not here today, so I do feel a responsibility to represent those 560,000 athletes who are not here right now, but making sure that they've got recourse if their NIL rights are violated or not upheld. But let me just say again, I would love to work, and maybe the SCORE Act is the right vehicle, that we continue to tweak so that it has a path in the Senate as well. I know that there's a lack of consensus on many of the governance issues, but we'd like to solve that with everyone here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. You might want to respond to that.
Well, there's some good points made there for sure, and I think everybody has the same intention as we want to protect women's sports as well, and I got 2 daughters. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that. But with regard to the patchwork of state laws, as many of you probably know, the SCORE Act addresses it because it creates a national NIL standard, and then it allows the associations the authority to make rules on transfers
honestly,
and
all at
compensation
sea. We might
caps
be able
and the
to get
things
to
that
E
are
at sea,
really
bro. Oh, shit, someone's here,
burdening
though.
the system. And then it protects those
Where is this
rules
guy?
from being challenged under antitrust laws. So
Right
we
there.
create an exemption there for that. So I think there are a lot of thoughts gone into how to address it there. But I mean, again, we have no pride of authorship here. We want to have the best possible product. So
I don't know.
I mean, the authors of the bill are open to
Let's go to E.
good suggestions.
They're not paying attention. Oh, he's shooting at me. He's somewhere in the mountain.
Please. Yes, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you bringing everybody together because I think we're all here because we have a passion to protect college sports, and we've recognized that with this Wild Wild West mentality, it's not healthy for the future of college athletics. And so bringing structure back and really bringing the ability for the schools to govern themselves again is what our intention was
I didn't
from the
get
very
him.
beginning. We started this a few years ago.
You see that guy? He's somewhere
I
around
remember
here.
Coach Saban came to my office and others, and we started listening to the people that are there at the schools dealing with the problem as payment of students became legal, which happened through legal arguments that, Mr. President, you talked about, some of these lawsuits that ultimately broke down the framework that Charlie Baker and others were able to use to police college athletics. That's gone now. And so how do we put that structure back? So we listened to the schools, we listened to the different conferences, all the different conferences. We talked to a lot of student athletes. We have a number of student athletes in Congress who played different sports, who are co-sponsors of the SCORE Act, and came to this from that same approach, saying, as somebody who played athletics or somebody who just has a passion. I lived in Tiger Stadium my second year at LSU. You know, in case you're wondering where my leanings are, but I care about the future of college athletics. And when you see a student athlete, as you talked about, Pete, on their 6th school and they're 28 years old, number one, they're not going to have any college credits to be able to graduate.
6 people in there?
And the idea of being able to get a degree for the 99% who aren't going to play professional sports is just going to be lost. And how can you reestablish that? So we started putting some things together. We have the antitrust protections in this bill. We protect women's sports in this bill. We established, Mr. President, that Title IX maintains so that however many men's sports you have to have an equal number of women's sports. Some schools have a lot of sports. Some schools can only afford a few, but whatever you have to have an equal number of women's sports, and that's protected in this bill. And obviously,
that sounds very appealing. You
are protected
framed it
as
in
well.
a very
We
attractive
also
manner.
wanted to make sure you could put limits on the transfer
Because
portal,
2K is a lot of
because
commitment.
that is something that a lot of people get very frustrated when they see that you just have pure free agency. The professional sports don't even have that. And so you limit with, and again, open to suggestions, but what everybody seemed to come to an agreement on was 5 total years of playing with 1 ability to transfer within that. And there's flexibility by the governing organization, so the NCAA can look at a case by case. If your father's on life support and you want to transfer to a different school to be close to your family, you can get an additional 1, but let the governing body be able to do that again. We put those in the bill, and then we give the financial literacy requirements so that student athletes have more protections that they currently don't have today. You might be getting that $300,000 or $2 million contract. You might not even know you have to pay
Vert
taxes
After
on that.
Hours is ripping.
And you might run into some real financial problems if you're a 17,
VRT.
18-year-old kid. We make sure the
Literally
schools
just pop
educate
$10,
the kids on
6%.
financial literacy. So we put a lot of other things, including health protections, as Commissioner Sankey talked about. So we listen to students, we
Vert,
listen to
VRT.
schools, we listen to all the conferences, all the HBCUs support this bill. And we built a framework, and we built a coalition. We're right now at a point where we've got more
why are
than a
they
majority
ripping
in
like that?
Congress
Something's
supporting
happening.
this bill, including, as the Speaker said, double-digit number of Democrats who support this bill. So it's a bipartisan coalition. We absolutely will take more input
but only input that grows the coalition, not detracts from the ability for student athletes to get that structure that they and the schools need. That's what the SCORE Act does. We want to move on it soon, because I think we all recognize that we can't wait another year and have this wild, wild west continue, and it will take the Senate some time to start their own process. So I'm expecting we're going to be moving soon, and hopefully the next few weeks on the SCORE Act in the House, and then keep this conversation going, keep growing this coalition to solve this problem, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. But we have to move it quickly, otherwise you're going to have another season that's a disaster, and it's not affordable by colleges. Next to you, Steve, you had something to say? Thank you.
I did. Thank you, President Trump. My name is Jim Phillips. I'm the commissioner of the ACC. We welcome Kai this fall. I'll be your commissioner, so we'll look forward to seeing you out watching her play. I went on a college campus 30-some years ago and never left until I became commissioner. And I will tell you, we need your help. We need everybody's help in this room. There are 6 areas that the SCORE Act is the right piece of legislation. First, as been
I don't know what
mentioned,
happened
there's
to
a national law
VRT,
versus
but
state
S&P inclusion
legislation and patchwork. We have 37 disparate
There's a couple biotech
laws
approvals
across the
too.
country.
Oh,
so
we
what you
lost.
can do in one state is different than what you can do in another state. That just doesn't work.
It's a good match. It was a good match, but Chad, I gotta get going. I hope you enjoyed your Friday. Thank you for your time, my friends. I hope you're ready for whatever this weekend provides. And either way, you have to respond on Monday. Welcome to Stock Market Schedule, my friends. So, Chad, I love you all. Have a wonderful evening. Oh, I'm sleepy. I'm gonna go for a walk. Get moving a little bit. Well, I got a lot to do this. Oh, and get ready for daylight savings, Chad, all right? Be careful of that devil. So get some good rest on Monday, all right? You're gonna, you'll need some time to adjust. But thank you for your time today. I hope you learned something. I hope you enjoyed it, man. Living through history. I hope you're prepared. And I hope you see the opportunities for the long term. Get ready, baby. But Chad, the Lord is with you. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone, baby. Have a wonderful weekend. And remember, it's always better to wrestle than to be lost. All right? All right, man. I'll see y'all soon. Peace.